Of course, hello and welcome to Bad Pachimari League, and some fresh new faces to be casting some Overwatch today. For those of you who don't know, I'm your number one caster, Vok, Asher Vok, joined here by my co-caster, Ashen.
Hi everyone, super excited to be here today. We just had our last quarterfinal match, coming back from that, and that was an awesome match, and Malware doesn't have a moment to breathe. They're coming back into the semifinal match as we see Malware play against Dukes of Arrakis.
Of course, taking a look at our bracket, both of these teams really went on pretty interesting runs of their own to even make it here in the first place. Malware played a great game against Tie 5 in the last one, but before that made it into a 3-2 stunner against Over Easy. And Dukes of Arrakis, of course, the forfeit coming in from Bagel's Bastards, but over to Getz. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. It was a 3-2, and now I imagine both of these teams trying to find their own place in the bracket here, with both of them kind of finding themselves on equal footing when it comes to play style and skill level.
I'm super excited to see this matchup. You were mentioning some of the matches just happened. I was actually catching the tail end of High Five versus Malware. High Five started out strong on the first map, but Malware really didn't fold and turned it around the last 3 maps. So incredible performance from them. I'm super excited to see how they match up against Dukes of Arrakis. And earlier we were just talking, I actually just watched Dune 2 last night. So I have to say, I love the team name. Might get some brownie points for that one.
I have something shameful to admit. I have neither watched Dune or Dune 2. I have seen none of the films, and I've already gotten flack for it and saying, Ash, how come you haven't watched the films? Number one, I'm a college student. I don't have as much time as I would expect, as a caster as well. Number two, I never really got that interested into Dune, and saying this as a Star Wars fan also feels a little bit like heresy because I love sci-fi, but I really should check those movies out now that Dukes of Arrakis are playing, so it might have convinced me just a little bit here. But going over our rosters, Malware, and I will say, pretty solid roster, especially off that last game over at High Five, and Dukes of Arrakis, I don't exactly want to say underrated, but terrifyingly powerful in this matchup, might I add.
Yeah, really excited to see the rosters for these two teams. A lot of recognizable names that have been around in the BPL community for a long time. And actually, special shout out to Baz was actually playing in OWCS's top 16 group stages yesterday. That's why Malware's match had to get rescheduled to earlier today. So incredible performance. I'm sure this is, much more relaxing for fun in comparison. But the glory of winning is still on the line. And this is going to be the first of 2 semifinal matches. And I am super excited to see how this plays out.
Of course, I figured I recognized Baz from somewhere. If I remember correctly, this is, oh my God, BPL Season 5, Average Joes. And I'm sitting here thinking, wait, that name kind of sounds familiar, especially over at OWCS. And knowing that they even play in that stage in the first place, Malware might have a little bit of bite to add to that Bark going against the Dukes of Arrakis as we get to our map set. We are going to be starting off with the Arrakis pick being Antarctic Peninsula.
I actually really enjoy Antarctic Peninsula. Of course, one of the newer maps to Overwatch. Definitely a really great map for a lot of brawl. And of course, with this current season's patch, nothing has changed from last season. We are still in the same meta, seeing a lot of Orisa, Sojourn, Kiriko, Lucio being played. But of course, we are here in the Rock Rumble, and so we'll be seeing some Venture today.
Of course, when it comes to Venture, they have a chip on their shoulder. Things might get a little bit rocky, and of me personally, I can dig that, to say the least. And I will say, though, there were so many jokes being made in one of the Overwatch games that I had played recently that, okay, you might play Sigma, but if we're being honest here, I think Venture might be an ultimate counter. They're just going to eat the rock that gets thrown at them. It might not be viable to just use them. Of course, jokes aside, leading into it, starting off with Malware and Dukes of Arrakis yet again, and Winston coming in with Cap.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get to see some Venture today. Not quite yet, as teams roll out on a little bit of a different comp, actually. Malware opting for the Monkey. We did see Malware and Gap really preferring the Monkey, running it a lot in the last match to a lot of success. But other than that, pretty similar. We see the Sojourn matchup, Curie Lucio backline as well.
Yeah, I won't say High Five really couldn't get past the Winston wall, but it might be a different case scenario in this situation, as Bochi staying on top, at least getting a good couple of counter shots over on Gap, forcing him to push all the way back. And now sights focused on Sojourn here, as now we have Altair already having popped off with a couple of good railgun shots, and now it is going to have to be the nade to act as a little bit of that extra insurance. Railgun almost catching Fairy off guard.
I like that these teams are playing smart, really not taking too much risk, trying not to die first. Just as I speak, I cursed it. Malware gets 2 picks on Dukes of Arrakis, and this point is going to get flipped pretty quickly here.
Of course, the Winston attack all over again. Gap was able to at least cap 2 here, especially against some tank-on-tank violence against King, forcing him all the way back to respawn. And now for Malware, able to top it out at 22%, and counting further upward. Dukes of Arrakis, however, did have a little bit of bite back. At about 16%, they have that opportunity to be able to retake on point for now, using the Lucio boost to get yourself ahead by a wide margin. And now King, in with the Javelin, of course, taking the Echo Grenade grenades right to the face. No choice but to fortify, at least get some extra health back, and Gap trying to close the gap as best as possible with ultis up just momentarily. That is going to be the railgun from Altair and the beat drop from Wi-Fi to boost Dukes of Arrakis like crazy, but it is the fairy counter on a Kitsune rush to really put things into perspective for both teams, and the Terra Surge coming out from King to do at least a little bit of chip damage, but not enough to put Malware down, and now as the Primal Rage pops out, Gap finds one, Chicken finds another with Altair and Mahir going down in dramatic fashion.
Massive ult investment from both teams. We saw 4 ults coming out from both sides, and Rafa from Malware with the later beat gets that upper hand. And then we saw King try to use that Orisa ult, but unfortunately they just weren't able to win out that team fight. Now we only have an Echo copy from Malware as well as a Sojourn ult Altair, and who is going to open up with this, trying to create some space.
And plenty of space needed. I mean, in this situation, at about 84%, Malware now stopped as Dukes of Arrakis retake at about 19%. Thankfully, looks like it was one good team fight to really put them in this position. But on a map like Peninsula, it could take another to remove them just as quickly as Malware now setting up a return.
Oh, Altair there gets a quick pick on the Echo, and Malware is going to have to regroup. But luckily, it happened pretty quickly. They're not going to feed much ult charge, and they do have time as they have 84% on this map. Now, Dukes of Arrakis don't have many ults to work with. They do have a pulse coming up, so the Bochi's really trying to bait out that Suzu, trying to get a pick.
And baiting out that Suzu could be massive on that side. About 25% and counting further upward. Fairy can happen just momentarily, but right now we focus back to Altair over at bottom right now. Getting in the damage of railgun shots, and it is going to have to be staying the back line just to keep yourself safe. On the other side of that, duplication coming in from Timweek. The beat drop, however, to make sure to add some extra insurance to Dukes of Arrakis for now. You do have overclock up and readily available that could come in from Chicken, and considering the positioning that Dukes of Arrakis are in now, wouldn't exactly be the best idea to try and chow this out against Chicken here. Able to go with the slide and trying to put in the damage numbers as best as possible. Support working overtime in that. The quick cleanse coming in, and like we said, the Suzu popped out from Mahir, but it looks to be objective secured 1 point up for Malware.
Yeah, the chat is right. That was definitely a bit of a C9. The whole team from Dukes of Arrakis was alive, and you know, just as the camera, just as our observers who are truly the goats were, you know, panning in onto the team, I was like, guys, I think I see a C9 happening. I could see it fold out before my eyes. So incredible job by Malware there, using the dupe from Timweek on the Kiriko, sustaining the team, not letting his team die, pushing the members of Dukes of Arrakis back. Now, Dukes of Arrakis, they're probably, you know, really could have done a lot better. That fight could have gone either way. So I think probably a little bit frustrated there, C9ing, but it's only the first point. We still are now moving to the sub-level of Antarctica, and still a lot of room to turn things around.
You know, I didn't want to say anything as to not be mean, but the moment I saw it, it just popped into my head. It's like, they're not going to C9 this, are they? And then objective secure, and I'm like, okay, Dukes of Arrakis got it. And I look, the point was blue. Malware were able to secure it, and you could just, you said C in chat, just a moment of, guys, what just happened? That just happened pretty much. Now Malware can find themselves in the back foot a little bit. Dukes of Arrakis doing their best to retake, is finding themselves in a little bit of a little standoff. You get booped back, and it is Bochi having to recover as best as possible, but kind of hard to do so when you have gaps straight in your back line by adjoining Lucia with Rafa coming in on the skates.
All right, King there gets the pick onto Chicken, and with a quick 2 picks from Dukes of Arrakis, they are going to cap this point first. Now, with sub-level, dive actually does work here, but they do have to play slow. They need to be able to set up and take angles before Gap looks to dive in. Otherwise, they're really going to be looking to just kind of poke out members of Dukes of Arrakis. And now, interestingly, we'll see Timweek swap over to the Cass, finding a hard time getting enough value on the Sojourn. And now we actually have Chicken moving over to the Genji. So going for more of a dive, more of a brawl, having that Genji in there with that deflect, with that dash ability, able to kind of take that brawl, having more upfront presence versus the Echo earlier.
beginning to think that the E in Malware may stand for hands rated E for everybody involved in this one, as a good team fight going out where there's one Kitsune rush, there is another, and then a beat drop to add to that. I really wouldn't be surprised if Rafa pops up with one of their own Altair, however, getting some good airtime, and then the overclock damage to add to that. King trying to sustain as best as possible here with the Fortify, and then the Javelin to hit. Gap, of course, snuffing out Wi-Fi, so the Primal Rage is going to be the next to really pop out here, scare everybody involved, but knowing Gap, they're going to chase as best as possible, not even allowing Mahir to get away with things.
Expensive fight from both sides. 4 ults coming out from Dukes of Arrakis and 3 from Malware, but really great primal from Gap there, clutching out, getting the picks on members of Dukes of Arrakis who are all so low. So really well done there. They're able to turn it around. That's 57% from Dukes of Arrakis, which is much needed from Malware. But now they're going to open up with a Deadeye to make space and push the members of Malware back.
You make some space, you're able to snuff out the other Cassidy here, and I'll admit I felt it was a little too early popping out with Deadeye, but you had to at least apply a little bit of pressure, whether it be through the sound ulti, and here we go with Altair double kill off the railgun shots. Rafa and Gap, the unfortunate recipient of just one shot to the head. Tim Week swapping over to the Tracer, which I feel should provide some better coverage here, especially considering that Pulse Bomb ulti could be just as nasty as it comes, and with Dukes of Arrakis, it might be best to target just King with that off rip immediately. Chicken on the other side still has Dragon Blade readily available, so they wanted to go full dive. I mean, at any point would be a good opportunity to do so, to go for another quick contest, and it is going to be popped out, putting everybody on the side of Dukes of Arrakis on notice. Wi-Fi was able to get out of there just in time. The same can't be said for Altair. Got deflected just off of rip, and another going in for our resident Genji.
Only one ult that the Malware had in the bank, but it is Genji Blade, and you know, Blade can do a lot of work. I know Genji mains always will complain that it does absolutely nothing or it's useless without Nano, but we just saw the value there. The Suzu came out from here, but it wasn't enough. Members of Dukes of Arrakis couldn't get far enough away, and Chicken gets a few picks there. So Malware is able to turn it around, percentage ticking up to 54%. This is a lot. We're getting close to last fight territory, and Dukes of Arrakis is going to have a lot of ults in the bank.
I mean, plenty at that. I mean, you'd have the beat drop in just momentarily. You'd have Terra Surge as well as the Kitsune Rush. And if Altair puts in the damage, puts in the work, that would also be overclock to add to that. And Malware's only 2 counters would have to be the beat drop and then Kitsune Rush of their own. It is going to be the Terra Surge for the chip damage, and to finish Fairy off the Javelin, snuff him out. And from below, Bochi trying to get in the damage on a resident Gorilla here. Wouldn't exactly be a game of Overwatch without just a little bit of Winston, or without a little bit of some Pulse Bomb action. Like I was mentioning earlier, King gets snuffed out almost off ripping the beat drop of their own for Malware to pop back into the team fight as best as possible with the Kitsune Rush to finish in the background. Altair, of course, counting back, clapping back, if you will, with the overclock. Chicken got in the way of things and really just did not have a good day at that Gap, answering with their own Primal Rage, and that's going to be 2 in the bank with Wi-Fi and Altair falling quickly.
Wow, this has been so close. It was looking like it was going the ways of Dukes of Arrakis when Fairy went down first with the Kitsune not being able to use it. But Malware does a great job of stalling long enough for Fairy to come back. They use the Kitsune, but Gap yet again is able to kill off members with the Primal. And Malware are able to clutch this out, just needed to clean up this Tracer who has no recall. Wow, incredible performance by Malware there. It was really looking like it was lost, but incredible patience to maintain presence on the point, be able to keep that overtime going. And with those final ultimates, they're able to clutch it up, kill off the tank of Dukes of Arrakis, and so they kind of swing the pendulum the other way.
Course, with Winston Zap, Winston attack, Gap making some big plays on our favorite Gorilla going into it. We absolutely love some monkey action, and we'll be able to get play of the game on that one. A great game so far for both teams, but Malware able to win Antarctic Peninsula, put them up at 1-0 so far in the series.
Yeah, incredible job by Malware. Really dominant performance there on the monkey. But honestly, Dukes of Arrakis kept it so close. The match really could have gone either way. So I'm super excited. I think we have a series on our hands. And now Dukes of Arrakis is going to have to take a little bit of time to figure out how they can break apart this monkey comp. the way this monkey comp is looking to play, they're really looking for players out of position. They're looking for that Soj. They're looking to force out that Kiri, make sure Kiri force their TP, and then if they can, go back to that Kiri. So really well done. They're showing a lot of patience and showing that they know how to play this dive. And guys, it's BPL. These teams were only formed last week as players were drafted in an auction, but these teams are showing like they know how to play together. There's been a lot of synergy. And so I'm super excited about this. And we're going to be moving next to our hybrid map, and we'll see if things look a little bit different.
Of course, I believe Malware, really patience, #1 name of the game here going into things. I mean, I will say in some of their stuff, they were really saving on a lot of their ultis, using them as counters rather than just committing 100% of the time. But looking at our next map, I believe King's Row next on the plate, maybe? Or as we know in Collegiate, Scrim's Row. And terrifyingly so, it is the stuff of nightmares for a lot of players like myself. Collegiate Lucios don't have it easy here.
All right. About nightmares, I think King's Row is probably every Overwatch player's favorite map, and I will say playing in OWCS, King's Row was not in the map pool this past stage, and I think players have dearly been missing it. I will say I haven't played King's Row in forever, so I'm a little bit jealous. But I'm sure these teams are super excited. Everyone's so well practiced on King's Row, and it is a community favorite. I think we're going to see these teams roll up on the same comps. I can imagine Dukes of Arrakis is going to continue rolling out on the Orisa, which is definitely more meta. And Malware, I think they're going to keep forcing the monkey. It's really working. Now, the thing with King's Row, it's a little bit more of there's shorter maps. There's less of that high ground or angles you can die from. But it's definitely a possibility. You get your DPS set up on a flank, and then your monkey jumps in from main to really crunch onto the members of the opposing team. And so super excited about this. These teams are definitely demonstrating some high-level Overwatch. Forget OWCS that's happening right now at the same time. How everyone should be here for BPL's Rock Rumble.
Yeah, of course, I will say might pop up in OWCS Stage 3 myself. I don't know how that's going to go. I'm playing with a couple of EU players myself, including Spectrian, another great caster that I've co-casted with before in the past. But this is the now. We focus on BPL Rock Rumble here, and King's Row, at least for me, been a nightmare. For everybody else, like you said, it's community favorite, fan favorite. Me personally, love-hate relationship. For everybody else, and especially for both Malware and Dukes of Arrakis, now kind of having to re-strategize that we switch from Antarctic Peninsula to a drastically different map such as this one. So Winston, expected. For Dukes of Arrakis, kind of have to beat down the Winston wall just more than they need be, and have to figure out to do so.
Yeah, and figure out to do so, but luckily they have a lot of practice. They should be able to do that. And giving you guys a little bit of a preview. So right now we are in our playoff bracket. This is the semifinal. And so all of these matches are going to be first to 3. And so given that it is the Rock Rumble, we are going to be seeing Clash as our third map type. So I'm excited about that. I don't know about you. I have played it a few times this week in arcade as well as scrims. And I think the community has a lot of thoughts on it. It is a very, very fast game mode that can certainly snowball.
Yeah, me personally, I really thought, something like Flashpoint was fast, and then I hop into Clash, I'm like, okay, it can't be that fast. And then I blink, suddenly we're done within like 10, 15 minutes, maybe even 5, as it feels to some people. I mean, I really don't know how to feel about it yet, because it's a little different from the average modes that I am used to going into Overwatch. I could see how, some people would see it in their favor and how it could be fun, and seeing it here in BPL sure is going to be interesting. But for now, we're going with yet another Dukes of Arrakis pick over to King's Row.
Yeah, but we are getting ahead of ourselves. We are going into King's Row first, and excited to see how this plays out. I'm also curious to see if Dukes of Arrakis comes up with any different strategy, because the thing is, they have been playing well. All of these fights, they're doing a good job of not having anyone getting picked off first, really doing a good job of, they're running more of that brawl comp, so not allowing themselves to get dove. They also have so much sustain from that. You have Kiriko with the Suzu, you have Lucio who can boop, and Orisa with the spear just has so much strong frontline presence. Now, interestingly, we are getting a preview of these comps Malware, of course, is going to come out on attack, and Dukes of Arrakis is on defense. And we see Joshen N on the Torb. Now, Torb is well known as being an anti-dive character, and with that turret in play and that auto aim, perhaps just getting a lot of poke out on members of Malware to wear them down before they dive in. Now, Malware, we see running the same comp, Chicken on the Soj and Tanic on the Echo, and just walking up here to Fountain, trying to take as little poke as possible, trying to stage for their dive.
And I will say, though, they say Turbjorn is the ultimate anti-dive character, but all it takes is a good pocket Lucio to keep you safe. I say that, and about a good chunk of support and DPS are both gone on the side of Malware's Dukes of Arrakis, putting an end to any kind of aggro that Malware had initially come out with, and forcing Gap to switch from the Winston maybe over to Sigma.
Wow, okay, what a comp swap. This is a very different look. We see Gap over on the Sigma, Fairy on the Kiri, and Baz on the BAP. So this is giving me flavors, you know, that backline is giving me flavors of Aw Yeah from S.E.E.S and Mia. They love to, they're a bunch of, an OTP team, they love to run the ball, and they often run that Kiri backline. That backline probably just is not going to die, and you also have both supports able to output a lot of damage. And we already see the success of this comp as Gap is getting space on point, pushing back the members of Dukes of Arrakis.
First, Dukes of Arrakis kind of forced back over into the Alderworth Hotel just momentarily here, trying to find themselves some semblance of defensive cover here. It is going to have to be the very early Kitsune rush to hopefully put Dukes of Arrakis on the point now, with Malware trying to counter as best as possible. We saw the Sigma barrier go up for just a second, and Mint, and with the long distance kunai shots to snuff out Fairy and Gap, of course, finding out Joshin's turret.
Really a lot of value there from Mint's Kiriko Rush, pushing back members of Malware, getting the pick on the opposing Kiri. But Malware here pops the window as well as the copy, pushes back Dukes of Arrakis. They do a good job. They have the speed amp. They're able to kite that without losing a single member.
And of course, knowing King, their javelin shots are just as true. It is going to have to be the Dragon and the Terra Surge to counter. On top of that, does some damage, but not by that much of a margin. The Turbjorn ulti coming out and Flux in from Gap to put everybody on notice here with the counter Kitsune Rush on top of that, and just in time, Wi-Fi's beat drop to save some of Dukes of Arrakis, but unfortunately for King and Joshin going down just as quickly with trade for trade, pick for both Malware and the Dukes.
Yeah, you lose your Orisa there, and it's just game over for Dukes of Arrakis. So there's not much frontline presence, and Malware just has too much poke. They're really running more of a poke comp now, which is very different from the dive comp we were seeing earlier. So Malware was showing their flexibility, showing that they can run different comps, and now it's counter swap watch,
oh, no.
Everyone's favorite. And Tanic B is running out on a Mei, which honestly, I haven't seen a lot of Mei play in the last season or so.
You know, in the words of the Backstreet Boys, I guess from Malware, it's literally going to be Mei, as Tanic be in with the quick swap, and I imagine things might get a little chilly despite the fact that, number one, we're almost in the middle of summer. Number two, it's Rock Rumble. You'd expect a little more adventure, but nowhere to be found just yet, I assume, as now King more in the front line here, had to throw out the Javelin and able to hide behind the ice wall just momentarily. Another Javelin to go at that, and now the Kitsune Rush to really put Dukes of Arrakis in somewhat of a good position, but Dragon almost keeping everybody back just for the second here, as now it is King and Gap with the Orisa on Orisa violence.
The Orisa on Orisa violence, but the thing about Orisa on Orisa violence is nobody dies, and so the violence just continues forever. So Malware, they're doing a great job of kiting, and then they regroup and push back in, and you spoke it into existence. We're seeing Joshin on the Venture. I am so excited. This is the first preview of Venture this match. And, you know, to your point of why we haven't seen much Venture so far is probably because teams are still getting used to it, and this fight is so back and forth. Dukes of Arrakis was looking like they were winning and pushing into members of Malware, and Baz feels like they can counter, pops the beat and pushes back members of Dukes of Arrakis, but unfortunately they can't get the picks, and then they just wait for Gap to come back on the Orisa.
I will say, in my time of casting a lot of Venture games, I mean, especially over TEC with Spectrian, they've been as terrifying, as nutty as they can come, right? And especially in with Tectonic Shock, as wild as that of an ultimate can be. For now, we're going to get the Kitsune Rush, actually two to go out, one counter and another counter on top of that, and Bochi was able to capitalize, find out fast, so no more Lucio for the moment. And now Malware kind of finding themselves a little bit in the back foot, push almost all the way back to starting point as Dukes of Arrakis capitalize big time.
Fight win there from Dukes of Arrakis. They're able to get the pick on the enemy, Lucio, so that is just able to push the members back. They don't get another pick, though, and so Malware is going to able to regroup quickly as their Lucio comes back fast. Now, Joshen is going to be having an ult soon. He's able to get it off before this point B cap.
I was gonna say that Ice Wall could have been so devastating with the Terra Surge. That beat drop couldn't have come at a better time. And of course, the Blizzard really pop out with that as well. Not much effect to be had as Dukes of Arrakis kind of stave off what could have been a very nasty ulti combo coming into it from Malware.
Yeah, great fight win there from Dukes of Arrakis. Really strong defense here. Now, Malware Chicken has given up on the Mei. All right, says there's a reason why no one's seen Mei in the last 3 months. Goes back over to the Cass. But they are walking into 3 ults from Dukes of Arrakis, as well as that Venture ult. And so it is going to be tough.
Oh. Uh-oh, we'll say that is the pulse bomb to hit, and now we're gonna have the drill and the Tectonic Shock to really hit for some semblance of damage, using the drill to dash away, but Gap just ending the fun that Joshin was having here, and really just saddening effect. Really looking forward to seeing some Venture action. We're just gonna have to wait as Joshin coming back all the way from spawn. Tanic B, of course, on top, getting in the long distance poke shots against King and company. It is gonna have to be the Terra Surge and a quick cleanse to try and counter against that, but King looking dangerously low on damage, and now the Kitsune Rush to really put a crimp in your day, and being forced to contend against this, it's gonna be a long uphill battle to do so.
Yeah, Fairy holding on to this Kiriko alcohol as long as possible, trying to see if the team can clean up the members of the opposing team, and they do. They don't need to expend the Orisa or that Kiriko ult. In overtime, they are able to get this cap. Now, earlier we saw Joshin on the Venture, our first Venture ult sighting this match, but what didn't get as much value? I know, and Joshin gives up. Thank you for trying to, do it for chat, do it for the fans, but unfortunately just not getting enough value. Going over to Sojourn. This map honestly has been so interesting. We've seen a lot of variety from the DPS on both teams.
Of course, we like to say thank you to your service for Joshin for really giving Venture a try here, but I guess in this case we'll have to wait another day, maybe another game. I'll just go in the corner, cry tragically, but for now that'll have to wait until after this series, as Tanic B, of course, getting off some poke damage yet again, and now Bochi trying to sneak in through backline here. That pulse bomb would just be as deadly as they come if sticking to one person, and almost found Lucio, but just getting away in time for Dukes of Arrakis to come out with a beat drop of their own. Add some extra overhealth. Bochi find the melee kill on the Baz, and now all the cards stacked over into the Duke's favor. The Tanic B going down, so duplication not working in that much effect, but still able to clean it up with the kill on the Bochi.
A lot of ults here used. I feel like every single fight is just, there's like 3 or 4 ults used from every single side, and the ults just farm up so fast. But Dukes of Arrakis really holding on. King trying to get this Orisa ult before he dies, and Mint with the Kiriko is able to sustain their tank. Oh, but then
yikes. No, that's my bad. I was gonna say sustainability, name of the then the Terra Surge to hit. Fortunately for everyone on the side of Malware, they able to get out just in time, but to what cost is the important question. It is the javelin to throw you back, and we'll say for Chicken, not exactly scaring them to slide into the straight overclock against Wi-Fi. RIP to Lucio. So no more music going out, as Joshin on the other side is going to be able to counter quick and stop Malware at 2-0.
Great defense there by Malware. Incredible job, especially on point B defense, holding on to that end of point B for so long. And also, well done there at the end of point C. The point was really rolling through point C for a while, but you have the Orisa ult, you have the Kiriko ult, and they're just able to sustain there. Now, Dukes of Arrakis, still a great push. through. Oh, I'm sorry. Malware, great push there through on their offense. They are now going to move over to the defense. And you know what? I loved seeing the flexibility from the team. They started out on the dive. It wasn't working. They moved over to the poke. And then they said, all right, we're meta slaves. And they came out on the Orisa. And so a lot of flexibility there. So that's always awesome to see. But Malware, Gap is going to start out on the Orisa, knowing that Orisa just has such strong presence. Because Orisa, has great poke potential, has great front presence potential as well as point presence, and doesn't need a hard pocket from the backline as some other tanks do. Now with Dukes of Arrakis, we see King giving us a preview of the Mauga. Speaking of tanks that need a hard pocket from both your supports, I think this will be really interesting. I'm curious to see if this will work at all. But I can't imagine they're going to give this a try, and if they don't get first picks, we might see the Orisa mirror.
I remember it was just a few weeks ago and how Mauga, I believe, before the nerfs was kind of at the top of the tank meta, and frighteningly so. So much so to a point that I decided to call it the Samoan Goats meta, or Samots for sure. And did anyone believe me on that one? No. Was it fun to say? Oh, 1000%. As King, of course, getting in with Mauga almost frighteningly so, up close and personal, and getting a good cleanse, and just overhealed by support with Mint and Wi-Fi. Backs breaking from having to carry tank right now.
Okay, I think the correct term should be moats, right? Mauga goats.
Yeah, I think moats just has a ring to it.
Okay, big things. But that was a really interesting fight. We saw some interesting angles being taken by Dukes of Arrakis, pushing Malware, also trying to figure out what angles to play to dodge all the poke coming from Dukes of Arrakis. You have your Bastion in one corner, you have the Mauga in another corner, but Malware does have the sustain, is able to take down Dukes of Arrakis, and, as we called it, Duke King, I love the effort, I love seeing the Mauga, but does swap over to the Orisa.
Always just, I was looking forward to it. Am I disappointed? Sure. I mean, hey, it happens, but for King, if Orisa works, it works. For Baz trying to just solo chow against Tracer, maybe not so much, as Bochi was at least able to try their best. And now Wi-Fi, excuse me, I read that backwards, but my bad, as Wi-Fi able to go against Baz, and now we have the cleanse as well as the massive Kitsune rush coming into it to try and push Dukes of Arrakis back onto the point, get payload as best as possible, and capturing it hopefully to a T.
Okay, the swap over to Orisa from King, immediate value, and they're rewarded by taking down members of Malware and getting this point ticked up. And this should be a point win from Dukes of Arrakis, just cleaning up this Soj here. And yeah, you have a Bastion in turret form, you have an Orisa running at you, and it's pretty hard to try and live that and trying to wait out that turret form and then recontest. So quick cap here from Dukes of Arrakis. They have 4 minutes, 10 seconds to push this payload to point B.
That is plenty of time, plenty of team fights in between, so if anything, the pendulum could swing in anybody's favor. For Dukes of Arrakis, a little experimental early game, especially with the Mauga, but really figuring out that, hey, Orisa is going to have to be the play here going into it on King's Row, but where there is one ulti, there is another for Kitsune Rush to hit, and if I had to guess, Dukes of Arrakis could easily pop out with their own Terra Surge, maybe into the beat drop. For an easy counter, it is going to have to be the configuration artillery. Kind of push Malware a little further back here. King able to capitalize off of that chip damage and get that clean and easy pick on the chicken, and now the Terra Surge to really add to it, just staying alive as best as possible with the gap coming in on the Javelin. But Bochi with that counter. Same can be said for Wi-Fi with support on support violence, and Bochi finding a third onto Baz, and another for King to put everybody in the side of Dukes of Arrakis just on fire.
Great fight win there from Dukes of Arrakis, and I was thinking Joshin might move off the Bastion, but Joshin is really liking this pick because when you're in turret form, you can just output so much damage, force Orisa cooldowns like Spin, like Gold, or pop that turret form after you force the cooldowns, and that Orisa has to back up. So Malware there expended the Tankle as well as both support ults, and they're walking into the opponent's Orisa Surge as well as Kitsune Rush.
Oh my god, excuse me, I was almost muted for a second on my XLR setup. I was wondering, hey, why am I not getting any noise? But I fixed that in just a second, as not only do we have the Kitsune Rush, but we also have Bochi coming out with the Pulse Bomb and the massive overclock counter, finding one, finding another, with Chicken taking out Bochi, and Joshin with just extra violence and a grenade for some extra insurance, and try to climb up against Kiriko, but that is going to end with King, the Javelin, and the hit on the Chicken Terror Surge to terrifying effect. And now we have some massive plays coming in for Dukes of Arrakis, who are able to push back against Malware as best as possible here, trying to survive. And I say that Gap has officially switched over from the Orisa and now back to the Winston wall that Dukes of Arrakis have tried so hard to counter against this entire time. Beat drop for Arrakis now to push all the way back, and no more monkey business momentarily, but Malware still with a beat drop of their own, somehow alive.
Wow, incredible fight going back and forth. Almost every single ult invested from both sides, and players are even getting up to their second ult in this fight. It was really going back and forth, and I really respect and admire both teams, feeling like we see this in chat. Typically expecting saying cleanest BPL fight, truly. And it could have gone both ways, but incredible clutch there by Dukes of Arrakis, able to get that cap. That was really massive. Expending so many ults, you really want to be able to win that fight, and getting rewarded with that cap is so important. They have 230 to push this point to the end of point C, and they get a first pick here onto the enemy tracer.
As you can see, the Dukes of Arrakis still have the power of Lee Sin Al-Gaib and Shai Hulud on their side for this fight. Maybe not if Gap has anything to say about it. That is going to be the primal to pop out, and now Malware with ultimate counters of their own, with Tanape and Fairy cleaning the stragglers up aside of Dukes of Arrakis. Joshin switching back over to the Venture, staying alive somehow. And Dukes of Arrakis now being forced to come back from spawn here against a heavily contested point, with Malware not giving them any ground to maneuver.
Gap does so much work with the Primal, as we've seen time and time again. Booping the members of Dukes of Arrakis pack, picking off members who are low. And he is really trying to be an iron wall here, preventing the members of Dukes of Arrakis to walk forward.
And walking forward is really the best you can do. Send out a Javelin, and now for King, having to really contest against high ground here, and one angry monkey in your back line, but the Kitsune Rush to save you a little bit of time and trouble, give you a breath of fresh air, if you will, and the beat drop to really push you even further. King in the front line, tanking damage and tanking out damage on top of that, with Mint catching at Baz.
I like that stall there from Baz, really trying to stall it out, making sure that Gap responds on the monkey, making sure they get their tank back. And then Baz, of course, on Malware is going to have 2 support ults, so they should be able to outlive whatever Dukes of Arrakis throw at them.
Hopefully so. I mean, you have the tectonic shock to hit, but some effect gives you a little bit of a semblance of chip damage, allow the rest of your team to clean up as best as possible. It is the duplication on the Orisa for Tanic B to hopefully build up a Terra Surge of their own, and dangerously fast at about 75%, but gets canceled out before they can make any move. And in with the push, it is Dukes of Arrakis. They're able to take King's Row.
Oh, it was looking so good. I was just talking about how Malware had both support ults in the bank, and they should be able to survive. They survived the Orisa ult, they survived the Venture ult, but I think what went wrong there was they layered it at the same time. And that's kind of what happens when you're playing with a pickup team and you don't necessarily have that synergy. As a support player, you're like, I'm panicking, I need to ult in response when there's ults coming out from the other side. And I think layering those ults was a huge disadvantage. It would have been great if they used the Kiriko ult, Suzu, get out of the Orisa ult, make sure to sustain, and then use that beat in the later fight. They could have turned things around. But unfortunately, they layer both of them, and Dukes of Arrakis is able to win out that fight. But we have a series on our hands, as both these teams are now evening the score 1-1. And I have to say, this has been an awesome match. We're seeing so much variety, so much great teamwork and synergy and ult usage coming out from both teams.
Yeah, and of course, I will say before we head off to a short break here, I do appreciate Dukes of Arrakis, getting a little bit experimental in their picks. I mean, we saw some with the Manga, didn't work out. Venture, kind of worked out the sum effect here and there, and in the very end, you can kind of tell Malware were under a little bit of pressure that forced to go from the Orisa into Winston, and then finally in the back foot of things.
Yeah, but Gap has been doing so much work showing that he's not just a monkey OTP, doing great job on all of the other tanks as well. And yes, huge shout out to Joe said, we do love you. We do love the Venture pick. But it is hard. Of course, we haven't gotten as much Venture POV, and it is a little bit harder to gauge what kind of value Venture is getting. We haven't seen as much value from the Venture ults as I see in my ranked games. There's often a flanking Venture who suddenly picks off both members of the backline. Okay, I do play support, so sometimes I'm one of them. Or is flanking and just picking off a couple members or gets 4 with an ult. But Venture does provide a lot of brawl potential, potentially catching members off guard, coming in from a different angle, a bit of a flank. So we did love that, and so they are rewarded with the win here. But honestly, these maps could have gone either way. These teams are so evenly matched, which we love to see. And so we're going over to a short break, and we will continue seeing how this match plays out.
Hello and welcome back to the Bad Patch Mario League Rock Rumble once again. I am Ashavak, joined here by my co-caster Ashid. For those of you just joining us, we just got done with our second game with Malware and Dukes of Arrakis, who now set themselves at 1-1 here going into Clash in the next one.
Okay, we mentioned Clash briefly, but I am super excited to see this mode play out. It, of course, just came out this past week with the new season as a trial, and I know everyone has been jumping into Arcade, figuring out how to play Clash. But the thing about Arcade is there's no role queue, and so we see a lot of goats going on in Clash, a lot of 3 or 4 tanks and a support. But here in this match, we do see it with competitive rule set. And so I'm excited to see how it plays out. So for those of you who haven't played Clash yet, there are 5 essentially control points or flash points lined up all in a line. The game starts on point C, which is in the middle, and then once you cap a point, you move closer to the enemy, and then it goes back and forth. And you need to either cap 5 points to win, or you cap the final point, point A or E, depending on which side you are on. The nature of this game, I personally found it can either be pretty snowbally, you cap 3 points in a row and call it a day in 3 minutes, or there can be a lot of back and forth, because once you get to those final points, points A and E, the defenders have very close spawn advantage. And so sometimes it can be very difficult to cap those points. And we are returning to some nostalgia to Hanaoka, which is a redesigned map of Hanamura. And so I personally have loved playing on this map, seeing the new redesign play out. And so very excited to jump into this and see Dukes of Arrakis and Malware take it to Japan.
Of course, it's like the one meme of the children yearn for the mines. I think situation for anyone newer playing Overwatch, older as well. The children yearn for Hanamura. I have said this for ages. Of course, we're just gonna settle with Hanaoka instead. I mean, hey, same thing, potato, just getting a little bit of a look of the inside spawn points. Pretty, to say the least, from an artist perspective, as our teams get set up with Dukes of Arrakis and Malware tied at 1-1.
These maps, there's almost there's not much map in between the points. And so these teams get to the points very quickly and the percentage ticks up super quickly. And so essentially you win out one team point and you are rewarded with the point cap. Now we do see these teams on the Orisa mirror trying to take this high ground, but unfortunately Malware loses their May immediately.
We'll say though, for Orisa, it really allows you to get very divey, very brawly if need be, and no exception, especially for King and Gap going in on it. Looks to be, however, Dukes of Arrakis just really overtaking and forcing Malware off to the side a little bit and right out of the building. If Gap can push in here as best as possible, supported by your backline with Chicken and Bats, trying to stay alive as best as possible. Chicken, of course, going to slide in and add to a little bit of disruption against everyone on the sides of Dukes of Arrakis here.
Really clutch there from Malware, being able to come back and make sure they have the presence, making sure that Dukes of Arrakis does not get the point that quickly, and they are actually able to decrease the percentage back to 0. However, in this next fight, King with a quick 3K there, they are able to pick off the members of Malware again, and this time they will get the point cap.
And one good point cap to go with that. I mean, we were talking about earlier, this map mode can be very snowbally, and hopefully for Malware, able to stop that in its tracks. If Dukes of Arrakis now get themselves one on the board, and its objective opening up just momentarily in about 8 seconds to add to that. Bochi is going to stuff up Baz yet again, and that could have been a massive pulse bomb, but it looks to be the Kitsune Rush. Gonna save everybody some trouble here as Dukes of Arrakis going as best as possible. Gap just in the background trying to stay alive and goes in with the spin, and now with the Fortify on top of that, knowing that there is very little health to try and fight for. The Terra Surge comes out almost a little too early, and Gap goes down in Altair.
You know, we were talking during the break how these teams seem to love all press and Q. I've seen, 4 or 5 ultimates come out from both teams, basically every single fight. And of course, these teams are mixed SR. And so these teams haven't quite built up synergies. These are teams that were just formed a week ago. But it honestly is a lot of fun. I'm sure we're setting some records for the number of ults used in a single map and a single match. And there, Dukes of Arrakis lose their Orisa, who King's just alone on point, trying to wait for members of his team to respawn, but unfortunately isn't able to live. And so Dukes of Arrakis is going to, Malware, it goes so back and forth, it's so hard to keep track.
I was about to say, Bass falling off the side of the map almost scared me for a little bit until myself as a Lucio player, I realized, wait a minute, just skate off the wall, you should be fine. It shouldn't be any issue, but it will be an issue for Bochi and company as it's taken out, almost out-gapped by Gap. Altair, of course, with the railgun sneak onto Chicken before Gap yet again coming through and just mowing everybody involved down. The side of Dukes of Arrakis here is King, dangerously low on health. You're down by Sojourn. Obviously, you don't want to be down by your tank just yet, as Mahir and the rest of the supports here in Dukes of Arrakis kind of working overtime, and the Kitsune Rush going out to add a little bit of insurance to your team's health.
And that insurance was much needed. Mahir trying so hard there to keep up King, unfortunately doesn't, but they are able to turn things around with the Kitsune Rush. And now the progress has trickled down. Honestly, this has been the closest map of Clash I've ever seen. And, you know, we see the percentage ticking up in the favor of one team, but then the other team flips, and then it's going the other way. Dukes of Arrakis was ticking up this percentage, and now Malware has flipped it and is capping it, and Dukes of Arrakis has decided not to contest. They're going to move back to point C. Now, this has to be one of the longest maps of Clash already. I've seen maps finish in faster time than this, and we're only at a 1-1 score.
Yeah, I imagine it's because both of these teams are just as talented and just as dangerous at that. So, of course, it is going to be back and forth. And with the Terra Surge, everybody avoiding and using the ice wall to make sure the rest of your teammates are at least somewhat safe here. As now we have the beat drop in conjunction for Malware. Going down and out, it is King. So really used to good effect here. We'll say Tanic B still has Blizzard readily available, I imagine, saving it for another team fight if need be. And against Dukes of Arrakis, could possibly counter going into it with Altair's overclocked, maybe save some grace here.
Great Kitsune Rush there from Fairy, pushing back the members of Dukes of Arrakis and rewarding them with the point C cap. Now the map has moved over to the other side to Dukes of Arrakis defending territory, and there they lose their Orisa so quickly, which is definitely going to be difficult. They're going to have a hard time recontesting this point.
Now with Gap getting in the long-range shots yet again, wanting to chase at least a couple of straggling supports here. And frighteningly so, Gap, going against them solo would be just as scary for some people, but if you're able to counter back with the rest of your teammates, shouldn't be that hard with the Javelin shots and the Deadeye. So hopefully get some extra insurance, maybe add a bit of fear onto the points here for Chicken. I mean, I don't want to say it's a waste of a Deadeye. I think it might have, as Dukes of Arrakis just read into that, knew to pull back and not exactly hand over free kills.
Well, of course we know Deadeye is the best ult in the game.
Maybe?
Just kidding there. And so, you know, not too bad of an investment. And so now we are on point A, where Dukes of Arrakis defending territory. And with that Terra Surge there, they're able to pick off 2 members and so, just clean up this team. So they breathe a sigh of relief. This map is not yet over. They are able to cap this point right in front of their defender spawn. And now this map is going to move back over to B, which we've seen a lot of. It is mirrored on both sides of the map, so we've seen this map geometry. But honestly, I think Overwatch players probably haven't spent that much time on this map. When I'm playing it, I have no idea where I should be standing anyway. So kudos to these teams for having figured out where the high grounds are, where they should be playing from.
So what I'm hearing is that these teams have already adapted well. Good positional awareness, I think, is the words we're kind of looking for here, especially when Dukes of Arrakis going into it have already taken some high ground stability for themselves and really pinpointing Malware and getting in the poke damage. It is going to have to be the Kitsune Rush to go out from Dukes of Arrakis, and 2 beat drops on top of that. Imagine now would be a great time for Blizzard if you are on the side of Malware, but Tanic B goes down just before it can hit, and Altair had to hit with the overclock and a mag on top of that, trying to do as best as possible in the Gap, but now forced to play high ground, and the Terra Surge in from Gap before Altair is there to stop the ride.
Oh, I don't know about the Terra Surge there. Gap really trying to clutch it out, but is too low health and just isn't able to. I did love seeing the mythic skin there. We see the different ults use, the different ult animation, which is always awesome to see. Of course, we know Mercy is the mythic skin this season. Probably are not going to see a lot of Mercy in team gameplay, unfortunately. But now this map has moved back over to point C, and we are tied 3-3. And like I talked about before, Clash can be so back and forth, but these fights are so quick, constant action. Tanic B here with the mails. Ooh, so close there.
Not only that, we had the mail, and then we had one Deadeye, one Terra Surge, and another Deadeye pick on top of that, trade for trade, pick for pick. But for being honest here, majority is going to have to go over to Dukes of Arrakis, able to put down a team kill, and with C in their favor, all it takes is one more to really take this game, two more if you're on the side of Malware.
Okay, and now we see Chicken move over to the Venture. I love it. You know, this is Hanaoka. This is a new season. We might as well play the new hero. Now, Malware doesn't have much in the bank. They are Altair's going to try and farm up this overclock really quickly without getting picked off.
And it is going to be Wi-Fi to just add that extra boop kill before it is the beat drop to go out for the rest of Dukes of Arrakis right now. You're down by two DPSs, so you're going to have to make sure that everyone else is still alive. But for how long is the important question? Gap and Baz chasing down the rest of the supports here. And now Boche and Altair kind of forced to press back a little bit before the rest of the team can come back from respawn as Malware cap this out. And it is only 1 point on either side that can decide between either Malware or Dukes of Arrakis, able to take this game.
Close map here from Dukes of Arrakis and Malware. Malware having 2 support ults and an Arisal into the bank, as well as Tanic B farming up this Blizzard. But they are going to be walking into a Kitsune as well as an Overclock, which, as we know, has so much strong pick potential. So both these teams taking rotations around this point, trying to make sure not getting picked off before they take a team fight.
Not only that, I mean, Malware have plenty of stuff in their favor. Altair, of course, popping out with the overclock. It is Chicken, however, with that drill action, finding a few more Tanic B and Gap popping up in the feed for Malware. And they still have 2 ultis available. It would be Gap with the Terra Surge and then Fairy's Kitsune Rush to really put things down. Won't exactly matter in the last few seconds of this game as Malware up by 1 point, put themselves at 2-1.
All right, we see Baz there at the end trying to protect his KDA, decides it's not worth it to touch it because he knows his team can't get back in time. Now, this was honestly one of the best games of Clash I've seen so far. That being said, I haven't seen that many, but this was a lot of fun. The maps were so back and forth. We saw the point. It was a final 5-4 score, but Malware there just has the advantage with both support ults as well as that Orisa ult. And so that's been the name of the game in today's match. We've seen incredible ult usage, just everyone pressing Q constantly. And so Malware is rewarded with that win. But this series continues to be so back and forth, so close. And next up, we are going to be returning to a map mode that we are much more used to seeing. We are returning to Payload. And so I'll be curious to see if these teams are going to continue running the Rissa comp. And depending on what the map pick is, I can see Malware running out on the Monkey once again.
I mean, of course, if I remember correctly with Payload, we did see a little bit of Blizzard World the last game that I BPL, so it would be nice to go to that. I mean, that's not me speaking as a Blizzard biased fan here over for World of Warcraft and a few other things leading into it, but we take a look at our map stats with some things favoring a little heavier over to Dukes of Arrakis, but Antarctic Peninsula, just 1 point, was on the side of Malware here, but really looking into it, Hanaoka from Malware, of course. I don't want to say that was like a little bit of a landslide, but it kind of snowballed for them a little bit in the end.
Yep, and we are going to be moving over to Escort. Now, we saw these teams haven't played much Escort because Friday night, of course, the maps in the 3 rounds of S.E.E.S, it was only 1st to 2, so these teams haven't had much practice, and yesterday it was 1st to 3. Now, some of these matches did go to 4 and 5 maps, so they have practice on Payload maps. Very curious to see what they run out on, but we are going to be moving over to Junkertown, which is, of course, I can say, probably a lot of members of the Overwatch community don't love this map. We know there's always a Widow on Water Tower just playing in the back of the map in Narnia, getting pick after pick after pick. So we've all experienced that. Junkertown, a very well-known poke map. Interesting will be if Malware does try to run some dive. It is possible. Dive technically does counter poke. If you can just set up from different angles, making sure to take as little poke as possible and all engage at the same time, get that team synergy down, you can pick off those squishy members in the backline of a poke comp. But no matter what, I think we're going to have a really close map, and I'm super excited to see these teams duke it out.
Especially for Junkertown. I mean, me personally, I will say with a lot of tank, before in these previous games between Malware and Dukes of Arrakis, we saw a lot of Orisa, a lot of Winston. Winston, maybe for Junkertown, if Malware really decided to go with that. If I had to guess, maybe Doomfist or Ramattra might be the two picks I would expect to see. Then again, this isn't exactly traditional Overwatch. I like to see over an OWCS and really hear either Rock Rumble. Experimental, if you're on the sides of Dukes of Arrakis, however, like we did see with King's Row. So if anything, it's really a mystery of what might happen now that we're switching off to a new map and mode.
Yeah, that was interesting that you were mentioning Doomfist. Doomfist with that dive does get a lot of value, but Junkertown, oftentimes we do see that Sigma, which is, of course, the pinnacle of poke comp. We see a lot of SIG on Circuit, Havana, and of course, Junkertown. So it'll be interesting to see if these teams start off on that kind of traditional poke comp, or do they approach it differently. But when you're running poke comp, it's oftentimes a battle of a DPS. Personally, I love playing poke maps. My hot take is I really like Circuit. I know I will absolutely be getting flamed for that because I love playing BAP, and of course that's a great pick on a map like Circuit. But here, as we move into the map and get a preview of what these teams are running, Dukes of Arrakis is going to offer that traditional poke comp with that SIG, BAP Zen, and we also see a Widow and a Tracer. Now, on the other hand, Malware, who is on attack, they are going for dive. And we see Tanic be on the Sombra, which is interesting. So Malware is going to have a lot of communication. The Sombra is going to be doing all of the scouting, identifying where that Widow is in particular. And they're going to be set up, waiting for the Genji and the Monkey to be set up, making sure they're 3-2-1ing and all diving at the same time.
Of course, for Malware, that's going to be Unga Bunga dive to go into it, especially with Gap yet again on the Winston. So now Dukes of Arrakis kind of facing a Winston wall all over again. Different map, different mode being Junkertown. We'll say they kind of predicted it earlier with King. Now on the Sigmas, we'll say Flux at certain points could be massive as an ulti to use, especially if you have major damage dealers like Altair and Bochi that can just stick it out with the Pulse Bomb and then Infrared Sight to go into that as well.
Malware here just gets this cart moving. Fairy getting a pick on the enemy Tracer. Well done there. Kiriko, of course, having so much DPS potential, especially when you hit your headshots. And now here we see the dive happening. Okay, for some reason, I'm not sure why the BAP Zen are playing over here near coast. That is very strange positioning from them, I will say. And so they kind of bait themselves into it. The members of Malware, they're pushing card, and they just very easily dive the backline of Dukes of Arrakis.
And an immediate pause coming into it. We just put things a little bit in perspective. We get things sorted out. I will say, though, with the way that everyone was staggered on top of each other, kind of fed a little bit into Chicken's Genji, who just one kill after the other, whether it be a deflect or whether it be the dash forward. So as you get things settled going into it, bit of an early lead into it from Malware in the push here.
Yeah, Malware showing the power of the dive comp into the poke comp. And then we saw from Dukes of Arrakis, we saw their support swapping from Zen to the Brig, trying to provide more brawl and peel potential, trying to counter that dive. Now we move into a pause here. And so giving these teams a little bit of time to think. It looks like Malware is going to be rewarded with the cap on point A, unless their SIG is able to spawn back in time to contest, but it will be close. And so all of the picks so far going the side of Malware. Great work by them. But Junkertown is a hard map to finish. We have point B, which is very infamously hard to push, especially when the enemy has all their snipers and poke characters set up on different angles. It can be very hard to walk into them. But Malware does have a dive comp, and so it can be easier to kind of avoid that poke and dive the squishies. As we move back into this map and unpause, Dukes of Arrakis is going to be able to get a recontest here.
And Dukes of Arrakis changing things out to kind of favor them for the Malware comp they're going against, especially with Gap on the Winston. And King and Altair clap back with one melee hit and, of course, one nade to hit on top of Chicken. And we'll say, though, Malware now making some interesting swaps, especially Chicken, of course, still sticking to the Genji, but it is, excuse me, I said corrected, Chicken now swapping over to the Widow, and Tanic on that Sombra, which could be a nightmare for backline if they're not careful enough to hear those footsteps.
Yeah, and Tanic B is ticking up to the EMP. It's going to really look to target that backline. And so I think Tanic B is probably just farming up this EMP, and that's what Malware is waiting for. They're just taking, trying to poke some damage, try to farm up some ultimates. But Dukes of Arrakis, now that they have moved over to the Brig, they have much more brawl and sustain potential, and they're playing a little bit more bunker style.
It is going to have to be Altair just standing on stairs. The shots, but this is a massive EMP to hit from Tanic B, and now Dukes of Arrakis down by 2. King of Mahir, of course, still have their ultis ready, but it is Gap going in with the jump to just stomp out Mahir and any hopes they had of staying alive in a second.
Okay, Wi-Fi actually pops the rally here and serves as the tank. But unfortunately, it is too little too late. They do force out the beat from Baz. So that is a very valuable ult, but unfortunately, they are not able to continue this defense on point A, and they do lose that point. Now, here are a couple staggers onto the BAP and the SIG, but members of Dukes of Arrakis will be back soon. Now, what's interesting is the Bochi has moved off of the Tracer and over to the Sojourn. They're going for full poke they really want, especially with this point, there's so much different high ground and angles you can take. They really want to run that double hit scan and try to poke out members of Malware. And we see members of Malware just getting this point moving and just honestly knowing that they don't need to set up top because they can get there very easily. And Tanic B just doing some scouting.
Of course, with Malware being as aggressive as can be, kind of forces Dukes of Arrakis to put everything in perspective and force them to really change their game plan majorly. Plenty of swaps on both sides, and definitely a far cry from what they started out with initially. They had a Zenyatta, and they also had a Widow, but it is going to be Bochi. Now, just a far cry from the Trace that we're used to seeing, and back onto Sojourn. Still able to secure one more kill on the board, and now Dukes of Arrakis hoping to push Malware all the way back into their respective building with Gap, trying to keep the gap closed between them.
Yeah, Tanic B, they're scouting the Sojourn, who seemed to be alone, but the rest of their team wasn't ready to dive with them. And now Fairy there pops the Kitsune, trying to swing the fight around. Mahir counters with that window, but poor Fairy dies immediately as there is a SIG on top of them. And so Dukes of Arrakis breathes a little bit of a sigh of relief. They do get some defense going and hold on to this point. Now, Fairy gave us a preview of the Ana, but decides against it and moves back over to the Kiriko. A lot of ults ticking up. There is a Flux and a High Noon on the side of Dukes of Arrakis, as well as a Primal from Gap.
Uh-oh. I was gonna say, he could have saved the Deadeye at least for that Flux combo, but instead both ultis going off at the same time, with Altair able to secure one against Baz, and another kill with Gap just flying through the air. Just chicken standing out in the open. That makes a third in a row, as now Dukes of Arrakis stop Malware in their tracks.
Okay, I will say, although I may not be a tank player, I don't love engaging with Primal because the enemy team can see you coming and it's a little too obvious and you won't get much value. I love Primal in the mid fight and later fight because the enemy team's members are low, people are distracted, they're just trying to survive. So that's often a great time to use Primal. And Gap has been so good throughout this series, using Primals in a lot of mid fights to swing it around, getting picks on members of Dukes of Arrakis who are low.
And low indeed. I mean, can't say that Bochi right now, who is able to survive a little longer, not able to catch out one, but it is going to be Chicken. Now the Dragon Blade on top, getting as aggressive as can be and losing some health, but finds one, finds another, with Bochi being the very unfortunate recipient of a nasty Dragon Blade. A well-timed one at that. Dukes of Arrakis now down by 2 DPS players. And looking into it, I believe chat in-game might be a little salty about the EMP that just happened, and Wi-Fi responding with a "who's bro talking to?" and a quick little sob on the side of that.
I am loving that match chat is on, loving the banter happening between these two teams. So with the EMP and the Blade from Malware, incredible, very powerful ult combo. It's basically an easy fight win. So great win there by Malware. They are rewarded with a point B cap. Now, they're just getting this payload moving. They do lose their Sombra, but not a big deal. She will come back fast. Dukes of Arrakis does have a lot of ults to work with, though. as long as they don't stagger.
That is the beat drop, and then the Kitsune rush to hit, but you're gonna have to contend against the Deadeye. But no, I say that, and Altair was just hacked. Tanikby knew exactly who to go for, what to go for, and just when, countering it as best as possible, and now allowing for Gap to close the gap just as quickly with the Primal Rage. It is gonna be a quick stun, put the chip damage in, and put the cards back on the table for Malware.
Wow, I feel like I was just talking about Gap's Primal, and he farmed another one so quickly. I love that Primal there, using that in the mid-fight, cleaning up the low members of Dukes of Arrakis, so definitely much higher value there. Dukes of Arrakis does have a window to work with, as well as getting close to an overclock and a flux. So those are some very powerful ults, so it's going to be hard for Malware to win out this fight. And Wi-Fi, interestingly, has moved over to the Mercy.
I mean, that Mercy pick, I'd say, you know, a little interesting with the way things were going with Lucio. I feel well, it could have worked a little better, but I guess in this situation, you have an easy revive, and then Valkyrie could come in conjunction at any point. So, you know, if it isn't broke, I wouldn't exactly say don't fix it, but if it works for Wi-Fi, hey, it works either way, as Bochi and King still have their ultis up just momentarily. Flux into Overclock could be just as dastardly to try and contend with, and against Malware, that might have to be the thing that they use, with Overclock catching out Baz in a dangerous fashion at that, almost able to put the shots in against Fairy, and now being forced to kind of slide back here with a pocket Mercy just in case. Altair, however, cleaning up on Chicken just as well, with Mahir coming in against Tanikby.
Easy fight win here by Malware, as they have the flux to have the health of the members of Malware, and it is tough for Malware to win because they just didn't have any ultimates in the bank. I actually really like that swap over to Mercy coming out from Wi-Fi. Mercy, of course, is such a great pocket character, and when you have a final point like Junkertown and you're running a poke comp, you could pocket everyone on the team. We just saw Wi-Fi flying around, healing up the members of his team, damage boosting as well, and so a lot of value there. It also allows your hit scan to take more aggressive and riskier angles. And so, especially in that last fight, we saw, you know, the DPS players playing different angles with that Mercy pocket, and Malware trying to dive the enemy cast, but just couldn't with that Mercy pocket by his side. So, Dukes of Arrakis is able to hold on to point C, only allowing Malware to cap 2 points. Now, we are going to move over to Dukes of Arrakis's offense. And now Malware is actually running the traditional poke comp with the Zen Bap and Widow Hanzo.
Of course, we love to see a little bit of poking with Baz coming in at the Baptiste. Immortality Field could be just as huge. And then Amplification Matrix from key players, say like Tanikby and Fairy, both on major poke time. I mean, would be sick to see some good headshots, especially coming in from a resident Zenyatta being Fairy. But on the side of Dukes of Arrakis, you have to really ask the question of how insane would it be to just see Altair and King pop out, you know, just Junkrat and Monga try and contend against Chicken. No! Altair, I say that we lose our Junkrat almost immediately off rip, using the mine to jump out, and just as quickly goes down, forced to swap on the side of Dukes of Arrakis.
Well, Dukes of Arrakis definitely coming out on an absolute troll comp, rolling out on the junk as well as Malga, but we love it. These teams are having so much fun. There's been so much great banter in chat. They do swap over to the traditional comp, almost a mere poke comp, except for Ashe instead of Hanzo. I do love the Ashe. I will say, Hitscan on my team loves playing Ashe. And so Ashe just has so much damage potential, especially with the dynamite. Being able to constantly hit those dynamites is really tough for the enemy team. You have to wait and heal up and try to avoid dying to that poke. And we see the power of that dynamite already pushing back the members of Malware.
It is good burn damage, good crowd control, really, if you squint, and it could allow your teammates to just come in and clean up with that extra damage, secure some extra kills on that side, and Bochi was able to finish that out for one more, take out Immortality Field, and snap over to find Baz as well.
Wow, quick fight win there from Dukes of Arrakis. All right, Bochi, where has this Ashe been all match? Getting so much value, hitting every dynamite, making the members of Malware so low and having to back up, farming up a Bob immediately on this retake, which does such a great job of zoning.
Good zoning pressure at that, coming in from Gap now. Sigma, so we're Winston for now, but Flux is still just as powerful in place of Primal Rage. He can't exactly, I mean, sure, not exactly that much mobility. Now having to contend against Bob here, just gets stuck in the corner. For Tanic B, they're able to counter just as good, and Wi-Fi with the poke damage, and I say that Chicken putting an end to any semblance of Zenyatta, and the Flux to really put things into perspective with Dukes of Arrakis taking lead.
Picks going both ways. Chicken there with a pick, but unfortunately King is able to get that Flux early and is able to just kind of delete the members of Malware. So Dukes of Arrakis kind of rolling here, only invest the Bob and the Flux, and they're rewarded with 4 minutes to push this point.
4 minutes, all that really decide between good team fight and able to cap out at least 3-2 and really put it into a tie game potential between Dukes of Arrakis and Malware. But I think in this situation, Malware doing everything in their power, especially on poke composition from high ground, to try and contend against this Mahir. Of course, an all-tie year with the headshot damage, snuffling out Tanic B and Fairy on top of that. And where there is one Flux, there is another just later on down the road with Gap answering with one on their own. The poke damage from long distance against the Widow.
Yeah, Gap looking around, it looks like Malware is feeling kind of scrambling right now. Looking down, seeing the members of Dukes of Arrakis just getting the payload, continuing moving. But luckily, Malware shows up. They do pick off members of Dukes of Arrakis, and they breathe a sigh of relief as they stop this payload from moving. As Dukes of Arrakis was doing so much work. Ults coming out from both sides. There is a window to work with from Dukes of Arrakis, and Bochi will probably be farming up a Bob pretty soon. Chicken is probably going to start this fight off for sites, just so Dukes of Arrakis can do some stalling and some scouting.
And we'll say Chicken with the infrared action active, and of course trying to go for the ping just overhead. We'll have to stay down below and miss a couple shots here. That's totally fine. It could rotate over, and now Bash should have amplification matrix up just momentarily. Chicken now being forced downstairs and taking a good chunk of damage from Wi-Fi before Tanifi was able to counter in the amplification matrix on top. Like I did mention earlier, you have a few players at critical for Bash trying to stay alive in the immortality field and get at least a little bit of extra damage to go on top of that.
Great fight win here by Malware, and super important. They really need to stop this payload from moving before it gets capped. And investing just sites as well as a window there. Now, Dukes coming up on almost a full alt bank, Wi-Fi only 45% to the trans. But they are going to be looking to, making sure to take as little poke as possible as they take this rotation, trying to take this high ground away from members of Malware.
For Malware right now, still sticking to their guns, staying alive, as now Dukes of Arrakis kind of pushed back, but you're saying earlier it is going to be Bob. It's going to be the ultimate counter down below, but upstairs, Gap now having to try and chow everything and everyone out under the sun here with big defensive capabilities on their side. It shouldn't really be that much to worry about as down below, trying to find the shots on Bochi, and with the Zenyatta orb in hand, I mean, healing, it's there, but now with the rest of your team, I mean, just can be scarce when it comes to damage.
Oh, they're being stuck in a hallway with a dragon is so tough, but kudos to Dukes of Arrakis to not dying to that. But unfortunately, it does force King to push out. He isn't able to back up because of that zoning dragon, and he pushes up into all of the waiting members of Malware. So really great, well done there by Tanic B. Great ult usage. And now Dukes of Arrakis, they only have 40 seconds left to cap this point. This is going to be last fight territory, and they've expended almost all of their ults. They only have a trance to work with, which is going to be needed to counter the enemy Flux.
And not only counter the enemy Flux, but where there's one trance, there would be another. And at the same note, there'll also be infravision on top of that. I mean, sure, gives you plenty of vision at that. It would put Malware in the upper hand advantage. And mentioning with the Flux, it is going to hit, at least on the King, but just in time. Mahir couldn't have popped out with a better immortality field to save everybody involved, as well as a trance, not able to catch Altair and King and save them a little bit of trouble and health. But it is, however, going to put Malware in a top position to put them at 3-1.
Poor Wi-Fi respawning as fast as he can, coming back with the trans, but it's too little too late. Unfortunately, not able to save his Sig or the rest of his team. Chicken there did so much work on the Widow, getting pick after pick after pick, which is just, that's the thing when you're running a poke map. You're really depending on the DPS diff. You're depending on your DPS to get the picks onto the enemy squishies, and Chicken really showed up and carried his team here on this map. Dukes of Arrakis was able to get a first quick fight win as well as point gap on point A, but it was a Junkertown moment. They had about 4.5 minutes to cap point B, but just were not able to. Into the waiting arms of Malware snipers. Now, congratulations, Malware, winning this semifinal match. They will be moving on to the grand finals. But before that, they will have a break. We have one more semifinal match coming up.
Should be just momentarily going over this game, though. I will say that it was interesting seeing Malware switch from the dive that they had going into pushing payload and then straight into defense with the poke composition, which was all snipers abound. Chicken really causing everybody trouble, and even with the Zenyatta trance, there were plenty of picks here and there coming in from the Widow. Like you were mentioning earlier, it's always such an annoyance to try and contend against a Widow on Water Tower, and I do remember, and of course I didn't want to mention it, just the one Junker, troll pick going into it, and then Junkrat pops up, just as easily goes down to Chicken.
Yeah, Chicken was ready for that, and Chicken really showed up on this last map. But honestly, throughout this map, huge shout out to the whole team. Gap especially showing so much flexibility on the tank and really being able to getting so much value on those primals, so much disruption, and able to clutch out team fights. So really well played by Malware. Incredible job, really building up that team synergy over the course of the weekend. And of course, we got to see Clash, our new map mode. We also get to see Venture played by both sides. So I love that these teams are experimenting and trying out different heroes, different comps, as well as our new hero Venture.
Of course, I believe we are going to be taking it to bracket before we head to a little break here to give everybody a view of how these games have been going on throughout Rock Rumble. And now our most recent game, Malware able to take things over Dukes of Arrakis to put them in grand finals. 3-1 finishing things out on Junkertown. And looking over our other bracket plays, including some exciting action that happened earlier with Starlighters went down to S.E.E.S. And that, I believe, that's going to be our next game after that, with S.E.E.S. against the Shogunate to determine who's going to be facing Malware later on today.
Okay, what was interesting about that bracket was Malware and Dukes of Arrakis had a hard road here. There were some map 4s and map 5s in their quarter and in round of 16, as well as quarterfinal matches. But on the other side of the bracket, the semifinal match, both teams only had 3 O's. They breezed through the playoff bracket. So I'm hoping for a good match. We'll be watching that one next. So I think they will be getting finally put to the test, and whichever team comes out on top, Malware's looking good, so they do have their work cut out for them.
Of course, we'd like to thank everyone for tuning into these first couple of games, especially as exciting as Malware and Dukes of Arrakis was, but we'll be moving on, and please stick with us. We'll be back with BPL Rock Rumble shortly.
All right, welcome back everyone to BPL's Rock Rumble. It's time for semifinal number 2 right here. S.E.E.S versus the Shogunate here. Winner goes on to play Malware in the grand finals. My name is Dextron. That is Spaffles. Spaffles, man. How are you doing today?
Hey, doing good. How are you?
I am doing just great, and we have ourselves a great series on our hands here. I mean, I'm looking at these two teams' history. We have a little bit of history between them, as you talked about, but so far, both these two teams in the bracket rounds have got a perfect 6-0 on their maps.
Yep, exactly. Both teams have come in with a vengeance. Now, Shogunate looking a bit more confident, though, on a really big hot streak, as even in the Swiss stage, they haven't dropped any series, including the one that they actually faced off against S.E.E.S themselves. So looking really forward to that run back, and especially since we've got a little bit of a friendly rivalry going on. For those of you that weren't there yesterday, when the Shogunate won their match victoriously over Chad Is This Real, we had them come on for an interview, and they actually called out S.E.E.S, saying that they would be an easy match, and it's not really too much to look out for. What are your thoughts going in?
I mean, you love seeing that little type of, like you said, a friendly rivalry right there. You did bring up the fact that they did play each other in the Swiss stage, where it was a 3-map series when it was a best of 2 right there. Or best of 3, my bad. But when you look at it, I mean, the Shogunate really did look like on the maps they won, they were just the better team compared to S.E.E.S here. But, you know, getting into the bracket now, both these teams undefeated. And really, when I'm looking at them, not necessarily any close maps for S.E.E.S, but for Shogunate, I mean, they've had 1, 2, 3 close maps here. So, I mean, maybe you look at it as, you know, those closer maps, maybe bring out a little bit more in a team, so maybe they're firing on all cylinders. But the S.E.E.S, again, perfect 6-0, really maybe only one map that you would say was close. Maybe they're coming in this one cool, calm, and collective.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, both of these teams, this is the number 2 and the number 3 seed in the tournament. This is going to be the one of the closest ones we're going to see so far. And just by merit alone, seeing these two teams pop off over the last couple of days, I'm sure both of them are coming in full of confidence and ready to prove their worth.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at the rosters here, and I'm noticing so many names from BPL, Tranquility, CGL. I mean, everyone on these two teams has such just great names on them here. Like, I look at Mara, I look at Swifters, S.E.E.S, Crowbar, Cypher, Shoreline, Pie, Crow. I mean, there's names I haven't necessarily said there. Silver Towels, a great player. Moon Bunny, a great player. These are two very, very stacked teams.
Yeah, exactly. And also another quirk with the tournament that we're going to be spectating is all of the players, all of your subs, they do have to play at least once during each series. That's going to make sure that all the teams, they do get to shuffle around quite a bit, and we are going to see all of those brilliant names like you just mentioned. We're going to see them all have their time in the limelight.
Yeah, absolutely. But Baffles here, it does look like we're going to be heading to Nepal here first. What do you normally expect to see here on this map?
Yeah, well, Nepal is one of those control maps that varies a lot from point to point. Seeing as we're heading over to the village for our first map, it is going to be a little bit more probably brawl slash rush heavy as we've seen so far in the tournaments. We've seen a lot of Orisa, we've seen a lot of Tracer getting played, and a lot of Venture, surprisingly, or not, as this is the tournament being held in their namesake. It is going to be pretty interesting in seeing how they're able to pilot it. Crow yesterday, I do want to point out, I want to highlight, I cannot sing their praises loud enough. Crow was an absolute hallmark, and seeing those plays, seeing the 3Ks, the 4Ks, the massive opportunities that they're able to open up for the team, though that is brilliant and something to look out for.
Absolutely, but both teams taking the fight here at the high ground. You still have to deal with a lot of this Orisa pressure right here, and really, Shogunate, the only team bringing out that new character Venture right there, but they're going to lose Shoreline Pie, but Crow going to immediately take care of S.E.E.S right there, and there goes the speed ability now here for S.E.E.S, and Shogunate trying to just find that momentum just to get anything going the way, but with Crow falling there, both their TPS down, it's going to force a back out, and oh, Crowbar not able to escape.
Yep, S.E.E.S flipping the script there, making sure that Shogunate are not able to find their way in, and making sure that they are completely shut out from the first cap. Now, S.E.E.S looking pretty confident, looking pretty aggressive forward as they're going to be taking the high ground position, waiting for the Shogunate to return. Looking forward to this next fight.
Yeah, and the Shogunate just have to try something here to find anything. That's not the start you want to do. Actually, it's the same start we saw in fight number 1. Shoreline Pie falling down again, and you just see the Shogun here just fall straight back. Crow, though, finding Swifters, but it's not necessarily going to do a lot here.
Yep, there you go. You just have it happening again. I'm feeling deja vu almost. You see Shoreline Pie getting picked off pretty early into the fight, but then you follow that up by a really nice pick by Crow, and now we're heading in with more of an even stance as the fight is being brought onto the point itself.
Yeah, and the Shogun here just trying to find anything they can, just any little opening. Considering it's coming out here from Silver, just trying to split the difference. The beak being invested here by Moon Bunny, but Marduk's going to throw in that Coalescence just to kind of slow them down here. And still no one falling for either side just yet. Silvertall's getting very low. Terror Surge coming out, and there's everything you're looking for. 3 kills going the way of S.E.E.S, make it 4, and there's the 5th one for a team kill.
There you go. What a wombo combo. The Terror Surge, combine that with the Pulse Bomb and then the Coalescence to keep everyone nice and topped up on top of that. Brilliant plays from S.E.E.S, and Shogunate themselves, they find themselves victims, even though they did end up using both the Kitsune Rush and the Beat to try and sustain themselves, try to keep themselves alive, and try to aggress onto the point. So now we're looking at a pretty dangerous situation here. 70% of the point going towards the way of S.E.E.S. Things are about to pop off.
Oh. But this is now a third fight already. Just this one point where the Shogunate had just lost members early. Now they have to just try to fall back, but they're losing more and more. And I don't know if they're going to be able to get a touch here, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a really difficult position to watch them be in. They have 3 ultimates, 2 and a bit, ready to go for the next fight. They just need to get a touch, and it looks like Moon Bunny is going to be the one to make it happen. Silvertall's with an opening pick, but Hyper shuts down the touch as soon as it came through.
Beat though coming out from S.E.E.S. Mardox will find Shoreline Pie right there, but you do see Crow get the touch there on point. They have their ultimate on right now, gonna be able to find one. Terror Surge coming out here from Crowbar, trying to find anything they can. They will find Hut in there, but now still S.E.E.S on the point, trying to control it. Crowbar getting pushed off, the touch still coming out there, but Swifters will find them right there. Now they're trying to deal with this pesky tracer of Shoreline Pie. Moon Bunny falls as well, and Shoreline Pie not gonna be able to get touched there. S.E.E.S will take the first point here in Nepal.
Yep, absolutely wonderful play from S.E.E.S. They came ready. They knew exactly what they needed to do. You cannot let the Shogunate get on top of that point. And S.E.E.S, they understood the mission. They went for what they identified as the weak link. They targeted Shoreline Pie almost every single fight, getting picked at the beginning, and then follow that up with a pretty, bog standard cleanup after that. Saw them lead with success for most of that round. Now, it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing too many composition swaps in between the rounds themselves, as Mardox is going to be keeping the Moira, as well as we're going to see both of the DPS going to go Symmetra to TP out of spawn, make sure that they get there at the same time.
Yeah, and I'll give the Shogunate their credit for playing Venture, but you kind of saw the difference in the 2 teams there with Hutton able to find so much value with that Sojourn over the Venture.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Tracer just provides so much value that it's a little hard to deal without them, and then Sojourn as well is just a staple pick at the moment, that having them be your bread and butter is a pretty standard place to be in.
And speak of the devil, they will appear. Hudson getting the first kill right there under Silvertails, and now Shogunate gonna be losing their Sojourn and Venture out as well. And it's just gonna be another quick team right here, and a great opening for S.E.E.S.
Yep, exactly. And it's almost making you wonder if the Shogunate and Crow is going to succumb to the dark side. You can fight the meta, but you will bend over to it. But it does look like instead it's going to be Silvertall's who's the one who makes a change, making the swap over from Kiriko to Moira, getting a little bit of that extra sustain, losing a little bit of damage potential, but making up for it in spades with the strength of the Coalescence as well as the healing over time.
Yeah, absolutely. The healing output, in my opinion, for Moira is a little bit better than the Kiriko here, but you already see Crowbar getting incredibly low with the Shoreline opening up, the killing here onto Hudson. Now you see a follow-up here from the Shogunate here. They're so low on so many members right there. S.E.E.S going to be able to get themselves away from the danger. Hyper, though, might not be able to say the same thing as everyone focuses on them. Now it's on to S.E.E.S, Swifters as well, and finally the Shogunate going to be able to cap the point here.
Yep, there you go. That's what you like to see. Shoreline Pie finally woke up, and now we see them take away 4 eliminations, 4 final blows on that point, really making sure that Shogunate have found their position, their seating again. Now, it seems, though, coming into the next fight, they do have a lot of ultimates at their expenditure, but if Shogunate are able to drag this out as long as they would like to, they're going to be able to return with some of their own.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, they're not going to have a Coalescence this fight for S.E.E.S, so at this point, you might just try to back out. And for some of them, the quickest way to back out is just to be backing out to the spawn. Swifters going to be able to keep themselves alive here, but eventually they'll just decide, I don't really want to be here anymore, and then go join their team and spawn.
Yep, exactly. Just a little bit of a tactical reset. We actually did not see any ultimates suspended for both teams, as Shoreline Pie was able to get a pretty quick kill onto Silvertal's, onto Marduk's, shutting down their push way before it started. Now, heading into this next fight, we're going to have 5 ultimates on 5 ultimates. This is going to be a queue party.
And I imagine I know which ones are going to be starting it off here. I would be waiting for the Coalescence there, and Marduk's going to be the one using it now. Those Swifters going to be able to find one with the Pulse Bomb. Silvertails responding with a Coalescence of their own. Terror Surge from Hyper, not necessarily going to be able to find anyone as a Shogunate here. Still finding what they need to hold on at this point, but now they're down both their DPS here. How much longer are they going to be able to kind of sustain here? Silvertails very low. Hudson will find them there. Down goes Crowbar as well, and Moon Bunny, the only one left alive, just going to stagger out this point for a little bit longer.
Yep, exactly. Now, if you are the Shogunate, you are incredibly happy with the way that fight went, even though you were the ultimate losers, because 78% of the point making its way over to you, that is a very, very strong position to have if you're able to win a fight and bring it back, bringing it close to one fight territory. Now, they also do have a pretty strong set of ultimates ready for them as well. They do have the Terror Surge still in the back pocket compared to S.E.E.S not having it. Otherwise, their ults are pretty much mirrored perfectly.
Yeah, you see both these Soldierns looking for the opening pick right there. Crowbar, they're going to invest the Terror Surge right there, not find anything, but now here comes the overclock. One member down, they lose Hyper. That's not who you want to see. Both teams investing the beats here, just trying to sustain them through this one, but the sustain is there for the Shogunate and not there for S.E.E.S. It looks like they're going to be able to retake the point.
Yep, excellent play. Just like we called out before, that is the kind of advantage that just having one more button to press gives you. Even though the Terror Surge ultimately did not find any kills, the amount of pressure that it laid out was excellent. And even though Shoreline Pie was getting tossed and turned around, that aim was unshakable. Seeing the overclock connect time and time and time again, brilliant play all around.
And now, I mean, really, Swifters will be able to build to a Pulse Bomb. This fight, it needs to be something that opens it up. It buys the time for Hyper and Marduk's here to get their ultimates, help them out here. Overtime has commenced right now. Crow going to be able to use that dash to get themselves out of a sticky situation, but they just throw themselves right back onto a bomb there. Crow finds the opening. Hudson there will take care of Shoreline Pie. Terror Surge coming out there from Hyper, not going to be able to find anyone, but will force Shogunate here to use their Coalescence. Silvertails just trying to heal and damage whatever they can, being pressured out here a little bit, but Moon Bunny will find S.E.E.S right there. Shogunate still holding on to the point here, and actually no, it was S.E.E.S actually gonna be able to retake the point right now. Silvertails will fall. I got confused there for a moment, but now, I mean, the fight is still going on here.
Yeah, I mean, the fight is still going on. It hasn't quite concluded just yet, and we're going to be seeing if there are any staggered kills that come out. 92, 93, 94%. S.E.E.S are getting so close to closing this map out, and the point on top of that. Now, Beat does come out early for the Shogunate as they are looking to engage.
They're engaging right now. Crowbar very low, not gonna be able to build up to that Terror Surge right now, but Crow does have their ultimate ready to go. They immediately find one, find two. Can they find a third? Swifters putting in the work here, helping their team. The Pulse Bomb gonna come out from them. Not gonna be able to find anything this time around. Crow just digging down, trying to keep themselves alive here. They do have Moon Bunny right there to help with the stall, and Crowbar making the swap over to the ball as well here. Beat from S.E.E.S came out right there. Now it's gone away. Hyper though will find Moon Bunny right there and finds Crow before they're able to burrow themselves into the ground. Crowbar gonna just try swinging around for a little bit. Shoreline Pie right there to make sure they get a touch as well, but Crowbar falls. That overtime wick almost dissipates, but you do see the touch there from Shoreline Pie. Silvertails falls as well, and S.E.E.S will take our first map of the night.
Yep, there you go. They were just neck and neck. I felt like the entire second point especially, you could not tell who was going to win. All the ultimates coming out, all the plays, all the picks, it was just mirrored perfectly. This is what peak Overwatch looks like, and we're going to be seeing even more peak with this play of the game from Hyper.
And it was that great combo there, getting rid of Crowbar, also finding Shoreline Pie and Silvertails and Moon Bunny there at the end. I mean, it was the one team kill we saw there on their first point. I mean, honestly, S.E.E.S looked like they had everything in their control on that first part. The Shogunate, though, and that second point started to open it up a little bit, but just maybe that beat coming out too early in the initial start of that final fight maybe kind of hurt them a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, looking at the final fight, right, or even dialing it back a little bit to when Shogunate still had control of the point, they had it capped, it was 99%, they were just a little bit too far behind in terms of their ultimate gain, which gave S.E.E.S the advantage, and in the last full 5-on-5 team fight, S.E.E.S just had 2 more ultimates, and expending that advantage, being able to use it professionally, they did close Shogunate out of that point. Looking forward to seeing how things will go after a little bit of a mental reset, as it looks like we're going to be going over to our next map very soon, taking it away.
Yeah, but I mean, we talked about coming in this one here, a little bit of a friendly rivalry between these two teams. People, members from the Shogunate did say, like, oh, this is going to be an easy game. I think S.E.E.S heard that, and they immediately take the first map here. And when you look back in the entire history of this is the Shogunate's second map loss of this entire tournament. Their other map loss was to S.E.E.S in the last game of the S.E.E.S stage, or Rumbles, or the S.E.E.S stage there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, is this the S.E.E.S team knows how to kind of maybe push the buttons and disrupt what the Shogunate want to do here, but I mean the Shogunate now have to respond.
Yep, so now heading into hybrid, the ball is in Shogunate's court. They have a pretty solid history on hybrid overall so far. However, that one map that you did mention that they did lose in the S.E.E.S stage was to S.E.E.S, and it was
the hybrid map.
Or sorry, no, it was on a push rather.
Oh.
Map order got mixed up a little bit. But anyways, so yeah, they haven't really dropped a hybrid map yet, but neither has S.E.E.S. So coming into this pretty strong, gonna be interested in seeing what kind of map they decide to take us into. As we've seen Shogunate, they have had history, they've had success, though barely, on Eichenwald and King's Row, and it does look like they're gonna be taking us over to King's.
Yeah, not necessarily a shock. I mean, if King's Row is in the map pool, I feel like he gets picked 95% of the time. But and they're also, I mean, Shogunate was the only team of these two that showed us the venture there, so it's also just a safe map to kind of do that. Come out with a new hero, you can always make the swap there. But we kind of talked about in between point 1 and point 2 there in Nepal, just having that tracer for S.E.E.S really did help them out a little bit compared to the venture.
Yeah, exactly, and we're seeing that sort of the ability to play Tracer gives your team such a massive advantage. Those 3 blinks, the amount of repositioning that you can have with them, as well as the recall, just that amount of risk mitigation. Just Tracer just does it all, and she does it in spades. So it's going to be interested in seeing how they decide to respond, seeing as though they haven't really run a Tracer yet so far in the tournament.
Yeah, and remember one thing you brought up here, we're going to be seeing subs come in and out throughout this entire series here. Looks like Mara's coming in here for S.E.E.S, and on Shogunate, it looks like Cypher and Skips have came in.
Yeah, so I'm going to be interested in seeing how they decide to switch things up. It looks like S.E.E.S are going to be going with a pretty bog standard composition, as it does not seem to be any different, really, from their time on Nepal, except for the substitution of Moira for the Kirika.
Nice javelin throw there by Hyper early. I believe it landed on the silver tiles right there. But, I mean, I like what I see what teams do here on this first point now. They allow teams to come through the choke point and really fight them here. But Shogunate try and just cap a tick here. But you do see the engage there from Hyper getting a little bit too far there. Mara going to be able to be the one paying the price for it. Shoreline Pie, with that one game more up there, is now just on fire. Has that accuracy down to a T. And it looks like the Shogunate will be able to get a tick here. And they find S.E.E.S. They might just be getting the first point here.
Yeah, and looking at that, pretty clean opening to the fight, we saw Shoreline Pie take out his opposition with the railgun shot, and then after that it was pretty irrecoverable, as having that man-up advantage, especially when the Shogunate spawn is so close to the point compared to S.E.E.S. That was just a sort of reset, take your losses where you can, and we'll bring it back to the next fight. Now it looks like S.E.E.S, though, are still trying to find their footing, coming back again. We do see that, yeah, Mara is on the venture, as you mentioned before, looking at kind of a way to counter this instead of having just the bog standard Tracer.
Yeah, and both teams, I mean, over to the venture now, but I think the biggest difference in these two teams is, I mean, you can see it on the screen. It's the tank here.
Yep.
I mean, Shogun have the Sigma here, and the Amage is coming out as well, but Mara gonna pop something right there, get rid of that immortality field. The Flux gets canceled out by a nice javelin throw there by Hyper. Kills, though, being traded back and forth. The Shogunate on top, though, even through a couple incredible plays there by S.E.E.S. Everything's just gonna be taken away by Cypher, who has 3, about to make it 4.
Yep, I mean, Cypher was an excellent Flux, but Hyper just had their number. That spear just came out of what felt like nowhere, making sure to connect. That was an excellent play. Now it's like Shogunate are going to be able to not only bring it around the second corner, but potentially the third and fourth, as it looks like things are going pretty direly for S.E.E.S. Now 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. They do have a lot of space, a lot of room to stall this out further. They're going to be interested in seeing how things develop as we approach the second point.
Yeah, you mean see Crow try to take that fight up there to Hudson, not going to be able to really do anything, but the beat coming out here from Skips and the overclock as well. Shoreline Pie looking to find anyone they can right now. Crow, though, rotating back to be safe with their team, but they're not going to have their tank here as well, and the Shogunate here gonna have to try just to back out of this one safely. Crow, though, might not be able to escape, but is going to be able to just by the skin of their teeth.
Yep, exactly. And there you go. That is that momentum stopper that S.E.E.S really needed. And running off the back of Mara and S.E.E.S with the stagger kills, that is going to additionally burn more time. They have a lot of time to make up for after what was a pretty swift dismantling of their defense on the first point.
Yeah, and I mean, you see Hyper come back out here on the Sigma. I think doing the mirror here is the right thing. I think the Sigma's a little bit more mobile than what the Orisa is. Yeah. Maybe not as survivable as the Orisa, but still the mobility does help you out here. Now the overclock coming out here from Hudson will find nothing as Shoreline Pie shuts them down. Croso holding on to their ultimate right here, not finding anyone yet, and it's gonna be yet another team win here for S.E.E.S, and it looks like they're finally starting to get a little bit of an edge here in this map.
Yeah, that was an incredibly ambitious overclock from Hudson, going up around the bar and trying to get an angle on the behind. Even though they were not able to get any direct kills translated from it, the rest of their team just knew exactly what was going on, how to execute on it. And while the Shogunate were turning around trying to deal with the Sojourn ulting in the backline, the rest of the team were just able to clean up pretty professionally. So now going into the next fight, we do have 3 ultimates ready for S.E.E.S versus just 1 to 2 for the Shogunate. I'm going to be interested in seeing how they try to make up for this ultimate deficit, or if they try to take a losing fight to push things further.
Already 2 of those ultimates being used here for S.E.E.S. Crows get shut down almost immediately. Cypher now using the Flux right here, looking like they're going to be able to capture some, but the Immortality field there for Marduk's going to be able to keep most of them alive. Hyper does have their Flux ready to go here. Gonna be using it. It looks like they actually whiffed on it there. That might be a little bit of a costly mistake, especially losing Marduk's. And now you see them backing up Hyper, just trying to keep themselves alive, but they're not going to be able to as the pressure from Cypher takes them out. And the Shogunate here will be easily able to cap point B.
Yep, just seeing the speed that Shogunate was able to activate. They saw the red in the kill feed and they said red means go, and they all went in. Even though S.E.E.S had already activated the window and the extra ultimates there, they were just ready and, you know, pretty energetic about taking advantage of that advantage that they developed for themselves. Now rounding the next corner though, it looks like things are about to pop off really quickly.
I was gonna say S.E.E.S getting maybe a little bit too over aggressive right there, but Hyper coming in to save them there. But now the overclock coming out here from Shoreline Pie, the beat from S.E.E.S gonna try to keep everyone alive through this. Mara getting off the Venture, going over to the main now, just try to section some people off, give their team a little bit of advantage. Skips also used their beat in that fight, but both beats have come and gone. Each team still looking for their first fight here as the Shogunate just continues to push that carpet, losing Shoreline Pie, and now Crow's just dashing back out. You see the Shogunate here just backing up. A smart move by them, but it looks like they're gonna lose some more members here.
Yeah, exactly. That Sigma suffers so much, especially when it does come to retreating, not being able to pull the shield back with you while you're going. It's just going to take a lot of damage, and then Hyper's Rock was able to completely shut down Cypher, making sure that they did get the nice stagger kill. Now 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. There is still a bunch of time on the clock for Shogunate. There is not really a cause for concern, as it does look like though they're going to be taking the fight pretty early.
And Crow dashes in right there, gonna be able to get themselves out, but Amar throws that Blizzard out, finds Cypher, but you're starting to see the kills go S.E.E.S way right there. Cypher will eventually fall. Hudson finds Crow, and that's just another about 30 seconds gonna be ticked off the clock here, man.
Yeah, there you go. Those are the cracks that are starting to show in the Shogunate's armor. They were feeling very confident off of first point, getting a little bit slower, but still making good progress on second, and then on third, just completely stumped around this corner, and they're just losing more and more time, though they are building ultimates. It's just not at the same pace that S.E.E.S is using.
What are these two players doing right now? They're gonna have to use both their ultimate just to get out alive there. The beat though will land on everyone. Hudson finds one. Can they find a second one? No, they're not gonna be able to. A Shoreline Pie shuts them down, but 90 seconds left on the clock here. The Shogunate do see their opening.
Yep, exactly. The spawn hold is ambitious, but when it goes wrong, oh boy, does it go wrong. Is the big Graviton Flux from Cypher. Gonna find 3, but no kills converted from it just yet.
Not yet, but Crow will find S.E.E.S with their Tectonic Shock right there. Going to be able to accretion Hyper out of it, but Marduk's and Hudson going to be able to find 2 kills right there. Hudson finding another kill, but Marduk's falls as well. Now it's all up to Hudson, but 3v1 is not a favorable fight for them.
Yep, exactly. Now Shogunate making progress yet again for the first time in a couple minutes. They are down to 50 seconds remaining. This is exactly the position that S.E.E.S wants to be in as the defending team. Even if Shogunate do manage to cap this, they will be guaranteed an overtime should things go to a 3-3 situation.
Hyper holding on to that flux right here, has to use that grass to keep themselves alive, but Marduk's falls here, the beat coming out from S.E.E.S, but it doesn't matter, that flux is null and void as most of S.E.E.S is. The blizzard coming out, you see S.E.E.S right there, not going to be able to find anyone. Oh, they just barely missed Shoreline Pie there with the boop. Will anyone be able to get out? No. Shogunate finished King's Row with 24 seconds on the clock.
Yep, there you go, heading into that last bend, capping second point with about like 4-ish minutes remaining, and then getting that dragged down all the way to just 20 seconds. I bet you could feel the sweat dripping off of Shogunate's foreheads, because that was really, really close. Now, there were a couple of key plays there that did happen. Again, Shoreline Pie, they're really feeling it this series. They're getting that overclock, sliding in, finding those railgun headshots, especially shutting down the Sigma, who found a flux onto, I believe, 2 or 3 members. That was just excellent play.
Yeah, absolutely there. I mean, there was a couple points that round where I really thought S.E.E.S had kind of figured out the Shogunate there and had slowed them down a significant amount, but I mean, it was just time. Time was on their side there. Yeah, 24 seconds, maybe not what the Shogunate really wanted from that, but still, that's a pretty good time bank here for King's Row.
Yup, exactly. And now leading in here for the Shogunate's defense, it does look like they're not going to be really making any alterations. We are seeing the Baptiste again, right? Baptiste, he's not really, I wouldn't call him a favorite in this current meta. A lot of teams are opting in for the Kiri or the Moira instead. But, you know, seeing the Baptiste, seeing that lamp especially, and the kind of resource play that happens around there, it adds an interesting dynamic. Now, we are going to see Hudson opening up on the Widowmaker, trying to see if there are any picks, any Violet plays, any Baptistes who just take to the sky for a little bit too long.
Cypher decides to say, no Widow plays.
Yeah, well, shutting that down pretty quick. That is, you know, the correct play to do, right? And Hudson making the swap over to Sojourn now, back on the stable hero. They're going to be making a pretty quick rush towards the point, trying to recreate what Shogunate did so well the first time.
Look at Crow, though, already 56% to their ultimate right here, just through that one little push from S.E.E.S so far. They might be able to get this ultimate before anyone else is really even close to theirs. Cypher already getting rid of that immortality field. S.E.E.S just trying to find whatever opening they can right now. But that nice accretion there from Cypher going to slow down Hyper for a moment. Shoreline Pie, though, finding the first kill yet again. And now Crow going to have that ultimate ready to go. And I mean, if you want to ego someone, I would just use that ultimate right now.
Yeah, exactly, though. They're making the educated play, going to hold on to it just for a little bit longer, make sure that there aren't any, you know, there isn't any tomfoolery going about. Yeah, losing out on like a potential extra kill or the ego battle, like you said, that is going to sting a little bit, but Shogunate, they're making the plays that will win them in the long run. Now, 2 minutes and 45 seconds left, and S.E.E.S are starting to build towards their ultimates now. Marduk's getting really, really close to that window is going to be a massive advantage if they're able to build it before Silvertails is going to be able to.
Crow gets caught out right there, forcing them to fall back, but now that damage coming out here from Marduk's will force Shogunate here to fall back, but there goes one, there goes the immortality field, but Mara going to be able to find them right there, canceling out that tectonic shock, and now they find Cypher as well. Those right clicks, they can be deadly right there. S.E.E.S finds Shoreline Pie, and Kip's not a good spot right there.
Yeah, I mean, that was an excellent play. Like I mentioned before, the window, being able to use it really fast, really effectively, as well as combining that with May's Ice Wall, that is just a deadly combination, and Shogunate weren't really able to maneuver around it as they don't really have that mobility that they would need to do.
Ice Wall coming out there for Marge, trying to help their team with this damage, and not going to be able to do just that as Cypher finds Hyper, and now everyone for S.E.E.S is just playing back behind Arches right here, and Shogunate in a really, really good spot.
Yep, Shogunate taking that close hold. That Archways is an iconic spot to stall it, perhaps not exactly with the Sigma, but it is seen a lot more with the melee characters. Though this is going to be a thorn in S.E.E.S' side, as they're going to have to expend many ultimates to get them out of here, unless some tomfoolery ensues.
Many? How about one? Blizzard coming out will find one. The beat from Skips, though, is alive. You're going to help Crow and Shoreline Pie find two. That's going to keep them in this fight. Hyper, though, will get rid of Skips now. The overclock coming out from Shoreline finds one. And through all of that, somehow, the Shogunate only lose one member.
Yeah, exactly. That Blizzard was expertly placed by Mara, but unfortunately for them, just Shogunate had more ultimates to return. They popped the beat to save everybody who was frozen. They popped the overclock to make sure that the damage was dealt. Now, they are going to retreat a little bit from the Archways as the payload has already progressed past it, but that is still a pretty good position to be in if you're the Shogunate.
Yeah, but now the overclock coming out here from Hudson, looking for whoever they can. The flux, though, from Cypher might be big here. Not going to be able to find anyone just yet, but Hudson eventually finds one. The flux now from Hyper might just do what it needs to do. LCS Mara finding two. Hyper getting rid of the Sigma Mirror on the other side of him, and LCS just sealing the deal in the fight. It's a team kill, and honestly, if they get all three members on this card, it might be point B.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this coming up right now, Shogunate, they should be able to make it back, especially with Skips as Lucio, but we are going to have to just play a game of wait and see. It's going to be no ultimates available right now for both teams, although Mardox and Crow are both incredibly close to theirs. So seeing those ults getting expended to finish this point out is going to be really big.
Cypher had enough time to say hello in that fight. Same thing with Crow. They're both gone. Same thing with Skips as well. Yeah. I mean, it was a welcoming party. Now they're all going to go back to the spawn for a quick moment.
Yep, there you go. Just a little bit of a miscalculation. They thought they could make it back in time. They were correct, but unfortunately, without enough time to set up and not enough time to regroup as an entire team, in the end, that is just going to result in a bigger stagger against themselves. Now, S.E.E.S finding themselves in an extremely advantageous position as they are the ones who are able to cap the second point with 4+ minutes remaining.
Yeah, but the Shogunate here coming up to two huge ultimates. They lose Skips, however. Do you invest any ultimates into this fight? You might just have to try to keep yourselves alive in this one here. Yeah, here comes the animation from Silver Towels, but Amara just been a deadeye with those light clicks. Will find them, but Silver Towels finds them right back right there, and now you're starting to see S.E.E.S just fall back here. LCS investing the beat into this fight?
Yeah, well, looking at it, right, the back and forth trade Shogunate, they just have to invest what they can, and Mardox finds the pick onto Crow, taking off their head, pushing things even further, and Shogunate don't seem to have an answer.
Yep, I am very stupid right there as S.E.E.S finding all the value with that beat that I thought was kind of a wasted one right there. Cypher getting very low. Shoreline Pie, though, close to that overclock, but now the Blizzard from Mara will get rid of Cypher, and that's such a huge pick right now for S.E.E.S. They have a huge time bank lead at the moment. The flux from Hyper not going to be able to find anyone just yet, but now Hudson popping off 1, 2. Can they find a third? Not going to be able to, but LCS will clean up. There's the 3 for Hudson, and now they have a 2-minute 8-second time bank advantage here for S.E.E.S.
Yeah, make that 2 minutes and 8 seconds, add an extra minute on top of that because the Shogunate did finish with less than 1 on their own. And this is looking like a pretty tight matchup. Shogunate are going to be attacking first as they have less time remaining on the clock, but things are going to be working against them pretty significantly, as 1 minute, that's enough for 1, maybe 2 fights. Meanwhile, S.E.E.S are going to have a lot more time to make their way work. Now, Shogunate, though, on their side, they do have the advantage of being able to crack that first point pretty quickly. Let's see if they're able to do it again for a second time in a row.
Yeah, I mean, I think S.E.E.S, if they're going to come out with Hyper on the Sigma, will work out a little bit better, because I just thought the Orisa kind of got bowled over last time.
Yeah.
But it's going to be really interesting, because S.E.E.S did look a lot better with the Sigma on the defensive side, because they were able to slow it down. But the Shogunate, we talked about there, it was basically one fight and done here on the first point, which with a minute to go, a minute for them, is more than enough time.
Yeah, exactly. And looking into it, it's really going to depend on which of the Sojourners is really feeling it more, right? This series, or this map especially, has been dictated by Hudson and by Shoreline Pie, both of them finding their opportunities in spades, right? So many fights were opened up with random picks, or, you know, picks that are set up by their teammates, getting Skips and LCS a lot of credit here for the amazing plays that they made with the boops, as well as Hyper and Cypher being able to shield and mark that space for their team.
They spot out the Lucio, but you do have Hudson up there as well. Nice disrupting shot from them to just force Crow off that high ground, but they want to take the fight to him. They lose LCS because of it there. Shoreline Pie getting low for the moment, but the biggest loser so far is S.E.E.S in this fight. They had to do it without their Lucio now, and you're just starting to see them get very aggressive. Cypher finds Mara out as well, and it's looking like the same story, different round here for the Shogunate.
Yep, exactly. It feels like deja vu almost, although this time it was Crow who was able to find the first pick and followed it up with a nice little second one on the retreating members from S.E.E.S, and this is going to be a quick 45-second cap onto first point. Now, with the timer running down, we are entering an overtime situation. Both teams now, they are fighting for this point. S.E.E.S desperately, ever so desperately, wants to stop this from going too deep, as the further Shogunate are able to push this, the further they're going to be able to negate the lead that S.E.E.S has with their time bank in hand.
Scoreline got very low there for a moment, but now that overtime has commenced. No getting off the cart if you are the Shogunate here. You are coming up to ultimates a little bit faster than S.E.E.S here, so you do have a slight advantage in this fight. You just have to live through this fight right now. Silvertails has that Amex radio, immediately pops it down right there, trying to melt down anyone they can, but S.E.E.S playing it smart, playing around corners. Immortality Field that already invested. Now Mardox using their own amp matrix as well. Still no one falling just yet. Each team respecting those amp matrices to a T, but now Cypher a little bit too far out. Skips has to invest the beat to save their tank right there. Mar though very low. Hudson, you do see them popping that overclock, but the beat gonna be just enough to keep them alive. S.E.E.S will fall here again, but this Flux gonna be able just to catch Hudson right there. Hyper, Mara fall, and the Shogunate gonna be able to continue pushing this card.
Yep, just seeing that ultimate trade, so many buttons that were pressed. We saw S.E.E.S just desperately trying to hang on while the Shogunate took a pretty dominant lead going through the second corner now. Things are about to get heated up though, as we're kind of waiting on Mara to get the Blizzard. The Blizzard is such an impactful ultimate leading in for S.E.E.S, being able to completely shut down everybody, and the members of Shogunate with overtime being in effect, they're gonna need one. But oh my god, Crow with the flank, gonna try and find anybody with a tectonic shock, forces the beat early, not gonna find any picks for now though.
Flux though coming out here from Hyper. Hudson will find Skips, get everything going here. S.E.E.S has their advantage they're looking for, but Shoreline, Crow, Shoreline with two. The Blizzard coming out here, gonna be able to keep it alive, but there's no one there as the Blizzard does its job and keeps everyone for the Shogunate off the cart as LCS just spams C9. I wouldn't call that one a C9.
Yeah, I mean, using an ultimate to force the enemy team off the point is a little bit beyond the point, but at this, you know, year, the year 2024, this meaning of C9 is kind of diluted a little bit. You know, you've got people in the camp, everything is a C9 if the team loses. You got people in the camp that, well, nothing is a C9 even if they do step off the point. So trying to find that middle ground is a little bit difficult sometimes. Now, I mean, I want to point it out again, Mara's Blizzard just was perfect for putting a dead stop to the Shogunate's push, as they didn't really have anything that was able to respond and negate its effects. There's no Sombras on the field, the Sigma was not able to eat it, and Venture using that burrow can only buy them so much time, as eventually they too will get frozen if they're trying to continue the point.
Absolutely, but now S.E.E.S 3 minutes 8 seconds on the clock. Again, a whole 2 minutes 8 seconds more than what the Shogunate had here. They can afford to lose a fight on this first point, but I really don't think they can afford to lose more than one.
Yeah, and I mean, we use the word afford a little loosely. You really want to see Shogunate, they need to hold these points, as even a single lost fight is just going to be so much space given over to S.E.E.S, and with the points being so far on this map, from the defender spawns, it is going to be incredibly debilitating if anyone falls early. Talk about that, Crow is just chilling in the hotel, trying to see if they're able to find any picks early, doing a little bit of Radage.
I mean, they're going to be able to find some damage right there, but then immediately just burrow themselves into the ground. Ice Wall there from Mara going to slow them down for a moment, but they're still going to be able to get back to the safety of their team. S.E.E.S, though, I mean, playing this one smart and methodical, playing together right now, that's what you want to do, but Hudson very low early here. Immortality Field being invested to keep them up through it there, but now it's gone, and who will fall here first? Crow just trying to do whatever they can to find damage, as Cypher just keeps on throwing those rocks at people, hoping to just find anyone.
Yep, cooldown after cooldown expended for S.E.E.S, and it was not going to be enough, as S.E.E.S is the first victim of Shoreline Pie this fight, make it to those Silvertails, finding the follow-up kill onto Hudson, and now it's going to stop their push dead in its tracks, and I believe that is the first time Defense has won on first point this map.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. They might be able to stagger out Mara here, but that was a fight took a little bit too long in my opinion. Over a minute gone. I think that was, you basically just had one fight last the length of two.
Yeah, I mean, the teams have got to get the memo, right? They got to go fast. Even though you have a lot of time, you've got to invest it wisely, as there's no more time refills. And now Mardox coming up with the window, popping it early on the fight, and gets a double kill.
Oh, that's just death. That is just straight death. Wait, Crow, Cypher, are they gonna be able to turn this around for their team? Crow does find another one. Crow with 3, Crow with 4, Crow.
Crow, what? Getting 4 picks on what was surely a lost fight. Shoreline Pie and Silvertails finding their way in the spawn room, like 3 seconds after the window was popped, and then Crow just made it happen. Conjure those picks out of thin air, and this point is still going. S.E.E.S only have a minute and 10 seconds remaining.
The Blizzard, though, coming out here. S.E.E.S, though, will fall. 2 members frozen here for the Shogunate, but Skips invested that beat to keep them alive. Mara will find Silver Tiles, but they do keep their tank alive because of it. And now S.E.E.S, they had this huge advantage, but it's all going to waste here. This is another lost fight here, and from all points on, it will be final fight territory for S.E.E.S.
Yep, 45 seconds remaining. S.E.E.S, though, they do have multiple ultimates at their disposal. They are going to have the Overclock. They do have the Graphitic Flux, as well as Lucio Beats. Meanwhile, Shogunate, they do not have the amount of defensive utility, although they are going to be full offenses. They have both of the DPS ults combined with a window. This is really going to be a matter of who can kill the other first in this fight.
Crow. I thought Crow was going to ult immediately there. I mean, it's the second time they got behind them. Flux coming out there from Hyper will be able to land onto a couple, but the Immortality Field will be able to keep them alive. Silver Tiles has that Amp Matrix ready to go here. Crow will be the first one to fall, followed by Skip. Shoreline Pie falls as well, and it looks like the Shogunate here realize they're going to end up losing this fight, so they're going to hold on to their ultimates, except Crow looks like they invested theirs right before they died.
Yeah, I mean, that fight right there, even though S.E.E.S expended so much to make it happen, it always just felt so close. You could never be sure what was going to happen, as the Shogunate members, they just kept slipping through S.E.E.'s fingers, especially when Hyper was trying to find the finishing blows onto his targets. Now, heading into the next fight, heading into overtime, it does look like Shogunate are going to be taking the fight pretty early, making sure that they know that they make max advantage of their ultimate economy. And there you go, Crow finding the opening pick onto S.E.E.S, follow that up with a Gravitic Flux.
And now the Overclock as well. Hudson, the will pop there. It's there. Skips finds Mara. The Overclock from Hudson has to find one more here. Just keep it balanced. It will find Skips right there. Silvertoes, though, it did invest the Amp Matrix right there. 2 more down. Make it 3. No one else for the S.E.E.S team will be able to get back in time. And the Shogunate will tie our series heading into our first break.
Yep, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a series on our hands. Shogunate with an excellent performance, managing to stop S.E.E.S dead in their tracks. We saw that this match, dude, it was going so close, bringing it down all the way to the wire, but then when it counted most, we saw the performance happen. We saw some magic.
Yeah, Hudson getting play of the game here. I mean, it was a great play, but I really feel like it should have been Crow. Just their play there to keep that point cap defense there in overtime alive. Crow and Cypher did such a great job through that, because it was just them basically against the entirety of that S.E.E.S team. But I mean, we knew coming in this one that we had a good series on our hands and a little bit of a heated history with them too. But going into this first break tied 1-1 does not shock me a lot, man.
Yeah, I mean, we knew going into this that this was going to be a close series, but I severely underestimated how close it was going to be, especially after the incident that occurred on Nepal being a 2-0 victory for S.E.E.S, though. It does seem like both teams are warmed up, they're ready, and they are here to make an impact. Though we are going to be throwing you all over to a break, and when we get back, we're going to be taking you over to map 3, which is going to be Hanaoka, the new Clash mode. Welcome back, everybody. It's been a minute, or precisely 3, since we've seen you guys last. We hope you're all looking forward to the next matchup. Why don't you take it away, Dexatron?
Yeah, it's been a great one so far. Semi-final number 2 right here. Winner goes on to play Malware in the grand finals following the series. But S.E.E.S and the Shogunate here have been incredibly close so far, but Spaffles heading to the newest mode here, that not even fully out yet, of Clash to Hananoka here. I mean, you've been able to cast it a little bit in the past. I've had a very minimal experience playing it, but it seems like a very fast-paced game mode, and one where if you lose momentum, it is very hard to get it back.
Yep, exactly. The Hanaoka, the matches on Clash, they just go by with a blitzing fast speed, and it's going to be interesting seeing the way that the teams decide to tackle it with multiple different strategies. I've seen teams that decide to kind of surrender first point in order to bring things on their side for the advantage. I've seen teams that have been able to cap the entire distance of the map in just 2 minutes and 50 seconds. But getting that full cap, getting that third point is a little bit more difficult. It's akin to getting the second cap onto CP, with the spawns being so close to the point itself. The teams are, from my experience at least, they do have quite a bit of difficulty closing out the map in its entirety though. Looking at the map stats, it does seem like Shogunate are a lot more comfortable on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a perfect 5-0 compared to that, to the 3-2 that S.E.E.S is against it. I mean, their 2 losses were to Shogunate in the S.E.E.S stage, and to Malware in the S.E.E.S stage as well. But ever since then, I mean, a perfect 2-0 on it. Maybe they figured something out.
Yep, exactly. And seeing as this map has developed, I've seen so many different kinds of playstyles, even though it has been less than a week already. Now, leading us in, it does look like the compositions are going to be more or less locked in, as we're going to be seeing both teams on the mirror, ditching the Tracer in favor of both of them being able to run the Venture.
And it looks like both teams back to what they were running on the first map here. It seems like everyone's getting their subs out early, so now back to these 2 teams again. And I mean, seeing the Ventures on both sides, not necessarily a surprise here.
Commence attack
Yep, exactly. Venture, especially on this map, just plays phenomenally with all the little nooks and crannies, as well as all of the high ground positions that they are able to dominate. Now, heading into point C, we've got 10 seconds until the objective unlocks, just waiting for our first picks.
And back to Aristas for both sides here after a map that was basically dominated by Sigmas right now. It's going to be a little bit of an interesting thing, because when you look back to the first map where both teams were kind of running Orisa, it was all S.E.E.S as Mara finds Shoreline Pie to get everything going. S.E.E.S looking like they were going to be able to cap the point here first.
Yep, following up their namesake, they do like a lot of point C, and it does look like they're taking an early lead, but it's not going to be able to get pushed too far as Crowbar finds a pick onto Mara, pushing their advance back, almost finding it up with a second onto the Sojourn, sliding out to the Moira, just making sure to heal them just in time.
I count that as a cast curse. First one of the night there for me. Sorry about that, S.E.E.S, but the Shogunate, they will absolutely take that advantage right there, as they look like they're about to cap the point. But now S.E.E.S coming back in. Marduk's going to be using the Coalescence just to try to get something going here. Shogunate have really no ultimates ready to go, but the Coalescence not going to find the damage it's looking for or the kills either. Is everyone able to stay alive through it? The point still not yet capped, but Shogunate, they're losing Crowbar. I mean, will hurt them a little bit now, losing Crow as well. I think I can finally comfortably say maybe S.E.E.S will win this point. Maybe S.E.E.S will win this point.
Man, the back-to-back caster curse is crazy. I don't think I've seen that one quite yet, but it does look like finally holding out. Oh, yep, there you go. S.E.E.S is able to capture point C first, sending the Shogunate onto the back foot, though Shogunate have a lot of ultimates ready to go, and it does look like the fight kicks off early with Crow finding a pick onto LCS.
Hey, third time's a charm, right? Right? But, I mean, that's a great pick there for Crow early. LCS invested the beat into that last fight, so they didn't have it ready to go this fight. But, I mean, right now, down that Lucio, they'll be able to get the back pretty quickly, I would assume.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. The first fight has concluded, and it does look like S.E.E.S are able to get a touch in just in time. Overclock gets popped for Hudson, though Terra Surge coming in return. Kitsune Rush on top of that as well. Shogunate really want to win this fight.
They have pressed the Q button. 3 Qs have been pressed, finding 1 kill so far, so about a 33% accuracy rate right there. I mean, you'll take that if you're a baseball player. But right now, Crow will find Hudson as well. Silvertails gets rid of Marduk, and it seems like the Shogunate should be able to cap this point to throw it back to C.
Yep, there you go, back to point C. We all love point C, and seeing which way it's going to go. No more bold predictions this time, please. We're going to have to see as the fight develops. How many C puns can I fit into one blurb? Let's find out together.
I mean, we can talk about C's here. I mean, there's a lot of C's we could talk about.
Exactly.
But I mean, right now, the Shogunate, though, taking that space on point, Crowbar just trying to hold on to it, while S.E.E.S just kind of going around to the high ground, just trying to disrupt the Shogunate players up there. Shoreline Pie getting very low, now getting pressured out there by Hyper. Will be swiftly punched back to their own spawn right here. The point is open, but still no one necessarily going for it. Marduk, so investing the Coalescence here as the beat comes out from Moon Bunny. Crow will find one there, but S.E.E.S slowly capping this point while this fight goes on. Hudson finds Moon Bunny, and honestly, it's going to be very difficult for the Shogunate to get anything going here, as it looks like they're all just trying to fall back.
Yep, there you go. History has repeated itself, and it looks like S.E.E.S are remaining dominant on the point, named after their namesake. Now, heading over to the D point, it does look like we're going to have a little bit of a different scenario, though. Shogunate not having that many ultimates at their expenditure, and S.E.E.S looking comfortable with the beat on their favor. But Crow on the back line, going to be looking for an early pick. Not really going to invest too heavily into it, though.
And Crow is going to be, sneaking their way into that backline. Has their ultimate ready to go here. Not getting invested just yet, but now they might. But the beat going to come out here. Mara will find Shoreline Pie, but still sees down their tank at the moment. Crow now uses that ultimate, finds their mirror part there onto Mara's. Marduk still finds Silvertails, so S.E.E.S still has a little bit of a fight left in this fight here. And now eventually Crow will find Marduk's. And I mean, Hudson just being consistently on fire here, finding the picks, but now they have to deal with a Terra Surge. They're not going to be able to live that. Actually, no, it's LCS who dies there.
LCS falls victim to Crowbar's Terra Surge, and Shoreline Pie, they're able to clean up the fight with a clean railgun shot, and that brings us back yet again to point C. 2-2 so far. Things have been pretty even between the both of them, but as I say that, Crowbar finds a nice pick onto Hyper, potentially off the map.
And they find Marduk's as well. I mean, the point will unlock here in 10 seconds, enough time for all of them to get respawned back in, but you see the Shogunate here starting to get a little bit aggressive. I like that from them.
Yeah, exactly. It's not every day that you see the Shogunate taking such an advantageous position on point C. Now, Is S.E.E.S going to be able to recontest, though? That is yet to be seen. Does look like they're going to be able to make it on point on time, although Hyper did have to expend a lot of cooldowns to make it overclock from Shoreline Pie. Not really able to make the shots connect, though. There are Boop down below, and Mara with a nice shutdown.
The Terror Surge and Continuous Rush coming out there. Hyper looking worse for wear, but their teammates finding the picks they need right now. Hyper will fall right here, but I mean, you've taken 2 for 1, might be 3 for 1 here as the Colossus come out from Marduk to try and heal whoever they can, but they will find the damage there on the Crow. Hudson still being a Deadeye with those railgun shots, finds Moonmoney Crowbar falls as well, and a third time, we've seen this now 3 times, S.E.E.S capping C, going back to point D.
Yep, exactly. I couldn't have said it better myself. Incredibly eloquent there, sir. But now, as we go into point D again for the 3rd time so far, we're going to be seeing a little bit of a different picture being painted. Shogunate have the significant ultimate advantage. They're going to have the beat. They're going to have the tectonic shock as well as the terror surge. So I'm expecting a pretty clean, open, and shut case here. Although Mara on the backline looking at the Kiriko, not able to find a pick though, as the teleport as well as Suzu is going to be able to save them for now.
For now is the right words right there, but Silvertail's going to be able to peel back there and find Mara. Shoreline Pie finds 1. Crowbar finds a 3rd right there, and I mean, this fight might already be over. This point might already be capped here for the Shogunate.
Yep, there you go. Shogunate capping point D. This map, this is the most even I've seen Clash be. Usually, we see a little bit of ping pong going over to the spawns, leading us back into the middle of the map. No, this has been a fight, a war fought on 2 fronts, going through point C to D to C to D to C to D. This is, I'm just waiting to see where the tension is going to break and which team can get the advantage. If nothing changes, however, S.E.E.S are going to be the one to hit 5 points first, so the onus is on Shogunate to make things happen.
Are using a tectonic shock right now, not finding anyone to check. Crow now using it as a beat comes out from them as well. Crow can be now a little bit more aggressive on it. LCS did use the beat there, keeping all their team alive through those ultimates right there. Still no one died just yet. The point is able to be capped right now. If either one of these teams wants to go for it, Shoreline that will find the first pick here. Maybe we'll give them the advantage, but there goes that advantage as LCS finds 2. Can they find a 3rd? But no, Mardux and Mara will clean it up.
Yep, representing the Lucio Mafia, just getting a little bit too bloodthirsty, ending up, dropping the heals a little bit in favor of the speed and in favor of the damage, and that's going to bring S.E.E.S up to match point, potentially bring them up to series point if they're able to keep the momentum going.
But unlike last time, this is a pretty even ult fight for both these sides. And Mara, I mean, they used their tectonic shock last fight. They have it ready to go again here. Wow, it's gonna be really interesting to see, what the Shogunate here are gonna do. But they have ultimates of their own. Silvertail's gonna invest the Continuous Rush early. Hudson finds 1. Can they find a second one? There's 2 for them right there with the overclocks. But Crowbar will avenge each other down. Whoever sees still has this numbers advantage. They just have to start cleaning up the stragglers here for the Shogunate. About 33% away to capping and ending this map right there. Mara and the tectonic shocks find 1, make it 2. Is there a 3rd in the future? No, it will be Mardux taking that one right there. Oh, Crow not able to bury themselves into the ground fast enough there. Mardux, though, will do just fine, and now Shoreline Pie will fall. S.E.E.S will take Clash.
There you go, S.E.E.S ending it off pretty poetically by capturing D itself, leading in the series now 2-1. Let's see who got play of the game.
Yeah, I was gonna take a guess. It's gonna be Hudson again.
I mean, hey, Hudson's pop-off moment on the last point, there you go. We get to see it from their perspective. I mean, that was just an incredible series. 3 shots back to back to back. There you go. That's 1. That's 2. Where's the 3rd? Come on, give it to me. There you go. That's 3. Fighting against the Kitsune Rush in particular, that was pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. But now S.E.E.S 1 map win away from a face-off with Malware in the grand finals. And I have to say this. They have played Malware before in the S.E.E.S stage and did beat them there, so it would be a nice another rematch game for them there in the grand finals if they do make it.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested in seeing if maybe the storylines can continue, although I am feeling pretty confident that the Shogunate, they are going to be able to perform when we need them to, especially going into the next map where they are going to get the map pick. I'm going to be, intrigued in seeing how they're going to be able to perform here.
Yeah, I mean, this entire map was just C and D. I hope everyone liked C and D. They're beautiful points. I mean, you saw
they're lovely. Yeah, I mean, they're nice. They're rectangular. They've got their own high grounds. Their names are different.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't love being back in Hanamo? I mean, Hanoka here.
Yeah, exactly. Nice, beautiful locale with the cherry trees. You know, a lovely time to get together with your buddies and beat the living hell out of each other. Now, there you go. There's a nice little replay there onto Hudson's play at the end. Follow that up with another 2K from Mara. That was a pretty clean fight win for them, especially to close off that map and give themselves a little bit of momentum heading over into map 4.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what S.E.E.S was able to do with that momentum going into King's Row, but the Shogunate were able to kind of stomp that out in overtime, and I thought they would be able to carry it over here into Hananoka, but they just weren't able to. I mean, S.E.E.S, like you said, they just like the letter C there a lot.
Yep, they absolutely displayed their dominance on that point. They did not lose C a single time, and just being able to be those stalwart defenders of Hanaoka, making sure that C never fell, that gave themselves a pretty significant advantage in that game of ping pong that did ensue. Now, heading into Escort, though, as our next map, I'm going to be interested in seeing where Shogunate are going to be able to take us. Right, we've got a couple maps in the rotation. Right, we've got Shibali Monastery, we've got Circuit Rail, we've got Junkertown. Do you have any ideas of where potentially they might be taking us if they wanted to give themselves that, you know, max advantage?
Well, I know where they're taking us.
Oh, well, there you go.
It's the first time they're going to be playing Escort this entire tournament. They're going to be taking us to Shambali Monastery here. I mean, Spaffles, what do you really have to say about this, and what is the reasoning you think for this pick, really?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is going to be the first time that both teams have played Escort in the entire tournament. This is going to be something brand new. We don't really have any precedent being set. Although Shambali Monastery, it does have a lot of interweaving paths, and the entire time you are fighting an uphill battle, quite literally. You're starting off at the base of the temple and you are working your way up the mountainside trying to get over to the third point. So seeing that and seeing where Shogunate's strengths have been with especially the Venture play, I'm going to be imagining that they've identified this map as one of Venture's probably more favorable ones, and they're going to be trying to play especially to Crow's strengths as we head in to a pretty make or break moment.
Absolutely, but I think again it comes down to what tanks we see from both sides, because if it's going to be that Orisa mirror, yeah, I know we already see the tanks, but it seems like S.E.E.S has that advantage when it comes to Orisas, but once you get off of it, it seems like it's pretty even, maybe even, you know, ticking over in favor of the Shogunate.
Yeah, exactly, and it does look like we're going to be seeing a couple substitutions here, potentially to aid their new compositions and the new kind of play styles they want to do. Heading off with S.E.E.S especially, they're going to be running something very, very unique compared to everything else we've seen so far. Yeah, we've seen the maybe used in isolation. Yeah, we've seen the Moira on the first map, but then we're also seeing Ramatra getting played for the first time this series. They definitely have a sort of strategy that they want to do, and it does look like they're going to be going for a close hold here.
I mean, this is a good strategy I like to see a lot of defensive teams do, especially if you're able to win a fight that at least gets rid of a minute. And LCS fighting Silvertails out early, the main source of healing down for the Shogunate here. You're seeing them all just try to fall back. LCS with 2. Can LCS get a third? No. Hyper will take that kill away there on Cypher. But, I mean, look at this. Already about 30 seconds gone here.
Yeah, just completely caught off guard. And even if they're not able to repeat that magic twice, that is still a significant amount of time off the clock, like you said. So now, leading into the next fight, it does look like Shogunate are going to be swapping over to the Reinhardt. I love the Reinhardt pick so much, but it does look like Baptiste is going to get punched against the wall.
They're able to escape there for the moment, keeping themselves alive. Crow will find Mardox, but it's going to be LCS and the Hudson finding too. However, I feel like this close hold has finally been broken here a little bit. They just have to clean up the stragglers. Hudson, though, will find one before they leave. LCS, yeah, they had really no chance in that fight, but they did a good job.
Yeah, there you go. And now Shogunate able to break that spawn hold. It does seem like they're going to be continuing with the Reinhardt, especially because the Ryan does have 60% towards the Earth Shatter, initially newly buffed. I'm going to be interested in seeing if they're going to be able to make some magic happen, especially with the absence of characters like Kiriko or like Baptiste, who are able to negate a lot of the effectiveness.
Yeah, absolutely here. But now, I mean, they're going to have to play around this Rhyme, which is something you don't necessarily see a lot anymore, but it's a great start from there. Shoreline finds Swifters, and now a lot of members of S.E.E.S just trying to fall back here without that Mei, which is there just to divide up the team.
Yeah, and I mean, this must have been like one of Cypher's pocket picks, and it does look like he's going to be walking forward pretty confidently, looking for the Shatter. Finds one, though. The beat is going to come back in retaliation to save the Ramatra's life.
Mardox will find one there with the orb. The tectonic shock comes out, not necessarily going to find anyone. This overclock, though, not going to find anything with it right there, as the Amex as well doing this job just to hold back S.E.E.S here for a moment. But S.E.E.S now, I think, has themselves a little bit of the advantage right now. They're going to be able to find Cypher. The beat going to come out just a little bit too late there from Moon Bunny. And honestly, the beat's going to be used to get them out of this fight alive so they can have a quick re-engage.
Yep, exactly. And now, just looking at the way that things played out, it was a bunch of suboptimal situations, you know, back to back to back to back, and there you go. Shogunate are going to make the swap over to Ramatra, going to be mirroring, or getting closer to that one-to-one mirror, as we see with the tank mirror. Hudson, though, be able to find some nice stagger kills, pushing back, showing this attack. They only have 1 minute and 30 seconds left, although the payload was pretty close to, you know, first cap.
Yeah, but now, I mean, you see S.E.E.S is in a much better spot. They're about to have that annihilation. They have the blizzard. I mean, Shogunate here, Shoreline Pie has that overclock ready to go. If they can find 1 or 2 picks with it early, it will open up stuff here. And now, though, Hyper can be a little bit of aggressive here, but that's a little bit too aggressive.
There you go.
Blizzard, though, will come out here, will freeze Cypher, but it doesn't seem like anyone on S.E.E.S noticed it. Silvertails finds S.E.E.S right there, but the S.E.E.S team trying to do whatever they can to slow down this cart, but they're losing members, and they're going to eventually end up losing the fight.
Yeah, bleeding out slowly but surely. S.E.E.S and the remaining members of them, that is, are going to be able to get taken down, and it does not seem like they're going to have enough time for a retouch. Now, 40 seconds left. They could, you know, decide to group up and take a fight, you know, after the point has been taken. It does look like that's going to be the play. Shogunate now with 3 minutes left on the clock. They're making their way pretty triumphantly towards the second point.
Yeah, and Crow gonna be able to escape with their life right there, holding on to that tectonic shock. And honestly, I thought we would see a little bit of a quicker re-engage here, but it looks like S.E.E.S just kind of wants to have everyone group back up here before they, you know, engage into another fight here. They do have 3 ultimates coming online here, and the Shogunate here will have 3 eventually, but Moon Bunny is gonna take a little bit of time here to build up to that beep. Now the Amage is going to come out here to try to cancel out Mardox's Coalescence, but you see the damage come out, but that doesn't matter. Hudson's on the field. They can just right-click someone to death. They've been doing that all series long. S.E.E.S starting to find all the damage they want, all the kills they want as well. Crow will have 1 there for the road, but that's going to be all they get.
Yep, and that 1 kill, that just came in 1 too few, 1 too late, as S.E.E.S now looking pretty comfortable. They did not even have to expend more than just the Coalescence in that fight, I believe. So they're looking pretty comfortable heading in forwards. Meanwhile, Shogunate, they're going to have to fight an upwards battle here, quite literally, and again, because having that advantage, having that high ground for S.E.E.S, they just get inherently on by merit of being on the map, is pretty nice.
Annihilation coming out from both sides. Same thing with Beats. Both sides out here. It looks like both ultimates best to just kind of go by the wayside right here. Hypers, though, has been lasting a little bit longer because the Shogunate does not necessarily want to get away from their kills going each way, but it's going to be Cypher falling there to Hyper as Shoreline Pie. Now Crow finds 1 as well, opening this fight up, giving the Shogunate team here a little bit more of a chance, and now Hyper all by themselves will eventually fall to the face of a drill.
Yep, there you go. They had the momentum on their side, S.E.E.S, but they were not able to capitalize on it. And Shoreline Pie just defying his fate, being able to secure those railgun shots straight to the head, getting a couple nice picks in that fight, though. Hudson and Swifters both coming back with their ultimates in hand. It does look like things are about to slow down just a little bit more for the carts, so we only have 50 seconds remaining for this push.
And each side just looking for that opening right here. Both just playing very safe right now, but that ice wall there is perfect. The blizzard comes out as well, immediately freezes. 3, 1, 2, going straight down. There's 3, 4, and make it 5 as Swifters will take care of 3 of them.
Yep, excellent Blizzard there, making sure to find everybody right around that corner, hitting a freeze onto, I believe, 3 people directly, and then the rest of them hobbling away with just 1 HP. It was a pretty easy cleanup for the side of S.E.E.S. And now 26 seconds remaining, we are entering last fight territory as Shogunate are looking to, make their way up through the side routes.
And if they can wait just a brief moment here, Silvertails will have that Amethyst ready to go, and they can combo that here with Shoreline Pie to have it be a definitely scary ultimate right now. And here it comes. Hyper, they'll get an immortality field, but they will lose their life. Shoreline Pie will find S.E.E.S right there, and that might be all you need to win this fight here. But Hudson still alive and kicking. The fight's not over just yet. Now Hudson falls. Same thing with Swifters, and Mardox can only do so much.
Yeah, there you go. They were able to take that fight pretty significantly at that, minimizing their losses in the progress. I believe they only lost one member throughout the entire encounter, and that's going to be a cap with no seconds remaining, giving themselves 1 minute and 30 seconds to get all the way to third point, as long as they get it in. It's going to be different than Hybrid. On Escort, as long as they get the final cap, they are going to secure themselves a place in overtime and further repelling S.E.E.S' advance.
Yeah, but right now, I mean, like you said here, it's going to be a little bit of a rough push, but they do have the ultimate advantage to start here. So if Cypher maybe wants to play a little bit aggressive, popping that Annihilation early, there's really nothing to stop it in the quick moment, but S.E.E.S slowly getting to that beat would be able to cancel it out here. But now you start to see the pressure coming out here from S.E.E.S, a nice ice wall by Swifters to disrupt Cypher's away, but Swifters is going to be the first one taken out as the Annihilation comes out, beat coming out from S.E.E.S as well here. But you start seeing the punches be thrown, and Cypher just starting to clean up the fight here.
Yep, there you go. That's how Cypher's Nemesis form found its name. It is just so menacing. And popping the Annihilation on top of that for the additional sustain, as well as the additional damage caused by that AoE field around the Ramatra himself. And it is going to be a lot to deal with all at once. And now that the ultimate is out of the way, they're going to attempt for the recontest.
Blizzard comes out here, not able to freeze anyone. Instead, the Blizzard will find nothing, and two make it. Three members of S.E.E.S will fall. S.E.E.S looking like they're just trying to stall out this card as long as they can, and Shoreline Pie has started to take over the map here. Shogunate will complete it with 2.5 seconds on the clock.
Yep, there you go. Those are the hero plays that we need to see. And Shogunate hanging on by a thread, managing to cap the final point with just 2.5 seconds remaining at the very end even. I mean, that's even less than I thought it was leading into it. And seeing Shoreline Pie pop off time and time again, being that glue that holds the team together and is responsible for the undoing of S.E.E.S, but were once, strong, unbreakable defenses.
Yeah, and like I said, coming into this map here, once you get both teams off the Orissas, it seems like the Shogunate have that slight advantage, and we're seeing it there again. Cypher was just able to do so much more than what Hyper was able to. Hyper still did a lot there, but it seemed like when push came to shove and the Shogunate needed a fight win, Cypher was building that space, but also, I mean, just the DPS line stepped up as well. Shoreline Pie and Crow were just all over the place.
Yep, exactly. And now talking about pushing and shoving, it does look like S.E.E.S are going to make the swap with Hyper, making their way onto the Orisa. Meanwhile, Shogunate making the, giving S.E.E.S a bit of a taste of their own medicine as they're whipping out the Reinhardt. And they're going to be crouch walking their way slowly but surely for the close hold.
And look at what S.E.E.S is doing here with their DPS line.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah,
never mind.
Okay, back to something a little bit more standard.
It would have been fun. It would have been fun to see, at least just for the sonar arrow. But I mean, S.E.E.S immediately gonna take this fight here. Cypher has to back up, and the Immortality field actually invested here pretty early. They do lose Mordox though, so there goes their main support, and you already see S.E.E.S just trying to back up here into the spawn.
Yep, there you go. Shogunate tried to give S.E.E.S a bit of a taste of their own medicine, but unfortunately did not really pay off. They were able to find an early pick, make that 2, as Hudson finds their way back into the spawn room, but it wasn't quite the devastating result that they were probably hoping for.
And now, I mean, Shogunate here maybe doing a little bit better than what S.E.E.S did on this close hold, just able to keep this one alive here. Haven't lost anyone just yet, and it will be a little bit of a slower start here for S.E.E.S, but now Cypher had a good opportunity right there to die, but Swifter's not able to get them there. Hudson very low on health as well, and
there you go.
Honestly, losing your Bastion in this case probably means you've lost the fight.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, losing Hudson time and time again, I think that's the 3rd time so far this round that they have been the one to die first. I mean, at some point you've got to say, okay, what is going on with this Bastion, or is it worth, going back to something that we've grown a little bit more comfortable with over the series so far? But now ultimates are starting to come into play, and Shogunate are looking strong as ever.
I think Crow did do the ego ult there on that last one. But now the Coalescence coming out here from Mordox will find Silver Talon, so that might just force the Shogunate here to back up. Cypher falls as well, and finally S.E.E.S able to break through, but still the Shogunate not going to go down without a little bit of a fight here. Crow right there. And I mean, they're putting up, I would call that a fight.
Yeah, I mean, like stalling out the point as long as possible, as well as drawing out the ultimate from Mordox, making sure the Coalescence is no longer at play. It is a pretty significant outcome for Shogunate, and looking forward, they have 4 ultimates at the ready this is going to be a pretty big fight, a pretty messy one at that, if they're not able to, expend as much as they might need to in the name of ultimate preservation. Now, it does look like the Shatter's going to be coming through very, very shortly. Keep an eye out. Keep your eyes peeled. Wall does come down early. And oh my god, what a Shatter. Catches two, drops right on top of Swifter's head.
Beat, though, going to come out to keep them alive here for the moment. Beat coming out from the side of Shogunate as well, but they will lose Cypher off that, and looking like they're going to lose a little bit more here. If Moonbunny, though, will find S.E.E.S. That's normally been going S.E.E.S.'s way this entire night, but Mount Marduk's finds Crow, so you don't have to deal with the tectonic shocks, but Hudson, that big body, big hitbox, getting damaged there a little bit, and now, eventually, I mean, Shogunate here still stopping this card a little bit, and Cypher coming back on the Doomfist?
Yeah, just making sure that no more time is wasted, especially with the Shatter gone, making the swap over to Doomfist just to make sure that they can hold this next corner, as it seems to be core to their strategy. Now, S.E.E.S, though, they are a big ultimate team. They're going to have Annihilation, they've got Blizzard, they've got Coalescence, all fight-winning ultimates in their own right. It'll be interesting to see how they decide to layer them, / they decide to conserve ultimates as they go. Now, the wall, ineffective against the Doomfist, but they are going to be able to make it back alive.
The Blizzard going to come out here, though, and it will just slow down that Amatrix usage, but Crow immediately comes right back in with that Tectonic Shock, finds one. Coalescence, though, coming out from Marduk, not necessarily going to do a lot. Now Shoreline starting to get their name in that kill feed with those overclocks, make it one there for them. They're focusing in on a second kill right now. They will, though, get S.E.E.S there with a swift punch and also clean up Hyper, and it looks like Marduk just has also decided they don't want to be there anymore.
Yep, there you go, 30 seconds remaining, and it looks like Shogunate have found a pretty significant counter to S.E.E.S' strategies. They are able to hold them back, and now expending a lot of ultimates, though, they are going to be a little bit on the back foot, as S.E.E.S coming back with the Annihilation. They're going to be able to force the point. 10 seconds remaining. This is last fight territory, ladies and gentlemen, and Moonbunny is going to be the only person on the Shogunate with an ultimate to respond with.
Yeah, this is do or die here, at least for this map for S.E.E.S. They need to get something going. They're starting to push back the Shogunate here a little bit, but eventually you'll see the recontest come out here for them. But it's going to be Shoreline Pie finding Marduk's. The Annihilation will come out, but the beat from Moonbunny is out as well. And you see them just trying to get rid of Cypher, but Cypher able to get themselves away from it. This Annihilation, though, still up and ticking right now, trying to find anyone they can, but they're just watching their teammates die around them. S.E.E.S, though, will shut down Cypher and get the beat there off for their troubles. Hyper finds Shoreline Pie, but you still have to deal with Crow here on point, who does find Hudson, and now Shogunate coming back. Crow using that Tectonic Shock will get rid of S.E.E.S. Hyper here, not on their own anymore as Marduk's is back, but still, you have to find someone here as the Shogunate start to come back in.
Yeah, you can feel that slow burn as Shogunate find more picks. Crow and Moonbunny working together. There you go. They find another 2 to make that 3, and that's going to be a complete shutout. S.E.E.S not able to cap even 1 point on Shibali. That's going to bring it back to a 2-2 in favor of, well, nobody.
And honestly, we talked about coming into this series here. We knew this was going to be a good one, a close one, a little bit of a friendly rivalry, or maybe not friendly. I don't know. But I honestly would have been surprised if this had gone anything other than 5 here, and we are getting treated to a great series so far.
Yep, absolutely wonderful plays coming out from both teams, especially, I mean, I don't want to glaze them too hard, but seeing the venture picks, it always brings joy to my heart, and seeing the amount of plays that people are able to make, especially Crow, that has been excellent to follow throughout the match so far, as well as their counterparts, their DPS, the Shoreline Pie, as well as Hudson, the Sojourn, just repeatedly proving why they are such a staple pick with just their permanent, like, threatening potential.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been back and forth on maps here, and I mean, I keep bringing it up because it's really the only thing I can kind of harken back to and say, like, this is the main difference in the maps that S.E.E.S wins and the maps that the Shogunate win. It's when you run that Orisa mirror, S.E.E.S immediately has the advantage, it seems. When you don't run it, it seems the advantage is there for the Shogunate. And I mean, heading into this break, I feel like the Shogunate have started to realize that.
Yeah, and I feel like hopefully we're going to be seeing some adaptations coming out in map 5, as this is your do or die moment. Whatever team loses here is going to be completely eliminated from the tournament, their names lost to time. Meanwhile, the victors will be facing off against Matrix and our grand finals later today.
The Matrix or Malware?
Or Malware, sorry. M names, yeah.
I understand. But I mean, I thought we were supposed to throw it through a break, but we do know what the map is. Okay,
Yeah.
never mind. We're going to throw it to a quick break, but everyone stick around. You are not going to want to miss the final map of this series.
All right.
All right, welcome back, everyone. It is map 5 time here in the Rock Rumble. Winner moves on to the grand finals to take on Malware. Loser, well, let's just say they don't move on to anywhere. I am Dextron. Again, that is Spaffles right there. Spaffles, this has been an incredibly close back and forth series so far.
Yeah, I mean, I have been at the edge of my seat the entire time, seeing these two teams trade blows back and forth, back and forth. Every single map here so far has just felt like it's been so close, and it's always come down to that last second. Those make or break moments, all the hero plays especially. We've seen so many excellent highlight reels coming out, not only from the DPS players, but also from the tanks, and as well as the supports, those Lucios. I just love the Lucio Mafia, and seeing what kind of things they're able to do, and especially seeing their name light up the kill feed is a treat to watch.
Yeah, LCS has been all over the place finding kills. Same could be said for the Shogunate's support. I'm forgetting. Skips and
Moon
Silver
Bunny.
Toss. Moon Bunny's been doing good as
Yep.
well on the Lucio here. But map 5, and so far it's been flip-flopping who wins maps here. Do we see that flip-flopping continue, or do you think the Shogunate here are going to be able to be the first one to win 2 maps a row in this series?
Yeah, well, I am looking. I'm incredibly excited to see. I don't really know which team would really have the advantage here. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Everything feels like it's coming to a head. It feels like the tension is kicking. Like we're in this kind of like perpetual 99 to 99 situation. I want to see, like, we need to get in to be able to come to any real conclusions on.
Absolutely. But our 5th and final map of the night. I mean, it's been a battle between these 2 teams, and why not end it on a map that is based around the Coliseum as we head to Colosseo?
Yep, I mean, Colosseo, that is one hell of a map to end it off on. I'm just seeing that, especially with the amount of history both of these teams are going to have with it, coming out of the S.E.E.S stage, where we saw more of those push maps come into effect, and also seeing how S.E.E.S has already won Colosseo against Shogunate before, so this is going to be the salty runback of salty runbacks.
Yeah, and I mean, you're seeing it right there. Shogunate is good on any other push map except this one. But like you brought up, the only time they ever played it was against this S.E.E.S team, and you can see S.E.E.S really likes to play this map.
Exactly, getting it 3 times out of 3, 2 of them where they were actually the individuals to pick it themselves. So whether they like the amazing locale or the sniper lanes in the middle of the map, the winding high grounds, or I mean in particular the glass in the middle, things are going to be looking up for S.E.E.S as this is their map pick and this is where they're going to feel most comfortable.
Don't start talking about the glass now. There are some people out there who are very, very not a fan of that glass there. But I mean, I talked about it, going into the break here. The biggest thing that we really noticed is when we have that Orisa mirror, it is more favored towards the side of S.E.E.S. When it's not, that Shogunate normally have a little bit of the advantage here. I mean, do you think we're going to be seeing that here?
Yeah, looking in, right, I'm predicting with my crystal balls that we're probably going to get a little bit of Orisa play. There you go, S.E.E.S getting the Orisa hover in at the very least. It's going to be, running it back with what feels familiar with them, like you mentioned before, that when it does come down to the Orisa versus Orisa matchup, S.E.E.S has historically been able to rise up to the occasion, as well as the Sojourn Tracer. Things are really heating up for S.E.E.S. Meanwhile, Shogunate are sticking by their guns. They're sticking Cypher on the Sigma, looking to avoid that, head-to-head confrontation when it comes to the Orisa, as well as Crows re-debuting on the Venture.
Absolutely, but map 5 is underway. A spot in the grand finals await whoever wins this one here. And I mean, you see the Shogunate here just take control of the bot first. It hasn't opened just yet. A javelin right there, I think, getting stuck into the bot. That's been one of the rare times that Hyper's actually missed on that so far, and it looks like the Shogunate are asking for a pause here. They will be granted it there.
Even though LCS did say denied, unfortunately for them, it is not in their power. It does look like we're going to be going into a quick tech break. Thinking about the way that map opened up, the way that the Sigma on the side of Shogunate was able to take so much space so quickly, now they're able to, sort of lead with the push bot even though it hadn't unlocked yet. What does that kind of spell out for you in terms of how we might see this dynamic moving forward?
I mean, it's very early on, and the main thing that I was really trying to focus on there was that battle that was going on just on the other side of the glass, I believe, with the Tracer and the Venture. I really feel like that's a big fight right there, because whoever wins it, it gives you a little bit of an advantage and might force that other team just to fall back a little, because now you have that backline pressure coming in. You're going to want to try to deal with that, but now we're heading right back in.
Yep, exactly. Head right back in we will, and for those of you who might have missed it, Cypher's shield has been almost completely broken, so that's going to be a large opportunity to attack from for S.E.E.S, as Shogunate are the ones who are able to start this push on the bot.
Yeah, Cypher, though, getting a little bit aggressive here. Might come back to bite them, but the Immortality Field coming out from Sotel's to keep him alive. That shield now back to being deployed, but it's going to be Hyper finding them first there. Crow, though, in that backline. These Hudson not going to be able to find them just there. Uses that dash to get away, but it's not going to be fast enough as Hudson finds them there. And, I mean, I talked about that side fight going on, but it seems like at a point there, they just kind of broke off.
Yeah, exactly. And then seeing the way that Crow almost got the successful gauge onto Hudson, but then S.E.E.S, the savior, was able to boop the Venture away and out of their effective range, making it so that the kill would not have been able to take place.
Yeah, now S.E.E.S just slowly starting to build onto this lead as the Shogunate finally going to stop it here for a moment. Shoreline Pie getting that headshot there with the railgun shot. Not going to be able to find the kill, though. But, I mean, Silvertails does have their animatrix ready to go here. I'm watching, though, for Swifters. Maybe get that pulse bomb off. The Kitsune Rush going to come out here early. And it's going to be Hudson again. Hudson has been so consistent finding these early picks. Shoreline Pie, Cypher, all going by the wayside right here. Moon Bunny, not able to escape.
Yep, just barely. Swifters was able to get the blink melee combo off. That's a pretty dominant advantage for S.E.E.S. You can see this is why they have that flawless record on this map, and this is why they brought it to us for our map 5. Now, leading into the next fight, Hyper does have the Terra Surge available and ready to go, as well as S.E.E.S with their beats. So things are going to be looking pretty up for S.E.E.S, but it does depend, as always, on who finds that first pick.
And, I mean, you're seeing Hyper get very low right there. The Flux looking for anyone here. It's going to be able to catch Hyper right there, but the beat from S.E.E.S not going to be able to save him. Such a big key piece already out here for S.E.E.S, but Hudson, again, consistently finding picks, finds Shoreline Pie, but down S.E.E.S here. I think S.E.E.S might just have to surrender this fight.
Yep, and now looking at the kind of situation that this leads them into, the Tracer is going to stall out this point as long as possible. But now, especially after, using that gravitic flux, it is going to be a large key piece of their composition that's just going to be gone. It's going to be missing for the next fight. So Shogunate, they're going to have to make up for it in spades with smart usage of their support and DPS ultimates. Meanwhile, S.E.E.S, though, looking pretty comfortable. Having that first massive push is going to be really comfortable to sit with. Now, Moonbuddy and Cypher, though, finding early picks in the next fight.
Beat, though, from Moonbunny coming out. The only thing that Shogunate has really invested into this fight right here might just be enough to win them, even with the loss of one of their members right there. But Cypher has to fall back quickly there as Moonbunny, though, finding Swifters might just be the nail in the coffin for this fight.
Yep, Moonbunny on an absolute tear. Don't count them out just because they're on the support. Landing 3, I believe, picks in that fight. And then preserving their ultimates even further. They did not have to expend anything except for the beat that was a response to both the Terra Surge as well as the Pulse Bomb.
Yeah, and I mean, that was just such a great fight for them there. I thought they would have to use a couple more ultimates to win it, but I mean, they forced out the Terra Surge from S.E.E.S and I believe the Pulse Bomb as well from Swifters. And now, I mean, again, there's going to be no ultimates from S.E.E.S at all this engagement, and Shogunate will probably be able to take the lead off this fight and maybe even get the forward spawns.
Yeah, I mean, what a beautiful setup from Crow, burrowing underground and then pushing Kiriko directly into Cypher's line of fire. That was a beautiful wombo combo 1-2 punch. And then with the flex, the only flex support down for S.E.E.S, they did end up losing that fight in a pretty spectacular fashion. Now, leading into this next point, we've got Overclock, we've got Window. No picks yet, though. It's Crow that was able to break the silence.
Yeah, there's your pick. The Kitsune Rush coming out here for Arcane. The Flux, so not going to be able to find anyone. Hudson finds one already with their Overclock, but not going to be able to find a second one. However, the bot is slowly starting to go backwards as Hyper is on a mission of their own here.
Wow, I mean, look, some of you may be laughing right now, but that is such an expert level play. Making sure to get that bot as far out of there as possible is going to deny Shogunate from being able to cap that forward spawn. They're going to deny them from getting the lead in terms of distance, and that is such a significant factor in how teams are going to be able to play around this point.
Yeah, and I mean, Shogunate, they do have the one ultimate ready to go, but they're already down your main support here. You might just have to give up the fight off that. Yeah, now you're down both your supports.
Yeah.
Maybe one for the road is all you get here. Yeah, you're going to be able to find that right there. But like I said, it's one for the road. You might have to deal with Crow, though.
Yeah, exactly. The cleanup does come in pretty cleanly. No more lives lost. However, Shogunate are going to be making the swap Cypher onto the Diva, and it does look like they are going to try and shuffle things up a bit to make sure that what happened before doesn't occur again. Now, S.E.E.S, though, still maintaining the lead, even though they did lose a couple fights in a row. That is a pretty significant advantage in their favor, as now they're going on the offensive with their ultimates.
And this is a fight I mean, if you just look at it, they probably should win, especially with Cypher making the swap here. But keeping Hudson alive is a very important key to that. The tectonic shock coming out. Moon Bunny will find Hudson right there. The beat from S.E.E.S just a little bit too late to keep them alive. However, this fight might have gone a little bit too far, but nope. Shogunate finally going back to contest the bot there, and they will win the fight when it's all said and done.
Yep, there you go. And even though the bot was pushed even further into Shogunate's home base, they were able to stagger out some kills nice and slowly. Make sure that they are able to get as much distance as possible off of the push bot. Now, leading in, this is the fight to determine who decides or who is going to be in the lead, right? Because we do have just a short distance to go, 3 meters, 2 meters left. Oh my god, Hudson finds a nice pick onto Shoreline Pie, cracking everything wide open.
Yeah, when in doubt, just where's Hudson? And also, where's Crow? They've been able to find so many opening picks for their teams. The Terror Surge is going to come out there, not going to find anything, as Silvertails does invest that Amp Matrix right there, but not necessarily finding the value it was looking for. They all spot where Crow is, and they were just waiting for them to re-emerge from the ground as Kasuni Rush comes out. Hudson having to just slide away, will find Crow right there, but Cypher does have this remeching tool. If they so do want to use it, they're going to be able to use it, but there's going to be no remech in sight there, as Hudson with a right click gonna be able to find them, and now S.E.E.S back in control.
Yep, there you go. That's the cursive push, getting ping-ponged in between these 2 points. Not quite able to get it. They did push an extra meter, but that is still short of S.E.E.S' lead. Now they're looking to extend it themselves, as S.E.E.S now walking up with 2 minutes remaining. We're going to see if they're going to be able to cap that forward spawn and provide themselves with yet another fight should they lose this one.
And look at what Shogunate did here. Cypher making a swap over to the Zarya instead. They want to be able to constantly be able to apply pressure and some damage here to Hyper, who is starting to take over this game a little bit. But Shoreline Pie now looking for something with their overclock here. Hyper not going to be able to get up to that other side of the wall until that point right there. Going to be able to keep him alive because of it. Hudson investing their overclock as well. Not going to be finding anything else other than the front end of that railgun shot there from Shoreline Pie. Swifters will fall as well here. But I mean, wait. S.E.E.S, are you still alive in this fight here? Well, the answer's no, but give him an A for effort.
Man, that stall play, the amount of time that S.E.E.S are able to just consume from Shogunate's fight wins is just a masterstroke in itself. And now seeing as S.E.E.S, they did lose that fight, but they're still able to come back with that notorious high ground, and they're going to be able to defend pretty effectively. Shogunate, they are winning these fights. They are getting the small victories when they need to, but S.E.E.S are playing the long con, and they're able to stall this point out as long as possible. Minute remaining. Things are coming to a head on this series point match.
And right now, you want to know what? This is reminding me of Hananoka here. S.E.E.S took that lead early, and Shogunate has gotten close, but never able to just necessarily take it away from them here. Beat being invested here by S.E.E.S to counter out that animation there from Silvertails. Hyper has to get in the backline. Here comes the Terror. There's the beat, though, from Moon Bunny. Going to be able to keep him alive, but will get rid of that immortality field. Hyper now looking worse for wear here and starting to be pressured out. Not going to be able to escape here. The Shogunate have their opening here. They're starting to pick off the members of S.E.E.S, and now they might be able to take the lead.
Yep, there you go. They've absolutely done it. This is the opening that Shogunate needed, and after 9 minutes and 30 seconds of being behind, that's it. They are right about to take the lead. Now, Tracer trying to find their way around the back line, making sure that they can't cap just yet. Swifters, though, finding a pick. S.E.E.S as well. Ice Caster Curse it.
The cavalry is coming back. S.E.E.S with 2. The grab though from Cypher has to be huge. They will find S.E.E.S and Katsuna Rush coming out. Hyper keeping this alive. The play by Swifters to stall out the bot is going to come back. It's going to be what sends S.E.E.S to the grand finals.
Oh my god.
What a play.
What a play, what a match, and what a series. Ending it off, S.E.E.S with the master play. Swifter just keeping the point alive, making sure that their team reigns victorious in that match and just taking it home.
Oh man, and I thought I had caster cursed it when I said this is reminding me a lot of a Hananoka. And once they won that team fight, I thought, I'm gonna be honest, I I thought Swifters was one of the first members to die. I thought they were nowhere near the point, but they timed it all so perfectly, and now S.E.E.S moving on to the grand finals to again face a team they have beaten in the past with Malware, but they have now gotten their revenge here against the Shogunate.
Man, I am flabbergasted. I don't even know what to say. Those hero plays, that was the difference in this series. S.E.E.S and Shogunate, they were so tightly matched up for so much of it. But then those plays, both from Shoreline Pie, from Swifters, from Hudson, from Crow, they really did end up making the difference. And I mean, that's just what separates goodness from greatness.
Yeah, and let's give some credit to LCS there. LCS was the first one back on that Lucio. We talked about the Lucio plays going into that map there and how the aggressiveness and them being able to go out and find kills had really helped them out. Yeah, Swifters threw that pulse bomb down, got rid of that Baptiste, and then LCS came in and got another kill right there to really help them out a lot. But this was just an insane series from both these two teams. And Spaffles, I mean, it ended closer than I imagined it could ever end. Less than about a meter, a little bit over it, was the difference there on Calisteo.
Yeah, exactly. The series has been it has so many heights and peaks and lows. It was just incredible to watch the entire way through, and I bet the highlight reel is absolutely jam-packed right now. We're just seeing some of the best moments so far from the series, and just like King's Row in its own, I feel like that could be an entire reel, let alone the things that happened on Hanaoka, and then eventually the insane plays that took place on Coliseum.
Yeah, just absolutely. I will say that Shogunate, though, they did play Venture throughout this entire series, and they made the Venture work to a point where I think S.E.E.S was having to deal with them. I mean, we saw some of these Venture players just build up ultimates insanely quick here, and it was just almost nuts to see it, and they did such a great job. But I mean, the hero plays coming out, like you said, were the main difference here. Hudson, I feel like there were multiple times where they put their team on their back and were just able to carry them through. Swifters did great, LCS, Mardox, basically everyone that came in for S.E.E.S, I can't say anything bad about, but same thing for the Shogunate there. There's really nothing I can say bad about them. I mean, a map 5, a series 5, a map 5 there goes the distance. It goes one, it finishes about less than a meter to go. I mean, there's nothing more you could ask for. If you're a Shogunate, yeah, you're not happy that you're out of this tournament, but I think you can leave with your head held up high, because this was potentially maybe one of the best series here in this entire Rock Rumble.
Yeah, I mean, that was surely one for the books. I absolutely eat my words when I said earlier that the loser would be relegated to the depths of history, as, I mean, everybody on Shogunate, they just played so incredibly well. And I want to highlight again with their exit, Crow might as well be one of the best ventures in the world. Just seeing the amount of plays that they were able to conjure up, seeing the way that they're able to weave in and out of fights and just conjure picks out of thin air. That is what you like to see. And even just being a support player, making the switch over to DPS, like they mentioned earlier on their interview, yesterday on their interview, having, not really played too much of the old DPS Doom or the other characters that most people would liken Venture to. It's just a success story in and of itself, and I'm really proud that I was able to sort of follow their journey throughout the series.
Yeah, and I mean, just watching back to the highlights of this last map here, I mean, S.E.E.S got this lead that they never really were able to build up from within about the first 2 minutes. And like I said, it kind of reminded me a lot of Hanaoka, where S.E.E.S had the lead, and then Shogunate would just kind of bring it back, make it close, and maybe taking the lead themselves. But S.E.E.S always came out on top in fights that I thought were almost impossible. And again here, this last 30 seconds was insane. They get the team kill. Swifters gets this kill here, and LCS is just able to get that one boop kill there, and you start to see the rest of S.E.E.S come back in to clean up that fight. I mean, without that stall there from Swifters, I think S.E.E.S is out of this tournament. The Shogunate is moving on, but look at this bracket here.
Yeah, absolutely stacked.
Yeah, just an incredible run here for both these two teams, but S.E.E.S moving on.
Yep, exactly. And man, I cannot wait to follow the grand finals, but we are going to be sending you all over to a break soon, and with the grand finals soon to follow. It has been an absolute pleasure casting for you all tonight. My name has been Spaffles. This has been Dexatron, and we'll see you all soon. Goodbye.
Welcome back, Overwatch fans. We are here with another finale of a weekend tournament. It is I, Hot Dog, here with Spaffles. I know you were already well acquainted with Spaffles after that last match. But it was a banger. It was a banger of a matchup.
Yeah, it was just an incredible series. We saw the maps go back and forth, back and forth. The Shogunate and S.E.E.S really duking it out, but spoiler alert, if you can see at the bottom of the screen, it did end up being S.E.E.S who came out on top. We're about to face Malware in what can be best described as another run back. As we've seen, they have both played each other before.
Yeah, if we take a look at this bracket, let's see if I can use my, there we go, the blue. So Malware here, I mean, they both have been a pretty undefeated route here to the finals. Obviously, because it's round robin, so one elimination, you kind of get booted. Yeah, no, they, what is it, Foundry took out Starlighters, took out Shogunate last round, and then Malware took out Over Easy, High Five, and Dukes of Arrakis to make it here.
Yeah, I mean, with Malware's only loss so far in the entirety of the Rock Rumble weekend clash being to S.E.E.S themselves in the Swiss stage, where S.E.E.S were able to take it in a 2-1 series in a 1-2 matchup. So looking really excited and looking forward to seeing how these teams are going to adapt to each other, as well as how much they've grown over this past weekend.
No, you're totally right, and it's worth mentioning, like S.E.E.S, for example, lost to Shogunate and then came back and won against Shogunate. So, I mean, Malware, I mean, you know, they can make it happen against S.E.E.S potentially. Again, it comes like back to what you were just saying. We'll see. No, again, I'm gonna be saying S.E.E.S a lot. We will be. I gotta think of another way to. We will unveil how well they've grown. All right, you guys know what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. You know, all that, you know, the player growth, right? The team coming together from the auction last week, making like having 5 or so days to prepare for the tournament, and then following that up into just a weekend packed with matches back to back to back to back. It's really, really interesting and enlightening seeing how these players have grown over these past couple of days together. And looking at these rosters, I'm sure a lot of you will notice so many familiar names. We've got Gap, Chicken, Tanic B, Rafa, Timweek, Baz, and Fairy on the side of Malware, as well as Hyper, Razioli, Hudson, Mara, Swifters, S.E.E.S, and Mardox for the side of S.E.E.S.
Yeah, and as we bounce back and forth here, it's worth mentioning that one team has 2 tanks and a little bit less DPS. One team has 1 tank and a few more DPS. So kind of points to, you know, the strategy of the 2 teams, right? Personally, and this is just, you know, my own personal take, I think it's a little bit easier to play against a single, or play with and off of a single tank versus, you know, a couple tanks. You know, I feel like that one... you know, kind of center point of a strategy. It's a little bit easier to work around than a bunch of DPS or a bunch of tanks. But I don't know what, like, just off of that, Spaffles, any input on those team building blocks?
Well, I mean, looking at it, right, there are a lot of substitutes for both teams, and as we know what the rules of the tournament are, both teams are going to have to play all of their members throughout the course of the series. So looking at it from a sort of advantageous position here of who is going to have the advantage off of their team comps, I feel like it's a lot easier to say substitute in a tank and a DPS versus substituting out both of your DPS, or, you know, spreading it out more so throughout the series. It's going to be a little bit, I feel like, a little bit more awkward to replace just a big chunk of your team all at once versus kind of spreading it out across more roles.
Sure. No, that is definitely fair. And then obviously we're not gonna just like sit and watch, you know, see what happens, see how it doles out as we go to Lijiang Tower for this first matchup. And you know, it's a classic map. It's one that will stand the test of time as being, I think, a fair map. Like, there really isn't any way to like kind of dice it. It's like you play it well or you don't.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely been a fan and team favorite as far as things have gone. Lijiang Tower offers such a large variety in terms of the different points that you can go over to, the amount of playstyles that are viable on each one, and I'm looking forward to all the sorts of shenaniganery that the teams are going to be able to pull through with, especially if they have any strats especially cooked up for this. So it is going to be S.E.E.S' map pick, though. They've definitely been pretty performant in the in control so far. What are your thoughts on, you know, Lijiang Towers, or how we're about to head into this series as well?
I mean, first I just want to highlight shenaniganery. I mean, I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that to jump out of your mouth there, but I'm glad it did. I mean, you know, obviously each different map I think is different, you know, comp it excels at. So this one, as we get to a pause. Immediately everyone is very excited. Oh, I didn't mean that.
Yeah, just a bit of Zoomer texting habits, right? You gotta say, they meant to say new map, but then they ended up splitting the word halfway through, and they said P in the second half, and then the lobby host took that as a pause. You know, just a little bit of tomfoolery there as well. We're layering on the irony.
And like, I'm fine with, you know, I would much rather have some like a trigger happy admins with like pauses than not. But in any case, I mean, so like this one, for example, you know, I feel like a lot of very open air comps with Pharah work well. That's the fun part about Lijiang's baffles as you kind of look at these comps. I mean, I imagine it's probably going to change from point to point, right?
Yeah, exactly. And right now, as we're heading over to Gardens, it looks like S.E.E.S is going to be playing more of that standard that we have been expecting from them with Mara on the Venture, as well as the Orisa core that we've grown to know and love / hate, depending on who you are.
Absolutely. And Monkey here jumping around, getting forced off.
No!
That was so fast. Mara gets 2 picks already. Hudson does get picked off here as Timmy is able to find the almost equalizing pick for Malware, but with, I mean, no tank on the field, it's going to be pretty tough for Malware to do a whole lot of anything. That first pick on Winston, I mean, that was pretty monumental.
Yeah, that was pretty incredible. They saw Hyper and Mara together identify that gap was going around the cliffside, and they're like, you know what? I have boops. You have boops. How about we go together and we'll double, triple, quadruple boop them? And that's exactly what happened, as Gap was not able to make that gap back onto the map.
Timweek having a hard time with this Tracer here. Hudson's been just on them, trying to keep them off, and been very successful. Shaking on Malware as well, drawing dangerously low. Like, S.E.E.S have been doing such a good job at keeping them going in. A bit of a fight here. Timweek under so much pressure again from Hudson. Oh man, they're forced to be able to actually stay alive as we go back to bridge, where not a lot has happened. Battles.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a lot of setup so far. Teams aren't really able to identify their key targets, and S.E.E.S has been really good at keeping them out. And there you go. That's a second environmental kill. Mara just has Gap's number called up. Hello, you're off the map. Now, Arcane followed that up with a kill as well, and Fairy off the map for the quick reset. I mean, wow.
I mean, yeah, Mara, obviously Venture, you know, a very, very hyper 2-0. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, that honestly, again, just the fact they're able to get 2 environmental kills, even just 1, with this new hero is pretty impressive. We'll have to see if this fight will begin anytime soon, as now another rotation comes in. We're at 72% on the bridge, and Kiriko throws in their ultimate for Fairy. Now we're walking in, trying to make some magic happen at 80%, and now Mara, two picks again. Chicken using their Sojourner ult, not going to make much happen, though, unfortunately, trying to fight this Orisa, but with the Sound Barrier coming in from S.E.E.S, I mean, LCS able to keep everyone alive, and 87% and counting here. Malware really needs to make some magic happen, but unfortunately for them, I'm not sure it will. Hudson finds Fairy and S.E.E.S in clear control. So many ults as well. Hyper throws in a Terra Surge, gets a person, a Pulse Surge as well for gapping. Why not? 99 to 0%. Spaffles, this has been just a dominant map so far for S.E.E.S.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this last series as well. S.E.E.S, they absolutely come out swinging, and especially on control, this is their specialty. We've seen this time and time again, as S.E.E.S is completely able to lock out Malware from the first map. Now we're not even really able to get their first fight in, really, because as things have gone on, as the setup has continued, we've just seen time and time again, whether it be Gap getting, a little tank Gapped, getting knocked off the map, or whether it be Hudson and Mara just finding those early picks. There just weren't really any massive 5 versus 5 fights. So I'm really looking forward to seeing if they're going to be able to bring it back a little bit more here, as Night Market is going to be our next point, and we're going to see Malware just try and stick through it with the dive composition.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this come up, you almost cringe a little bit for Malware. I mean, Mara, again, has been so good with Venture, being able to boop in, and Gap takes a very aggressive jump in. A lot of damage, no kills yet, falls to half health. Timway falls almost to 0, able to stay alive. Gap does find Hudson, though. Malware starting out strong, able to rotate to point to meet S.E.E.S, who has already taken position there, forcing out a recall. Mara just a menace with Venture, booping, tunneling, shooting, doing damage. So far, no one has taken complete control yet. S.E.E.S does have a little bit of an advantage because LCS finds Fairy, one less support, but I mean, Arcane immediately taken out by Gap. Both teams have no support here in the form of Kiriko, and now another support pick. Mara falls. I mean, it's just back and forth battles.
Yeah, exactly. And just seeing the red, blue trade even now leading on as the fight goes on with Winston down, Malware are able to get the first cap onto the point. Now Chicken finds their way off the map for a quick and dirty reset, while LCS finds a pick Hyper as well, cleaning up the kill onto Lucio, making sure that they are able to cap in the follow-up. Now 11% did find its way over to Malware, so they aren't looking like they're in a terrible position, even though S.E.E.S now commands control over the points.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate for S.E.E.S that Malware was able to get to 10%, but I mean, for Malware, that might be a as I was saying, just talking Chicken, get immediately assassinated by Hyper. Well done. I mean, that's going to be a fight win immediately for S.E.E.S. I mean, yeah, there's another pick. So I was going to say, Spaffles, you could weigh in on this, but I feel like that 10% for Malware might be important. I'm not sure they're going to get a whole lot of more percentage here, just looking at this.
Yeah, I mean, that 10%, it can be the difference maker, right? The control, every single little advantage does count. However, it does seem like S.E.E.S are able to push them a little bit further. Mara taking down to just 2 HP before the burrow finds its way through, able to save them on just a sliver of health.
Oh, they do miss the sound barrier though, and Mara gets primal raged and all of that. It's unfortunate. They did get some shield with that tunnel, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to stay alive from this angry monkey. Gap jumping around, trying to get this Lucio off, but unfortunately for them, able to jump around. Timweek unsheaths the blade, does not get any kills, falls dangerously low and dies. LCS, a great play by this Lucio. On the point, however, Rafa has thrown in a sound barrier, trying to keep this point alive for Malware. 66% to 13. Able to get the cap over and swap over as Gap falls to Hudson. Malware need to keep this point alive for as long as possible. LCS fighting Rafa, it's going to be tough. And man, 66% to 22, it's already looking dicey. Maybe even last fight territory here, Spaffles.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Malware, they're just able to get the point flips when it matters, getting 11% exactly both times they were able to do it. And it looks like Hyper might have overextended just a little bit, facing down the Sojourn's barrel, but nope, they're able to retreat just in time. Now, if you guys remember, S.E.E.S did the exact same thing with Push on the last map against Shogunate. They've been able to stall it out. They've been able to get those small advantages when it can, and it looks like it's just going to keep repeating itself.
Hudson playing with fire there a little bit, able to stay alive as Hyper falls dangerously low. Get a ton of heals in as they force out a great recall from Chicken, who has a pulse bomb ready, and now it's last fight territory, 99 to 22%. Gap falls dangerously low, 1 HP. LCS finds Gap with a sound barrier, or sound boop rather. And Hudson finding Chicken, Hyper finding Timwick. This could be it. S.E.E.S with a dominant showing on Li Jiang, a sound barrier just for fun. How about a Kiriko ult here? Show them the door, and there we go. S.E.E.S 1-0 in the series with this win on Li Jiang.
Yep, there you go. S.E.E.S absolutely reading Malware like a book, like a textbook perhaps, as they had everything down to the very last bit. And here you've got Hyper with the well-deserved play of the game.
Yeah, that's the thing. I didn't see Hyper in the kill feed in a good way. They didn't die. I felt like they were immortal. Great job with support. Great job just playing the tank role. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I said, well deserved there.
Yeah, a very well done fight, and now taking the lead in the series. This is going to give the next map pick over to Malware. Now, next map is going to be a little bit interesting, as that is going to be hybrid. So I really want to see which direction Malware are going to be taking us in, as hybrid has historically been a pretty wishy-washy map for them, as they've only been able to take it once in the bracket so far.
Yeah, and hybrid is always a bit tough because you have the initial phase trying to unlock the point, which kind of like call back to 2CP, where if you don't get a really good first fight or initial fight, and Blizzard World pick comes in as we were talking, which yes, that is the one that they've won so far. So as I was saying, you got to have a really good concentrated point push to get to that first point. Then you also have to do streets phase, so you have to be able to get to the point in a good consistent way. There's a lot of facets to hybrid that you have to play well. So I mean, Malware, they like Blizzard World, so we'll see if they can make it happen here.
Yeah, and I mean, I've got to call it into question, especially, is Blizzard World perhaps their favorite map, or are they going it because they had the best success on it? It's really like a self-fulfilling prophecy there. Now, knowing that they are a more dive-heavy map, I'm sure that Blizzard World will cater itself very well to them as they're coming in with it being their own pick. But I do still have my concerns, though, as S.E.E.S coming off of the last series. They are absolutely on fire. I don't think I've seen really any major misplays coming from them, and it was a really, really clean 2-0 to start us off.
Yeah, it was, but we'll have to see if these swaps from Malware will make a difference, as it could be, again, just trying to change the equation a bit. So we have Baz coming in for Rafa, and Tanic B coming in for Timweek. So again, it speaks to a little bit of maybe a change in strategy. Something, again, maybe this is hey, these are the players that know Blizzard World the best. It could even be as simple as that. But I think a change is necessary, as you were saying. S.E.E.S are looking mighty fine right now, to put it mildly.
Yeah, I mean, switching it up, I believe is going to be one DPS and one support that are going to be alternating toward the team. So Malware are really just going to be throwing stuff out the wall and seeing if it can fit. Hopefully they're going to have more of that, specialization down in the bag, because that's really what excels when you have a heavy DPS squad. When you have 4 DPS players on your team, you're going to have a lot of variety, and you're going to be able to get a lot of specialists that are going to be excel at piloting stuff like the Sojourn, like the Tracer, that can help take your team to that next level. And that next level is what they're going to need if they want to remain competitive with S.E.E.S.
Yeah, they need a Junkrat player, I think, actually. They need a Junkrat specialist. The fact that there isn't a Junkrat specialist, where is Jake? Someone get me Jake's number. We need Jake to come in for a BPL weekend tournament.
Man, I would love to see Jake's Junkrat in one of these tournaments.
The classic. Murloc Island, though, I want to go there. Even though I think that would be a really boring place to be. It's just like a 10 by 10 plot of land. It'd be interesting to be there, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be a pretty nice place to hang out and chill, just kind of get away from everybody in the bustling theme park environments. The craziness
of life. Yeah,
exactly. It's your nice little solitary plot of land in the middle of one of the most industrialized places on Earth. It's just one of the classics.
I come to Blizzard World to decompress, to get away from it all.
Yeah, exactly.
As we get away from Murloc Island into the match, though, let's look at these comps baffles. What are your thoughts as we look at the attack and defensive compositions here?
Yeah, and just looking at, the compositions that are coming out of the spawn rooms, this is pretty much more of the same as per what I expected. We're going to see Tanic be back on the Echo. It doesn't seem like they're too confident in the Tracer, or perhaps they believe they're better off without it. Though Mara in the back line, it's getting pretty low, knowing exactly how to edge their HP and make the most out of that limited resource that they have.
Oh boy, Baz finds Mara. Unfortunately, yeah, not successful with that HP there. Gap finds Hudson as well, and as you were looking through that composition, Malware was able to make a quick fight win. At this point, just clearing off, and 3:20 on the clock if they get a fast comp here, or a cap here.
There you go, Hyper falling through not only the water, but it seems like reality itself as they are making their way back to the spawn room. It does look like they're going to be able to get the forward defender spawn, though, so it is going to be a relatively quick regrouping for S.E.E.S as they are attempting to stop Malware's push.
Yeah, not much to be said here except for a great dive from Gap, able to capitalize very effectively here. Now as we look at the high ground, Chicken desperately wants to get a cool angle to potentially let the Streets phase get a little bit easier here. Any swaps do you think S.E.E.S need to make here as we get to this next fight?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that S.E.E.S are perfectly comfortable on the comp they are on right now. Perhaps they may want to, whip out the Venture, perhaps, as it was very well. Oh my god. Chicken, it was a body shot railgun, but it still just absolutely took Mara clean out. That's going to be a very detrimental pick.
There's not much you can really do about that, as Chicken 87% now to their ultimate as well. Hudson trying to be matching the power here from this the other Sojourn, and unfortunately Chicken able to find another pick with Hyper. No tank now for S.E.E.S. Chicken has their ultimate ready, able to just chunk him down. Gab says, no, I got you. Jumps in, finds Hudson. In the midst of this, though, Arcane does find Chicken, and Tanakby did fall as well, I believe, to Mara. But, I mean, hey, I don't know if it's going to be enough, as Malware continuing to push in.
Yeah, exactly. And Malware, they're just continuing their unstoppable push, right? They are going to surrender control of the point for just a little bit as they are attempting to regroup. They do have a lot of ultimates leading into this fight. Both teams do, as it looks like it might be an ult o'clock situation. Just waiting to see when the fight breaks out, how far both teams are willing to invest to make this work.
Yeah, Arcane using their Kiriko ult immediately as Mara looks for an opportunity for this pulse bomb. Chicken trying to stay alive. I know that's probably who Mara's looking for, just to stop this potential ult. But nothing really happened, actually, after those Q presses. S.E.E.S backs off, and now Malware takes some space back. Now it is 4 ults to 4 ults, essentially, as a duplicate comes in. Two Arisas, 2 tanks for Malware, as Baz throws in a sound barrier. And now, I mean, S.E.E.S is going to be on the back foot. Here we go. Baz finds Hudson as well. Malware, this is going to be a great fight for them, pushing in more and more aggressively. They can find more picks. This could be it there, and that's going to do it. Tanakby finds Mara. This could be a cap here. 3 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. S.E.E.S need to make something happen here, but I'm not sure they're going to be successful in this battle.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're going to be down LCS for this next fight, but they are going to try and make something work. Hyper, though, gets beamed down by both Chicken and Tanakby combined, but the return picks do come back out as Hudson pops the overclock, gets a nice pick, gets shut down, though, shortly after.
That's crazy. 0.32 meters are left. I was positive they're able to get that, and now Fairy says, hey, we are absolutely going to get this Kiriko ult thrown in. Gap falls dangerously low, but stays alive. Half health. Fairy finds Mara. That could be it. Malware wants to finish it off here. They need to get this point. They say, hey, we've got this momentum. Let's capitalize. Gap finds LCS. A Fairy finds a pick. Hudson equalized with Baz's, but unfortunately, Chicken finding Hudson is not going to be enough. Now Diva demeched on the point. S.E.E.S, unfortunately, going to have to watch as their point gets capped. Malware, 2 on so far for Blizzard World, 4 minutes on the clock.
Yep, beautiful play there from Malware, and a very valiant effort from S.E.E.S as they almost had it right in the bag, but unfortunately for the Malware, they just had the greater advantage both in numbers and in lethality. Now leading in, like you said, 4 minutes remaining, it's going to be a very difficult situation as S.E.E.S, they are tasked with burning down the clock and making up for all that lost time.
A recall forced out as Arcane throws in their Kiriko ult. And along with that, Bass has used Sound Barrier. Malware know the danger that they're in, and they're going to try and stay alive. They back out. They know, hey, if we just wait a second, Chicken will have their ultimate ready. Gap has an angry monkey moment here on the point as well. Finds Hudson. That's going to be so detrimental for this defense. And now Chicken says, hey, I don't even need to use this ultimate. I'm still a few points off, but hey, I'm just going to save it for the next fight. And they clean up. Malware another fight win. Once they get this Tracer, they will get some distance, and it is looking great for the team in red.
Yeah, I think that perhaps I was a little bit too hasty last map to call the tank gappage again in favor of Hyper in the matchup, as Gap has been pretty performant this round, getting so much work done, and as well as buying themselves a lot of space. Now, a big swap coming out, and Gap actually going to be onto the Orisa mirror, and this is where S.E.E.S is going to be swapping onto the Orisa to help push things further.
Tanikby has a duplicate ready, looking for some opportunity to jump in and get some damage in. Hyper was forced to use a remake, but unfortunately, no real damage or kill there with it. A stick comes in and a great chop with that duplicate, staying alive. Well done. Staying alive in the backline as well, forcing out a jump by Kiriko as Mara finds Fairy. It's going to be a pick for the defense here. A little bit less healing for the attackers, and now Mara with Chicken's pick. It's going to be great looking for them, but Gap finds Hudson. They're still pushing the point. Malware wants to win this, even though they're down a little bit of heals. They say Rafa or Baz is still here pushing it in, but it's not going to be enough. S.E.E.S does succeed with the defense here. Minute 45 on the clock. Still looking tight for them.
Yeah, I mean, they did manage to succeed, but at what cost? It cost them incredibly heavily. And there you go. There's the Orisa mirror that I was so eager to jump on top of. I was just seeing the future. That's what it was. It wasn't a miscall. But anyways, now looking at it, right, S.E.E.S are just going to be trying to burn down the clock as much as possible. That next 30 seconds is going to be incredibly influential for Malware, as now they have the ultimates ready to use.
Javelin gets eaten up as Arcane throws in their Kiriko ult, trying to stop this momentum they're trying to build up with this attack. Gap is just getting pushed away, gets forced off. That's a great boot from S.E.E.S. Baz uses a sound barrier, but I mean, if you're in the pit, not really going to help too much. Hudson finds Chicken, and now it looks like another fight win. A minute left in the clock for S.E.E.S. A great job by this defense. They might be able to hold it off here and stop them from getting that third point.
Yep, yet again, seeing an appearance from S.E.E.S' greatest ally, it is going to be the environment, as an environmental kill was able to significantly thin Malware's numbers and really shift things back into S.E.E.S' favor.
Hyper. Try that again. Hyper walking in, throwing into Javelin, trying to stop the momentum of this attack. Lots of damage coming into this front line, but able to stay alive. Gets pulled in with his attack, and now Gap finds Hudson with that ultimate. Well done here. Sound barrier comes in for S.E.E.S. Arcane, trying as well to pump in some healing for this front line that so desperately needs it. Gap using their ultimate as well. No dice, no success. Forced in here as well, though. They can kill Hyper. If they're able to kill everyone here in this little room, it could be something. Chicken and Gap get 2 picks. Mara was able to find Fairy in the midst of this. Gap finds another pick with S.E.E.S. And now this could be it. 5 seconds on the clock. 4 seconds. Malware need to get this point right now. They get hit with 1.5 seconds.
Oh my God.
Well done. That could be the difference maker right there. No matter what, they will get another attack on this map.
Yeah, exactly. Capping just by the skin of their teeth. And I mean, that's a pretty significant fall from grace for Malware, as they were coming into this looking pretty strong. They had 4 minutes remaining when they capped the second point, and then just to see the clock get burned down so significantly, it makes you wonder, is S.E.E.S finally in form? Are they going to be able to really turn the course of this map around, or was that just a 3rd point special?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like it was Malware just slowly grinding out the distance they needed, and then slowly just kind of making it happen. I mean, it was well played on both sides, though. I think Malware just slowly kind of got S.E.E.S' number. It was funny, though. Yeah, I gambled with my water. My water.
Yeah, they were.
Like, oh yeah, surely there won't be a fight in the next 20 seconds. Surely.
All good. All good. I think you covered it up well enough.
Oh yeah, no one noticed, and talking about it right now isn't gonna.
Yeah,
well,
it's okay. It does look like the specialized extracurricular execution squad, aka S.E.E.S, is raring and ready to go, whipping back out with the Orisa. We got the Orisa, the Sojourn, the Tracer, the Kiriko, the Lucio, just all some of their best heroes, and looking to aggress with their staple composition. This is what we've seen S.E.E.S do best on, and this is what they're going to try and make the magic happen with. This Malware are not really going to see any changes except from heading back over to the Winston, kind of resetting to how they started off this map.
Malware here looking to have a bit of a dive defense here. So much success has been on the back of Gap. Really well done by, again, that tank here. Hyper looking for a way to get on this point, throwing in a javelin as Malware dances on the boat. And what's going on up here? Oh yeah, a lot of damage going in because there's no tank able to actually block anything. Gap jumps in, finds Hudson, and there's a fight win, it seems, for the defense already. Yeah, I'm not a fan, Spaffles, of this super split up attack.
Yeah, I mean, Hyper just feels like that awkward third wheel, not really able to participate in a lot of the fights that are occurring around the high ground, as that is where Malware is choosing to steep their defense from. But it does look like now that they are refocused and retargeted, things are going to go around to the point as Chicken finds the first kill, taking Mara's head clean off.
I was just about to say, Mara with a good idea chasing down Gap, but seems like they were chased down as well. Gap doesn't have to do a whole lot here. Just need to back up, continue to throw in some laser beams, get some cleave damage, and they're already over halfway to their monkey moment, which is going to be great. A lot of survivability, and Tanicby finds Hyper. They're going to walk in, get some more kills. Why not? Spaffles is looking pretty good so far for the defense.
Yeah, I mean, you've really seen Malware come alive, and that does really answer that question is, well, did Malware take us here because they haven't lost yet, or because they are very, comfortable and practiced with it? And I think there are no doubts in anyone's minds that this is Malware's map to win.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, they're comfortable. They seem to know, kind of where to set up with these dives from Gap. So well done. And as we look at these ultimates, Malware is going to be something of a brick wall for S.E.E.S to run into. So many options for them, so little time. Duplicate comes in for the defense here. Tanicby, another Orisa here for Malware. 2 tanks. What can you do? Javelin pushes back Hyper, but not going to do a whole lot beyond that. Wow, a lot of DPS coming in for the attackers here. S.E.E.S gets 3 picks. Mara and Hudson coming alive in the midst of all of that. Malware was unable to use a lot of those ultimates. I'm not quite sure what happened. It seemed as though S.E.E.S, with that dive, just popped in right as we were watching the tank, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, even though they are playing the rush composition, they're not playing the dive, it did really feel like they were diving on top of those opportunities, and they were able to find some picks really early, even though sometimes it did feel like I was watching a 3D movie with the Kitsune rushes overlaid on top of each other, the red and the blue, and all the visual effects getting overlaid.
Good thing I've got my goggles ready.
I mean, good thing indeed, because it looks like you're gonna have to strap them on pretty nice and tight, as Chicken is just fighting for that high ground on top of the turret. This is gonna be forced to surrender it, though. Not after finding a nice pick from Hudson, though.
That's just a really good javelin. Doesn't get the kill, but does get some pressure off them as Hyper walks back to the pointer. At least tries to, as they're getting pushed around by Baz, booping them left and right here. Hudson going around, pushing the cart, just waiting to use this ultimate, and now Malware seem to be just spinning their wheels, trying to figure out a good way to get an attack going, and they do finally jump in as I'm saying that. Gap with a great dive, finds Hudson, and they're going to be forced S.E.E.S to walk backwards, and yeah, they're in a good spot now with these ultimates. Not like to stop that forward momentum.
Yep, feeling pretty good now. Gap watching down from the high ground, feeling like an undisclosed hero with a black cowl and an animal-themed motif, though he's forced to surrender the location just for a little bit. Not going to be able to find any engaged dives, though, as Hyper, though, rushes in deep, looking for his own picks.
Yes, here we go. A great ultimate from Hyper, pulls the mill together, but unfortunately, no dice. Mara and Hudson come in clutch, though, for the opposing team. What can you do if you're a monkey? Just got to walk back and try and stay alive. They do have this Primal Rage ready, but Spaffles, they seem almost scared to use it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a little afraid to use it in a losing fight, but sometimes you just have to let those buttons fly, and using those ultimates to kind of turn those plays around, right? Those hero plays are what we've come to kind of expect, even when it comes to both of these teams, as that really is kind of what makes things work. Now, they are edging the point ever so slightly towards the objective. Not really going to get a C9, though, as Gap is able to kind of the opening pick on the Hudson.
Yeah, was able to find Mara sneaking away. Gap pops of the monkey ultimate here. And a beat does go off as well. Chicken finds Mara, and it looks like Malware are able to get the defense job done here. But it felt sloppy, Spaffles. It felt like there's a lot of just kind of random things going on, and they, again, almost lost that with that back cap by Mara.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, S.E.E.S are just dialed in. They went around and they were trying to just divert their attention elsewhere while Mara was on the points. But fortunately for Malware, though, they wisened up to it pretty quickly and they were able to stop it right before disaster struck. Now, looking in at this next fight, it is going to be pretty even though Mara on the back cap yet again, 2 meters, 1 meter, 30 seconds. No!
Dude,
There you go. It got it all the way in. And the results of this fight, they barely even matter anymore. Though Fairy did expend the Kitsune Rush and Hudson with the overclock as well.
I mean, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, right? Like you got to stay alive or aware of that. If you know Mara is gonna do that, I mean, you just got to fight on point. It sucks. You can't be aggressive with that. But I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Spaffles, but that was avoidable.
Yeah. That was very avoidable, especially after they caught them the first time. I'm really surprised that they were really going to let their pants down like that again and really allow Mara to get through with it. Now, S.E.E.S looking pretty good. Not going to have that massive time bank that Malware did on their first attack, but that doesn't matter. As long as they get it into the end, both teams are going to be sent over to overtime for their extra attacks.
Gap dropping down. Chicken has his ultimate ready in the holster to unleash on the opposing team. Just gonna looking for some opportunity. There we go. Pops it off, gets a pick. There we go. Hudson sent back to spawn, and that could be all you really need. But hey, let's get a couple more. Why not? There's one, maybe two. There we go. Just once this. There we go. One at S.E.E.S, and now another fight win for the defense. But S.E.E.S were looking so strong, and I mean, minute and a half on the clock, still so winnable by them.
Yeah, I mean, Hyper was able to take a pick on the exit, but unfortunately they themselves were not allowed to go scot-free. Now, S.E.E.S being able to regroup is pretty good. They have both of the support ultimates as well as Terror Surge ready to go. Meanwhile, on the side of Malware, they don't quite have the support ultimates to kind of help boost them in this upcoming fights, but they will have the Primal and they will have the Duplicate as really key abilities to help aid them through this.
Oh. Tanic B finds Hudson after that pick on Baz. A little bit of a vengeance for that lost support here. Tanic B has a duplicate ready. Maybe using it on the Orisa. Yes, once again, forcing the hand of the Echo. But Hyper able to get them out of duplicate so fast. Unfortunately, able to not get a whole lot except just a little bit more of survivability out of there. Tanic B no successfully with that play. But Gap finds Mara, but I think it's going to be a fight win potentially for the attackers. Gap trying to stay alive, trying to force people off the point, but falling to half health. Not a whole lot you can really do here.
Yep, now as the point is rounding the final corner, there are 15 seconds remaining. We are about to enter an overtime scenario as the Kitsune Rush makes its way through. Double Kitsune Rush as well as the beat.
They didn't touch!
They didn't touch!
I'm here.
Oh.
Guys, you need to touch the point. That's the thing you touch.
That's the thing you gotta get on. You gotta touch
That's the thing that you love to touch. You love touching the point, guys. You love touching the point.
Yeah. I mean, it just feels repetitive at this point. Not only the second point, but also third. Just completely throwing away that last fight. What is going on right now? Like, what is going on through Malware's head?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It really is tough. I think a lot of it is them just being so focused on that frontline fight, the dives with Gap, which on its own is really good, right? They've been playing with that tank line and doing a really good job jumping in and finding those picks. But I mean, at the end of the day, you got to be watching, you got to be timing stuff, you got to be touching the point, gamers.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I don't know about what your read on this potentially is, but I'm really feeling that lack of a tracer over for Malware. Sure, the Echo has been performing, and they've been performing very well, but not having the extra amount of mobility and that threat that the tracer does provide with all the blinks and the recall as well to just give themselves a second life on a really short cooldown, about like 15-14 seconds. It feels like Malware's comp is a little incomplete in comparison to S.E.E.S.
No, I absolutely agree. But we'll see. You know, again, they got a minute. You got a total of, I'd say, 2 really, really good attacks. Beyond that, it's kind of anyone's game here as we start off. Gap looking for a way to jump in, make something happen here on this left side of the point. Nope, make that the right side now, jumping around. I mean, this really is kind of the start of Blizzard World, right? Trying to find a good opportunity. Decides instead to go for the high ground. And now just jumping around. Hudson in a weird spot. They noticed that, but unfortunately unable to do a whole lot. And now just fanning the hammer in the face of this monkey, backing off, just looking for a way to stay alive. Fanning the hammer again, just pumping in the damage, and nothing happened. Except the fact that it's 15 seconds left, Spaffles.
Yeah, I mean, Malware, they went for the signature, right? I like to call it the scoop and poop. They went all the way around to the high ground behind the point, made sure that S.E.E.S were completely cleared off of it, but then they just weren't able to make any of the magic happen, and S.E.E.S
Touch the point, touch the point, touch the point, touch the point, and touch the point!
What are you doing? Again? Malware!
You didn't contest it, Lucio didn't touch it!
The third time! 3! 1, 2, 3, count it with 3! I'm just speechless. What? Hello?
All right, well.
Yeah, well.
So it is tieable. It is what we call tieable, Gamer Nation.
It is, okay. Tieable, it is, but I have a feeling that S.E.E.S kind of has this in the back. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it's tieable. I mean, okay, so if we look at it objectively, Malware, they did look good, or like on the defense. You know, I feel like it took a second for them to get the attack, so they can just hold it for a minute. They'll be good, right?
Yeah. I mean, they can hold it for a minute, yeah. They'll just say it like that. They'll just hold it for a minute, that's fine. They won't give any percentage. All S.E.E.S has to do, they have to get a third, forcing that point. And now it looks like Malware, they are ready to bunker down. The first time so far, they have swapped off of that monkey. We're going to see the Orisa, we're going to see the May, and it looks like there are, you know, in it for the long haul. They cannot give any percentage for free. They have to fight this as valiantly as possible. Otherwise, they risk S.E.E.S taking it all, especially with their track record so far.
Yeah, I mean, only Hyper falls dangerously low. A 6-second difference in time banks, but it feels like a completely different attack. What is going on? What is okay? So that Lucio was able to stay alive somehow. Hyper almost punished Baz is going right in front of them. Now walking in here, Gap trying to push and punish this other Orisa here. I mean, it is just pandemonium right now on the point. Gap being aggressed on. Hudson finds Tanic B, though. That could be it. S.E.E.S getting a pick, two picks now, and that is it. 3 coming in for S.E.E.S, and they're going to be coming in 2-0 in the series. I would say... I don't know what to say.
At least they touched the point this time.
I feel like Malware got paid off.
Yeah. I mean, that was just a series of unfortunate events. Everything that we saw from Malware's defense, both times, just not being able to really touch the point really hurt them in what was otherwise a really strong showing in Blizzard World. And now you've got to think, this was their map, this was their pick, and this is clearly what they've spent a lot of their time practicing. So now heading into the next map, I mean, is Malware going to be able to recover from this?
I mean, you would hope so. You would certainly hope so. But luckily, they will have a few minutes here to take a breather, you know, get some water, take a breath, see kind of what's going on. I mean, yeah. I mean, as we go to break, we'll say Malware, you guys looked good. Just gotta lock it in. And I hope everyone watching locks into their seat as we'll be back with some more Overwatch. Hello, Gamer Nation. We are back. And hopefully refreshed. Hopefully we got some drinks in you, Malware. You know, I'll even get like kind of refresh you a little bit more too.
Thank you for the demonstration. I think that would be very helpful for all the players and all the gamers in the chat as well, just to help get the blood pumping a little bit.
That's what they need to do. Like that was me also just like ingesting more energy and then just like Goku like spirit bombing it to them.
Yeah, well, I really hope it does reach them in one piece, though. As I mean, you're about to take it away.
Oh, I was gonna say you said One Piece. I said Dragon Ball. One Piece is a different one.
Well, I see.
Hanoka will be next, I believe. Correct, Spaffles?
Yeah, it's going to be Hanaoka, the new Clash game mode. Now, for all of you in chat, as I'm sure you're all aware, Hanaoka is the debut, as for this week only, we've got a brand new trial map. So the way that Hanaoka works is there is going to be a point that unlocks in the center of the map. Both teams have to fight over it. Point C, my beloved. Then after that, depending on which team wins, they'll be able to push further into the opposing team spawn. If they're able to cap 3 in a row, ultimately ending in the other team's spawn, then they're going to be able to call that map theirs. That is a very fast way to end the map, ending in about like 3 to 4 minutes if you're able to end that way. Otherwise, if it's more of a back and forth matchup like we've been able to see so far, it's likely going to end in the first team to capture 5 points, as indicated by the little marks above the bar. Now, kicking us off, we're going to be seeing Malware, succumbing to the pressure a little bit and fielding the Orisa. They have been very big proponents of the dive so far, but seeing as this is your make or break moment, I feel like they might want to go for something a little bit more traditionally strong in an attempt to especially not C9 these points.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would say as we get into this, this is one game mode that takes a second to get used to. As they begin fighting on the point here, I guess rather above the point. Hyper dangerously low, almost dead here. Swifter's also a lot of damage. Hyper again, just barely staying alive, does eventually fall. Gap was able to push them off or push them away there with their, I guess their bash, I guess. Hudson finds Baz, and now it seems Malware is able to get this point capped here. They are going to continue to fight the contest from S.E.E.S, but I think they'll be able to contest or get everyone off. Yeah, just a couple more people, and Spaffles seems to be Malware getting the lead here.
Yeah,
maybe not. Maybe it's characteristic.
Nope, there you go. There's the caster curse yet again as we see it. No Gap, though, getting the kill onto Hudson. Hyper trying to get back onto Fairy, and that's going to be the support for Malware. All but gone. Gap, though, finds the kill into Arcane, following it up. Hyper with another. This is just back and forth between the two tanks, trying to prove who has the better responsibility.
Geronimura, once again, we're here, and now Malware has fallen off the point. It seems S.E.E.S is able to reverse it, and now they are capping the point. Gap pushes in, potentially. It does have ult ready. Tannic B falls dangerously low, able to stay alive, and wow, Swift almost died there. Gets the pulse bomb eaten. Well done there by Gap, and now the sound barrier comes in from S.E.E.S. Arcane as well almost has their ult as ready as Gap throws theirs in, trying to be the difference maker on this point. So far, again, no one has capped. S.E.E.S is able to find chickens. Maybe they'll be the difference maker, and S.E.E.S is still ahead right now. 2 picks potentially could be its Baffles. Again, this is just unconscionable.
My eyes have just been glued to the screen. The amount of kills just going back and forth and back and forth. And like you called that before, we thought it was going to be Malware's point, but no, it's going to be S.E.E.S. S.E.E.S capping point C. Let's see if they're able to keep that going.
Sí, es un buen idea. Chicken falls dangerously low again. They've just been under so much pressure. Thankfully, Baz has a sound barrier to alleviate some of that, as Arcane had to use a Kiriko ult as well. Malware knew the danger they were in, and now 2 DPS ults on the field potentially for Malware. Chicken finds Swifters that might not even be needed. Walking in very aggressively is Tannic B, walling off, able to keep Orisa from staying on the point as Chicken finds Hudson with the Sojourn ult, and I believe that could be it for Malware. I mean, yeah, 2, 3, okay, yeah, Chicken, all right, yeah, that'll absolutely do it. And now we go back to point C.
Yeah, now we're back to point C. Chicken with the amazing 4K off the overclock. It's going to deny S.E.E.S from not only touching that point, but it's actually also going to give Malware the positioning advantage as they are able to secure the high ground pretty early on point C. Now, while we're in the temple, it is important to note, though, that we're gonna be in here for the long haul, especially as both teams are really close to getting those big hallmark support ultimates.
Yeah, a pulse bomb thrown in, no dice though, no success. Tanic B has a blizzard as well for Malware, so we'll see if they throw that in as S.E.E.S gets their points started here, slowly capping up, and now Eaton, Hyper, well done. Both Aristas have been hungry this matchup. Now Hyper throws in a ultimate of their own, but unfortunately no success with that Terra Surge. On the point, Gap has Terra Surge of their own, and Malware really want them to stay off. S.E.E.S, they really want them to not contest this point and let this go on for another 20 minutes like the first fight. Tanic B falls dangerously low with his wall, able to jump on point with an icicle potentially and stay alive. Gap finding Hyper is going to be the difference maker for Malware here. And hey, how about a Sound Bearer as well? Going to be tough not to lose this fight, Battles.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the back and forth gameplay again and again and again. But unfortunately for S.E.E.S, it just seems like Gap has a better grip on this Orisa so far, as they have been pretty instrumental in allowing their team to be advantageous so far. And it looks like S.E.E.S is going to lose control of C for the first time. So now heading over to point B, S.E.E.S are going to be coming back with a vengeance. I know so many letters. It feels like I'm watching Elmo again. Just
one Jackson 5 there. It's easy as 1, 2, 3, right? Hyper falls dangerously low on the point, 50 HP in a dream, able to stay alive with the help of the support. Arcane with a great Kiriko ult. Hudson as well has an ultimate ready on the Sojourn, but not using it yet. Swifters coming online, and now there's a lot of ults ready for both DPS on both teams. Wall on the fight as well. Chicken finds Swifters and Hyper finds Tanic B though. Oh man, Hudson popping up with his ultimate Sojourn. Finds Chicken, finds Baz, finds Fairy. Why not? Both Sojourns on both sides have popped off so far this map, and Hyper with the last pick on Gap gets it back to another tie game. Once again, we are on point C here, Spaffles.
I feel like I'm getting serious deja vu. One team caps the temple, they go out onto the courtyard, and then a Sojourn pops overdrive and gets a 3-4K. Like, huh? And
yeah,
we're running it back.
It's the Dranamura curse, man. You don't escape it.
Yeah, exactly. The spirit of Hanamura is just coming back to Hanaoka. And now S.E.E.S, though, getting a pretty advantageous position off the rip. Let's see if they're going to be able to keep it going. Wall does go a bit by the wayside. They're not able to catch Hyper out of position.
Yeah, ooh, but Chicken gets caught off, though. And now a great beat from S.E.E.S and a great icicle to negate that pulse bomb by Swifters. Unfortunately for Swifters, another of Sound Bearers coming in for Baz. A little bit tough to get a whole lot of anything done, but jumping around on the back line, desperately trying to be the difference maker, be just a distraction for them. And Fairy, though, says, no, I'm done. Swifters go back to spawn. 2 picks coming in for the Kiriko, and now Gap pushes in, chasing down that Sojourn. No success, though, returning back to point, forcing again the DPS to stay back. Man, I would say again, I think we mentioned before, the Gap has been so good on the Orisa. I mean, that's just testament, taking up so much space.
Yeah, I mean, Malware now just taking up that initiative right off the back of Gap. They're just unshakable, really, once they get on top of that C point, and now they're tossing it back over to B. This is a really, really good position for Malware to be in, as if this game of flip-flop keeps going, right, they keep ping-ponging the points back towards each other, Malware will eventually win. So now the onus is on S.E.E.S to cap 2 points in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to try and do that here with this Kiriko ult off the back of the support. Why not? Gap dangerously low. Terra Surge ready to go. With Chicken finding Swifters might be a good time, but Chicken falling to S.E.E.S, maybe not. And lo and behold, we're back on point C. Hypers finds Gap. S.E.E.S finds Fairy. Could potentially be another fight win here for S.E.E.S. If they're able to get this last pick with the May. Yep, I mean, potentially. There we go.
Could be looking a little bit interesting. The objective is unlocking in 5 seconds, and Malware are nowhere to be seen as they're still regrouping from the spawn. This gives S.E.E.S an initial advantage, as well as their ultimate advantage going into this fight. It'll be interesting seeing if Malware want to force this, or if they want to potentially give it and go next point. No, they want to fight. They're here and they're ready to go.
I think they recognize what you said before about the importance of this fight here. Chicken finds S.E.E.S, though. That could be it for Malware. This is the difference they need to stay in this. Chicken finds Hyper. Yeah, that could be very well it. They need to get some momentum back here, gamers, or else it's going to be it for your tournament dreams. Gap gets a pick. Tanic B gets a couple as well, and we're tied up for the moment. Just kidding. Be 4-3. In 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, you really just cannot count them out. But that is another point cap over to the side of Malware. Now, they are on map point. If they're able to cap the courtyard, or if S.E.E.S is able to cap the courtyard, and then Malware are able to take C again, like they have time and time again, it is going to spell doom for S.E.E.S. They have to act, and the onus is on them now to take this match by the horns.
Chicken aggressively there, forcing out a B potentially by S.E.E.S. Well done here if that was the objective, to get some ults out. Great. Hudson finds Tanic B though. Swifters finds Chicken. This could be it to tie it up again. S.E.E.S really, again, like both teams, kind of want things to go their way. Swifters finds Fairy, and now one on Gap as well. It's back up to 4-4. I'll be honest, I don't think points A and E were loaded into this series. I have no way to prove they weren't.
Well, I wouldn't be able to prove you wrong, not at all. But what is going to happen, perhaps, is that Malware is going to prove the chat wrong. I know that a lot of people may have been grouping up against them, perhaps, in the predictions, but they are looking dominant in this next fight. They're going to have Overclock. They're going to have Blizzard. They're going to have Terra Surge ready to go.
I mean, they're using Overclock right now. So far, nothing happening. Jumping in, being aggressive. Need to get something with it. Man, unfortunately, even staying still, they just were able to eke it out. Arcane throws in the Kiriko ult. Swifters here, Pulse Bomb, and Hyper has a character just ready. Throws in the Pulse Bomb. Doesn't get anyone. Hudson finds Tanabe. Chicken finds Swifters. It is even right now. Both teams have 1 DPS down. Chicken falls. Hyper. This could be it. S.E.E.S, they want to win this. Fairy finds Arcane. One less Kiriko. Right now, Malware in the lead. Bad, and Gap finds 2 picks. Hyper and Hudson are out. There's 1 less Lucio as well. 2-1 here in the series. Malware making it interesting. Once they clear off Swifters from the point, unless some magic can happen here, it's going to be it. There we go. 2-1 Malware, making it interesting.
Yeah, Malware finally scoring a point on that board. This is the start. Could this be a reverse sweep? I don't know. Am I going to cast a curse it? No chance. I'm not going to make any bold predictions.
Never seen it happen.
We've seen it time again in this stream alone, it feels like. And there you go. There's another POV of Chicken's 4K just excellently dismantling S.E.E.S. Just wow.
Yeah, both Sojourns had some like pop-off moments, funnily enough. But Malware, I mean, like you said literally the fight before how important it was for S.E.E.S to not get this the momentum, because if they did get 1 fight win, I mean that's gonna be it. Because you were saying it's flipping flopping, just do the math. It looks like Malware might come out ahead.
Yeah, exactly. And just that the way that Malware were able to take the match by the horns and able to really bring it back, that was just exactly what they needed in the moments. And then S.E.E.S were not really able to recover from it. You know, after the first cap on point C, they weren't really able to come back and really flip things in their advantage. Now, heading on to the next map, though, this starts to spell many questions. I mean, I know we love to toot the horns of the DPS players, especially the Sojourns one. They did have a lot of limelight in the kill feed. I also do really want to emphasize the matchup here between Gap and Hyper. We've just seen, like, time and time again, whether it be the supports or whether it be through the tanks themselves or their management of cooldowns, Gap just feels infinitely more comfortable on the Orisa. And then couple that up with the amount of just seemingly survivability that they're able to muster for themselves, Gap has just been dominating. As every time I look, the Gap nearly full HP, meanwhile Hyper is hanging in by a thread.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the rosters here, and it goes back to when we said at the beginning of the series, Gap is the only tank on Malware versus S.E.E.S having 2 tanks. I will say we haven't seen Rezoli yet, so I assume we'll see Rezoli pop in. But it makes you wonder, like in scrims, maybe potentially S.E.E.S were bouncing right back and forth between 2 different tanks, making it harder to kind of get some level of cohesiveness behind the tank. Obviously, in the past couple maps, it hasn't been as much of a factor because obviously, again, S.E.E.S is in the lead in the series, 2-1. But where it counts, when you're talking about the tank diff, makes you wonder if that's kind of where it comes from.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we've seen it time and time again, even stretching back as far as some of the early days of the Overwatch League. Loading up your roster with a bunch of different tanks and a lot of different DPS, it makes it really hard to maintain like a cohesive environment, as well as that amount of conversation, or the amount of familiarity, or the diversity in your tank's picks, as it's being spread out a lot and you can't really make substitutions mid-map. Now, it does look like we're going to be going over to Shambali Monastery yet again. S.E.E.S did not really have such a good time on this before. Let's see how they're looking to kind of bring things back.
Yeah, it's just beautiful this time of year. It's just gorgeous.
Yeah, it is an absolutely wonderful map. It is personally my favorite map that they've added since Overwatch 2's launch.
Really?
And even though Escort is like not my favorite mode, I still do get a kick of it whenever it does come back around.
I mean, it's like one of those maps that's like I'm trying to think of like an analogy where it's like that one weird flavor where it's like that bitter chocolate. Like, ooh, I like it like once in a while. But it's like, ooh, you kind of like everything else more because of it. I'm losing it already. We got a Bastion on the field. That's all that matters here.
Yeah, exactly. Now, all right, kicking it off. It doesn't look like S.E.E.S are going to be going for a close hold like they did versus the Shogunate. Instead, they're going to be opting into a bit of a longer range engagement. Hyper back on the Orisa as expected, but then Gap is mirroring them as well, but probably with newfound confidence. After the show on Hanaoka, they're going to be, rushing up to the high ground, trying to duel them on flat ground.
Yeah, absolutely. And a fight breaks out on the back of this wall. Gap is just ignoring Hyper, honestly. Just focusing the back as they know Chicken is able to rock them down. And a dominant first little bit of a walk-in here for Malware. Tanic being the back line, able to find S.E.E.S. And how about you guys walk it in a bit? Why not? Get some distance. No one really died, on your team at least.
I mean, momentum is just such a real thing, even though it might sound silly on paper. Just the momentum of keeping it going when you have a good thing and you're able to you feel the tension. It's palpable. Your teammates are just rising up around you. It makes it so much easier to play excellently. And that's what we're seeing from Malware. Even though they struggled a lot on the first two maps, they've been able to bring it back in a brand new way that we really haven't seen from them so far.
Absolutely. S.E.E.S popping in some pellets there. Swifters as well, looking for some magic off the back of that extra damage. Working up on this pulse bomb, trying to again make something happen here as they fight on the point. Very finally follow. Swifters doing a great job in the back line, as you mentioned, getting the pulse bomb farmed up as well, just getting damage where they need to. Gap falls as well. No tank, and Hyper can just walk in on Chicken, and a fight win now for the defense. Malware, 2 minutes left, and they're still looking good, but they got to find a new strategy here, I think. Or
yep, a bit of friendly fire there, as Baz did end up getting pinned against his teammate's Icicle. But hey, that's okay. S.E.E.S with the much-needed fight win as they're able to dig their heels in deep and prevent this landslide from going any further, though. Bit of a spooky position, a little bit of ratting coming out from Hyper with a Terra Surge. Probably going to pop it very soon. The catch is 3!
They held it too long. They do get the okay, they do actually, so they get Tanic B as well as the ult from Bass. That could actually be huge for S.E.E.S. I was a little bit confused as well as holding it for as long as it did, but made it worthwhile. Swifters finds Baz, and there we go. Hudson as well has overclock ready to pop in once they need it, but with the fight win, why would they ever need to pop it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just you might have questioned how the Terror Surge played out exactly for Hyper, but I think it was a very different goal. The Terror Surge itself didn't secure any of the kills, but it held Mei in place. And it looks like somebody's going to get sent back in time to the spawn room, and it's Chicken.
Overclock was popped, but a pulse bomb and then a lot of focus from Hyper finished them off. But Tanic being Gap finish off a couple of their own. But Swifters answering. I mean, it is just back and forth, but it seems as though the team in red here, Malware, able to eke out a victory and slowly but surely cleaning it off, and now going to get some more distance and potentially this first point.
Yeah, and now as they make their progress known towards the last corner, S.E.E.S does follow very late, but Hyper is able to get the last contest in. They're going to make an attempt here, but I'm not expecting too many things.
Yeah, I think it's just more just getting a little bit more time off. Yeah, going for 25 seconds. We'll see. You know, get any second really counts here with these more escorty type maps. So well done.
Yeah,
Chicken
exactly.
gets Swifters, and we'll see what happens in the next point.
Yeah, there's some Toronto Defiant rep over there. I am wearing the sweater from them, of course. I'll have to see it.
I had a jersey on earlier, actually. From
Nice. You love to see it. Anyways, though, bringing it back a little bit on topic, even though Malware were looking pretty dominant on that push, they did get taken down only 25 seconds on the initial. S.E.E.S are just able to bleed out that timer. That is one of their specialties, as we've seen earlier. And seeing it happen again is very, very nice. So Tracer just cannot be matched even by a Lucio on the sidelines, as it looks like that dynamic duo of LCS and Swifters are going to be taking advantage of that window going in deep.
Swifters wants to get this pulse bomb so badly as Arcane throws in a Kiriko ult. Very matches, and it's going to be a fight on point as Gap uses Terror Surge, gets a pick as Chicken finds Hyper. Going to be another fight win for the attacking team. And I was going to say, Swifters was doing a great job, like as you were talking about, just being very aggressive on the side. But unfortunately, I mean, if you got some strong people in the front line winning fights, not much you can do as a little tracer in the back line.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you're investing so many resources into Swifter, having LCS sideline with them, it is going to be very important that they end up getting the results. And even though there was a lot of pressure, they didn't really end up making anything come from it, as it looks like there's a lot of pressure going out. Swifters gets his head taken clean off by Chicken as a Blizzard and Beat follow it up.
Man, you wonder if that's going to be a little bit too late here. Fight on the point. Hyper throws in a Terror Surge. Hudson finds Tanikby, though, in this as Chicken matches with an overclock, potentially trying to get some sort of pick. And Hudson finds Chicken. This could be it for this attack. S.E.E.S able to do a lot of damage here. Get some picks, and Hudson, LCS, there we go. Minute on the clock, and Malware finally gets stopped with about 420 on the distance.
Yep, that is what you like to see. S.E.E.S coming up with a solid defensive hold right before the second point. Now, there's going to be 50 seconds remaining. Malware have about one fight left, potentially a little bit more if they're able to, make swaps happen and get on the fast characters to contest later. Does look like Baz, though, getting taken down very low HP by some pre-fight poke. Not a very good look if you're looking for, a comforting outlook on this next fight.
Ooh, almost one clip that poor Lucio. Swifters has been, again, at the minimum, a thorn in their side.
Yeah.
Hyper, very aggressive here, getting forced back, and a great pulse bomb, like I said, by Swifters. At a minimum, a thorn at the maximum, and just a devastating force in nature. Hyper gets 2 picks off the back of this Arcane Kiriko ult, and now another fight win for the defense with 2 seconds left, and Malware, unfortunately, not able to get on the point again. Swifters, I was gonna say the unsung hero, but I mean, I've been singing his praises here for like 2 or 3 minutes now.
Yeah, quite a bit. And man, talk about thorn. I think it's more of an arrow to the knee, perhaps, as just Swifters has been making incredibly aggressive plays that haven't been punished at all. Having just being able to go so deep, triple blinking on the Lucio before the fight even started, and then using recall to come back, and then making a pulse bomb play that massive. I mean, that is just insane.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, like I said, at the minimum, Swifters is annoying. But I mean, honestly, that's just like a 1 in a million shot of them just being annoying, because they've been so good at being aggressive and putting the pressure where they need to. It took them a second, I will say. I think Malware had a really good job keeping the momentum going on that first string of fights. But once they're able to stop and give S.E.E.S, give Swifters a spot to kind of jump from and regroup from, and just unstoppable.
Yeah, exactly. And ironically enough, as they started to approach one of the more flat parts of the map, when they weren't fighting against the height advantage, that is when Malware were at least seemed to be the weakest, right? Seeing them make their way all the way to the top of the hill, only to not really be able to dislodge the remaining members of S.E.E.S was a sight to behold. Now, coming out of the spawn, it looks like S.E.E.S are going to be using the sonar arrow just to make sure that there wasn't anybody too close. But there they are. They're in Malware on the close hold. But it looks like S.E.E.S were prepared for it, as they also make the swap with Swifters over to Bastion.
Yeah, I mean, I like this. Just get some extra defense off, or a time off the defense. Why not? Tanikby dangerously low, able to throw up a wall, get some healing, back off a bit. Love to see it. Gap finds Swifters, and it seems to be potentially a fight win here for the defense already. Half health on the Sojourn, and they're going to force back to spawns. Lucio jumping around LCS, saying, hey, what's up? Swifters does swap to Tracer, and it is just an kind of an unstoppable bit of shooting back and forth on the fight here, Spaffles.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, those Orisas, they excel at soaking up so much damage, and with the Bastion down, it weren't really able to do anything about it. Now, Fairies, though, again, and Gap finding the opening picks, but Hyper returns one back. And now Tanakby, though, able to find the kill onto Hyper themselves, and Chicken able to clean up the fight. It does look like the hold was successful, though with the tank still respawning, it does seem like they're going to have to give.
Yeah, I would say so. But I mean, hey, that's a pretty good first fight. So 2 minutes 45 seconds on the clock. Spaffle, do you think they need like either team needs to make any adjustments here?
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like at this point we've kind of dug ourselves a little bit too deep. Both teams are pretty significantly progressed towards their ultimates, and those are going to be the biggest probably power spike that you can see rather than a hero swap itself. Now, Incineroar pops out early, but Chicken finds the early pick on the Swifters. Again.
I was like, speaking of, I mean, that's going to be a brutal pick with Swifters and Hyper falling as well, too. Chicken, I mean, it's a great job. LCS, so finding Chicken, is it going to be a difference maker? No, as LCS as well gets sent back to spawn. Malware looking just so dangerous on this composition and on this point as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really, really interesting seeing the way that Malware came alive. Their backs were against the wall, and now we feel like they're thriving again. Now, 2 minutes left on the clock. S.E.E.S are feeling the burn of time, though. They have 5 ultimates to expend in this fight. Meanwhile, Malware have 4 back in turn.
We'll have to see if Arissa is going to eat this Blizzard, and with that use, I mean, Tanakby might just toss it in. Yep, there we go. Sound barrier as well from Baz, going to freeze everyone, but booped out of the Blizzard. I mean, that was just it just didn't work because it got booped everywhere. Now just damage coming in. Really good job by that wall to block a lot of that damage, but Chicken and Gap finding a couple picks off of some ults. Malware looking strong. Hudson trying to equalize with this overclock. It's not going to matter as Gap has turned on the battle cattle kill and maneuver. And minute left on the clock here, Spaffles.
What a fight. Not only did Malware manage to come out on top, having the initial ultimate deficit, they came out with 1 saved. They went into the fight down 5 to 4 ults, and then they managed to come out with it with overclock still in the bag. That is an incredibly good spot to be in, especially with 55 seconds remaining on the clock.
Absolutely. And yeah, not a lot of ults left. Chicken does have overclock. Hudson finds Baz though, and Fairy out of the picture. LCS became the difference maker for the attackers here. Hyper finds Tanakby, and now Chicken falling as well. Gap tries to equalize the pick on Hudson, but it's not going to matter as Gap falls here. Now, LCS, time to be Mr. Taxi Man as we are 30 seconds left on the clock.
Exactly. Ultimates, what are those? Q, never heard of her. They just do not need them, and S.E.E.S making their triumphant march towards this cap. It is 20 seconds remaining, though. It does look like Malware are rushing their way over. Gap falling down onto the point. Chicken with the overclock to follow it up. Kitsune rush as well.
Yeah, here we go. This could be it. Fairy just doing as much as they can with that Kiriko ult. Chicken uses it to their advantage to get Hyper with an overclock on top of it. This could be it here. 1 second left, and now the final fight. Just jumping around, pumping in damage. Chicken falls to Hudson, or Hudson falls to Chicken, excuse me. Baz finds Swifters. This is it. Malware has done it. They've tied this series. Is it time for the reverse sweep? Hyper has come back on the hamster. We'll have to see if this will be enough as Gap finds Arcane. No heals for this large sphere. Baz throws in a great sound barrier, but it's not going to matter as Hyper finally sent back to the Shadow Realm. And there we go. It's first to 3, and Spaffles, I'm checking, and it is 2-2 right now.
Yeah, we've got a series on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. I did not see this coming. S.E.E.S were looking so dominant on the first 2 maps, and then Malware have just completely been able to flip the script on its head. No Mara, no win we see in the chat. Let's see if that's true, though. But anyway, reeling it back a little bit, Hyper, what a play of the game.
Yeah, it's been didn't they get one earlier? Am I tripping? I think they did, right?
I believe so.
I think they did. I believe they got one. We were talking about the supports keeping them alive, and I mean, yeah, I mean, every team member, obviously in the finals, on both teams, has been doing an excellent job popping off, making it happen where they need to. So with that being said, I believe we are going to go to a brief few-minute break as we have one last map here. The final map of the BPL Rock Rumble. It will be here in just a few moments. Stay tuned. Welcome back, Gamer Nation. It is time for the final match. It is 2-2 Malware versus S.E.E.S. We're going to push. We're going to Colosseo Spaffles. How we feeling?
I mean, hey, I'm feeling alive, dude. This match, this series has just been incredible to watch. From what felt like it's so over, we're so Barak, right? Just seeing everything come back for the side of Malware, the kind of momentum that they've got running behind them, it's been incredible to witness. And I mean, I'm not even sure who I'm rallying behind anymore, because I thought, coming from the S.E.E.S series earlier, I was rooting for them because, they took out my previous favorite Shogunate, just kind of a trend going on here. But now just seeing like Malware and the way that they've been able to rise to the occasion, that's been pretty inspiring. And I would really love for this to be like the apex, right? Seeing them go to Colosseo yet again. That was S.E.E.S map where they bested Shogunate, and I'm really, really excited to see if they're going to be able to, make the magic happen again.
Yeah, I mean, you want to see the apex. I mean, I want to see Fortnite gaming here, honestly. Like, if we can just like. And by the way, you said dude, it's so Jover and it was King Barak. Dude.
Sorry, I'm speaking in Twitch chat.
Dude, I know, and I appreciate you for it. I didn't expect it, and I just, man, that was good. But no, yeah, I really do think that this is like the best pick, obviously, for S.E.E.S. I mean, they're what, 4-0 on this. Why not?
Yeah, exactly. And man, it was close though. I'm not sure if you were able to catch the Shogunate versus S.E.E.S series, but the way that Colosseo played out, it was down to the very last meter. And seeing Swifters, there you go, there they are back again. Swifters made hero plays, they made magic happen, and I really, really want to see what they're going to be able to cook up this time. Coming at it from a fresh look. Okay, not that cook.
Okay, yeah, wait, no, chef.
The chef cook. Ramsey,
chef?
Is that you?
Dr. Ramsey. Who let Lip in here? Come on now. Okay. Yeah, I love.
All right. Well, I am a bit skeptical, but maybe. Okay, there you go. Finally, I was holding out hope. I really didn't want to have to break down the thought process behind a hog pick on map 5 of the grand finals. But luckily for us, and perhaps for S.E.E.S teammates, for Hyper's teammates, it does seem like he's going to be rolling out on the other side. Oh, right away, Swifties bites the dust. Gap. Planning a massive pick to lead.
That's just, I mean, someone check, perhaps cheating maybe? Check gamer chair. A really well done, like a great prediction with that javelin to stun and then just lock in. Well done, and that's gonna be a first fight wins Battles.
Yeah, exactly, and this is push, right? This is push we're talking about. This is all about those early fight wins. This is all about getting the momentum on your side, and Malware has that, and they have it in spades. Now, nice wall coming out to isolate the Orisa, though it's not going to really result in anything much, although Gap is dangerously low in HP.
Yeah, backing up, throwing in a more great javelins. They've been so consistent with hitting these as well. Now, it's going to be a waiting game to see if they can be able to continue pushing this robot. Hudson pumping in some damage. And now Hypers, it's their turn to back up a little bit. And now another javelin in their head. Really have to push back. But it seems as though S.E.E.S, there we go. S.E.E.S actually is able to push in and be aggressive and take the win. Hudson's pick on Chicken's going to do it with Swifters now finding Gap. That's going to be it. Hyper finds Tanic B. And now one more pick. And hey, there we go. Some distance for S.E.E.S.
There you go. That's what we love to see. That hunger, that motivation, that strives the players to just reach their maximum potential. And we saw Swifters and Hudson both dismantling Malware's backline, and now leading into the next fight, S.E.E.S have a significant advantage in terms of ult charge. Swifters, though, being really sneaky with this pulse, so I'm going to see if he can make the magic happen yet again. Spots one, but he is going to be found out. Trying to duel the Sojourn a little bit here. Finds the Lucio and said, nice stick!
Oh, they almost
blows himself up in the process. Holy!
That's about as close as you can get with the pick. Hey, that's all that matters. And now Mad Mardux throws in a great Kitsune ult to push in against this momentum. Tanic gets picked off with that aggressive ultimate with Hyper getting a few picks as well. It's going to be more distance for S.E.E.S.
Yep, I am really feeling this power, this strength come through, the amount of creativity coming through, especially with Swifters on that angle. I cannot send enough glaze this man's way. Just seeing the amount of plays that come through are absolutely beautiful and right down to the edge. Now S.E.S. though does get taken down extremely low HP, and Hyper is walled off from the rest of his team.
And now it is time for the best part of this map, the bridge that you can contest from.
Yeah.
Hyper has a Terra Surge ready to rip. I want to see if they launch it in. Beat thrown in by Baz, and now LCS
Ooh.
matches. Terra Surge match. He uses it, Baz gets picked up. A little bit less healing for the team of S.E.E.S. Hyper, though, doesn't matter. You're able to push in, get a few more picks. Tanik falls. Mardux falls, though. Gap is able to find that, but it's really not going to matter. It seems as though S.E.E.S is going to find the win. But Kiriko Jansen, yep, Hyper finds Fairy now. Just need to clean off the point, and S.E.E.S will get butt scratch and some priority respawns.
Yep, exactly, man. S.E.E.S now is a team of A+. Just these plays that are coming through time and time again, it just really shows and really proves how they've made it towards the last bit there. But a bit of a messy trade, though, back and forth, is going to result in very little difference, though, as, yep, Operation Butt Scratch is underway, and S.E.E.S are going to play a little bit of a game of tag and bag. They're going to be edging the cart forward as far as possible, and then retreating back to safety. Those Swifters in the backline just going to try and infuriate them just a little bit more before he is forced out.
Yeah, that's the Swifters' game plan. Go in, get him a little bit, get out. What can you do? What can you do? Hyper under a little bit of damage, a little bit of duress, and now both tanks dancing around the middle. Both tanks half health, pushing into each other. Gap seems to be a little bit more worse for wear, as Hyper has been able to continue to walk in. Hyper finds Chicken as well with that in mind. Hudson finds Fairy, and now S.E.E.S is being so aggressive. Mardux finds Tanik. This could be it for Malware's fight. There we go, and now potentially we get the butt scratch that S.E.E.S were looking for, and now an advantage for this attacking team.
Yeah, I mean, just capping the forward spawn on this map, that is just such a, a hallmark in this map, right? And making sure that you're able to push beyond it and you're no longer going to be inhibited by it, that is just blowing the map wide open for S.E.E.S. This is their map to lose. It does look like, oh my god, he gets pulled back in.
I mean, a great wall, but a really good job by Mardux to try and keep them alive with that that Kiriko ult, and it works out perfectly with that that sustained. Swifters able to get 2 picks by themselves. Hyper finds Gap, and now Kiriko falls to the Battle Cattle, and they're gonna push this in. Team kill blazed across the field for S.E.E.S. Malware maybe sweating a bit here.
Yeah, exactly. This is the March of Destiny. S.E.E.S continuing ruthlessly at that to just push their advantage further and further. Now, as we're approaching 100 meters, this is more or less the point of no return, as Malware, though, are looking a little bit worse for wear. Swifters going in deep, not able to find the blink melee, but he is going back in for the pulse bomb.
Doesn't get anyone with that, unfortunately, but enough mayhem may have been launched in the back line to make it happen. Gap, though, able to push the cart back, and it seems like they're going to get a little bit of distance back, but I'm not sure how much it's going to matter. Meeting them on the left-hand side. We'll have to see if a fight breaks out. LCS launches in with a sound barrier. They want to end this, and now Baz matches. Tanik is thrown in a Blizzard. We'll have to see if they get any Blizzard. No, not a whole lot of chilliness. Able to beat the cold. LCS and Hudson get 2 picks here for S.E.E.S, but Hyper falls, and Mardux falls now before S.E.E.S. Malware may have been able to do it. Swifters gets picked off. Hudson gets picked off, and there we go. Momentum has been stopped. Malware back in control of the robot.
Yep, Malware, they may have brought the cold, but S.E.E.S are just on fire right now. The Blizzard was largely ineffective, but in the end of the day, it did end up, through a combination of that and multiple other ultimates, they were able to completely set S.E.E.S down to rest. Now it's Malware's turn. They got 3 minutes and 20 seconds left. Any more delays, any fights lost, and this is going to start looking extremely dicey, more so than it has already.
Swifters has the pulse bomb ready. Hudson they actually threw it in and did get Fairy. Fairy falls, and now Tanik falls as well. Hyper with 2 picks. This is going from bad to worse for Malware. 3, 4, 5 kills now. S.E.E.S walking it in here. 3 minutes on the clock. We're almost at 100 meters to 11 for Malware.
Yep. Just like I said before, this is the danger zone. Malware not able to keep their momentum going, not even to get an additional meter on the cap that they've had for just so long now, and now with the fight running up to the last stretch before Malware's own spawn, things are getting extremely dicey.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Malware's able to make something happen here with this Orisa ultimate. 2 picks. I mean, okay, don't even use the ultimate. Why not? You get a little boopy and a little shooty, and there we go. Let's push the card a bit, huh? Yeah. Fight win for Malware.
My apologies. Yeah, it looks like the environment has no side, and even though it was used magnificently against Malware at the beginning of the series, it seems like it's turning its endless abyss sort of nature against S.E.E.S, as we saw 1, maybe 2 members of that team get eaten up by the Void.
It's really key for those to watching that they did get past at midpoint, so they did lose the priority respawns here as Hyper gets blasted with damage, forcing S.E.E.S to respond with a sound barrier. Baz now responding with one as well. A few more ults for Malware are available. Chicken has launched their overclock in as well, trying to pump in some damage, but no dice. Hudson did fall though. As I say that, S.E.E.S gets picked up by Chicken. They are pushing the cart back a little bit, but it's not going to matter. Malware back in control, and this is going to be, I mean, it's got to be a pretty good stretch of wins here. Guys,
yeah,
again.
I mean, this is a textbook situation. Malware had 5 ultimates at the beginning of the fight, and they are tasked with taking the map. Now, heading into the next fight, they did expend 2 ultimates already, but they do have Blizzard, they do have Terror Surge, and together that can easily result in a 1 fight as long as S.E.E.S aren't really able to get any of those early picks that they've been oh so known for.
Hyper half health here as we enter the final minute of the map. Gap finds S.E.E.S though. Malware, that's going to be huge. Hyper wants to make something else happen for their team, but unfortunately they're going to make it happen in spawn. It's worth mentioning that the rate at which this will get pushed much slower than on the other side. You know, so there is a chance here for S.E.E.S to come back and to respond here, but with 4 ults, I mean, they're going to have to make it quick still.
Yeah, exactly, and this is what you want to see. Malware making their final march. 26 seconds remaining on the final map of this series. It is going to be incredibly interesting, though, as they do get walled off. Gap,
a great job eating
the
that.
pulse bomb. Hungry Orisas. And just 15 seconds remaining, and now they have to walk up to S.E.E.S yet again.
I mean, that was a good job retreating. They knew they needed to stay alive here. We have 5 seconds left. The final fight of the Remix Rock Rumble. Terror Surge ready for a gap. Malware needs to make this worthwhile. Very used goal, and that's a great pick. Hudson falls. That could be it. They need to stay on this card here. They cannot have any slip-ups here. They're going to try and stay alive here and push this in. Get Bud Scratch and make it happen here. Baz, Gap, and Tanapy all have ults. S.E.E.S on the other side of Marduk. Hyper. A great pick by Gap. Swifters falls. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the last final stretch. A great wall here. They push them back, and now we're gonna have to do one last final fight, one last push here. Hyper has Terror Surge ready to unleash it here. 169 health, trying to stay alive. Blizzard on the field here. Chicken finds S.E.E.S. Hyper falls to Tanapy. Malware may have made it happen. Overtime here. They get Bud Scratch. Doesn't know that it really matters here at this point. But I mean, hey, any distance, right, Spaffles?
Yep, exactly. Now, Malware expended almost every single ultimate they had in their arsenal. All they're going to have to rely on is Chicken. Chicken, this is your match to win. This is your moment. Make it work.
Here we go. This is absolutely at the final fight. Chicken, overclock, get pushed back. Unable to use much of anything here. They did survive. Hyper gets 2 picks. Baz and Barry gets pushed back. Chicken gets S.E.E.S. Swifters. Gets a pick. Hudson, another pick. Swifters. That is it. S.E.E.S, the final champion. Gold medal for S.E.E.S. Well done. 3-2 to Malware. Almost made the reverse sweep happen, but they were not to be denied.
Oh, man. Down to that very last push, the very last second, well into overtime. Malware, they were in it, they wanted to win it, but unfortunately for them, S.E.E.S was just more on top of their game tonight. They were just on fire throughout this entire series, and that is going to be the championship right there. Congratulations to S.E.E.S for the amazing matches so far, and I hope to see more from these players in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I think you will. I mean, there's already some familiar names, some old classics. I'm sure the new ones will stick around as well. Yeah, what is series? Again, it was. I wanted that reverse sweep so bad. It was writing itself. Obviously, again, yeah. I'm happy S.E.E.S won, but man, that was they got it close there.
Yeah, I mean, it just came so down to the wire. Every single map so far has just been closer and closer and closer to them. It's just, I can't really find the words for it. Seeing these teams show up in such high speed, high ferocity, and working together to the best of their abilities. I mean, it was just textbook Overwatch.
Yeah, I mean, every person on that team had their moments where they played the game well, right? You know, we had Swifters consistently being aggressive. We had Hyper being, just an aggressive tank player. I will say again, maybe sometimes coming out behind gap in some of the matchups, but when they were able to have, the space to the support to kind of fight, they were consistent. I mean, it was a hard fought series across the board, but it was a fun one.
Yeah, exactly. It was absolutely fun just seeing all the players pop off. I think every single person that was playing on both teams, I think they all had their moments in the limelight. I cannot sing these players' praises enough on both sides, even though we, at the end of the day, we were tasked with the extremely hard proposition of naming one champion at the end of the day.
Yeah, it was. I think anyone watching it, the first few matches of the tournament, where it's just like, man, 2-0s, 0-2 across the board, and then suddenly it just swapped over to fun, exciting matches. I believe I'm still trying to get the schedule here, but I'm doing the MVP vote here.
So,
figuring out MVP.
Who was your highlight from this series? Who do you think stood out to you the most from S.E.E.S?
Like I'm observing. I'm staring at my. I think Hyper. I think across the board, Hyper has been consistent. Again, in terms of some individual matchups, right, against Gap, it was a little bit tough, but across the board, they were still able to be a consistent, linchpin to jump behind. They got the picks, their clutch picks when they needed. So yeah, I think Hyper MVP. Hooray, claps.
Hooray, woo! You love to see it. Hyper, I mean, as much as I want to sing everybody's praises, he was just the most consistent. I don't think I saw a single bad map from Hyper. There were ones that were surely better than others, but throughout not only this series, but just throughout the tournament as a whole, every single time I saw this man play, it was just amazing. I think that it is a bit of a shame that we are locked down to the Orisa, but as far as the best Orisa pilot goes, it would definitely have to go to them.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are gonna be chatting with some of these freaking Epic gamers who just hit the gritty across the grand finals.
It feels good to win. It feels so good to win.
I do a bit of grittying.
It feels good. What did you win? Maybe I missed it. What did you win? Tell me all about it.
Won the BPL Rock Rumble is what we won.
Let's go.
Paracelsus is really winning, guys. He didn't.
No, I'm just sitting here, bro. I'm just sitting here and chewing on popcorn where you guys are playing your hearts out.
I gotta ask, because obviously, congrats, you did well. How bad did Malware make you sweat there for a second? I gotta ask.
We were just stalling for.
Turn my monitor off.
We were just stalling.
Yeah.
Oh, do you know that Swifters played that entire thing on windowed and didn't realize? Like that whole second half, bro was on windowed mode the entire time.
It was glitch windowed. It still showed. It still showed as full screen, but
bro had like the crazy input delay.
I went to go change my settings and it said windowed, and I'm like, how?
Bro, no, not like this, man. I mean, hey, if it helps, we couldn't tell, and you were on fire that series. That Tracer, my beloved.
Yeah, you had some pop off moments with some pretty near one clips there. So I mean, again, you guys played well. It was dominant. I mean, was there any like overarching strategy, like map to map, or was it overall like, hey, we're gonna go in, do this. If we have to swap, we swap. But like, what was the game plan coming into this?
Bro, I got S.E.E.S in one ear and Hyper in the other, bro. That's the strategy.
Strategy: don't let chicken kill 5.
I mean, yeah, that's
a pretty solid strat.
Yeah.
I've had good success with that. Spaffles, any thoughts?
Yeah, well, I mean, I just wanted to also ask Hyper. I mean, we've crowned you MVP so far of, you know, the team. Do you have any words for the stream and for chat, or, you know, for anybody else watching that, you know, or any shout outs you got?
I mean, honestly, it really wasn't me at all. I don't think I deserve it. I would put it on the entire team, including Para. Para put in some work and some good money in helping us and coaching and just supporting us as much as possible. So that's where it's
shout out
at.
to Barrow. Yeah, you'll love to see it. Very wholesome answer, very PR friendly, of course, as well. Now, before we send you guys off, do you have any last words, any shout outs perhaps?
Paracelsus killed my wife.
Shout out LA Wave. Shout out Rome Legion. Shout out my mom.
Whoa, let's go, Hudson's mom.
Shout out his mom too. Shout out his mom.
Shout out to all the moms out there. That's
so real.
If any of you single, hit me up, bro.
My phone number wide open.
All right.
Well, you heard it here first, goth girls, women, mother. All right. Hit the DMs. Again, it was a pleasure casting you, watching you guys game. Congrats. Get out of here.
Yeah,
bye.
My bad.
Bye.
Aw, oh boy. Well, again, it was again a fun series, a fun weekend, right? You know.
Yeah, absolutely.
We started what, like 5 p.m. Eastern, no, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're ending 10:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time Sunday. Bunch of matches. We got High Five, Dukes of Arrakis, Shogunate, all sorts of fun ones.
Yeah, I mean, also huge shout out to all the teams who participated, and also to all the observing staff and the producers behind the scenes. You guys are seen. Thank you so much to everybody involved. I know we've got a bunch of, you know, not only veterans in the scene, but also some newcomers as well, you know, me being one of them. I hope you guys did enjoy the stream, and I mean, wow, do you have any closing thoughts?
My closing thought is just be cool. Just be cool to everyone. You know, be cool. Be as cool as these guys coming in. These gamers coming in.
I mean, yeah, these guys, they make the magic happen. Hello, everybody. All the gamers
I'm gonna stop this over. I would say huge. Oh.
We've been eliminated.
Let's go. This is your moment, and you scuff it up.
Anyway, huge thank you to Hot Dog and to Spaffles. Sorry, I walked away from my PC. For taking us to the finals, especially Spaffles coming in at like short notice and doing a back-to-back cast, because we had a miscommunication for the finals casters.
And filling into so many different games. So
yeah.
Well, it's been my pleasure.
It's a classic end of event nerds yap on for a little bit. As these guys basically took you through already, I just want to say a huge thank you to the event staff for this one, specifically events team of Spookey and Nark and Taku and Jimmy, for sticking all this together. These events are not particularly easy to put together. Lots of moving parts, and I'm sure you can imagine 16 teams within 2 weeks or so, from 0 to grand finalists. Takes a bit of manpower. These guys have been crazy. Had a lot of new staff in as well, which is also thanks to these guys who get people on board and trained up. I've been fairly hands off, and then just come in and press buttons on the broadcast days. These guys have gone crazy. So big thanks to these guys. There's their faces again. Don't get bored of them.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a building block, right? Building block to BPL 6, building block to whenever, right? You're building more people to try and carry the weight of Solomon, right? You can't do it you can't do it alone.
Oh yeah.
I mean, this tournament. I mean, how much did you do, Solomon? Pretty much.
Very little.
Solomon.
Why are you outing him?
Broadcast stuff, and then these guys scheduled everything, and they just told me to turn up, and I turned up. So
yeah,
exactly. I feel like
he still knows more than anyone else about how Solomon GG works. Obviously, for obvious reasons.
I think the biggest thing is we split up the workload like crazy this tournament, and I think it worked very well.
Yeah, which is what we've always said we needed to do since the last seasons, and we're finally getting to a point where it's just kind of just happening. and it's working really smoothly. Big thanks to everyone. Nock, you get to go to bed soon because you've been observing since 9 a.m.
I've been I've been observing for 12 hours now.
Good for you.
This idiot. Yeah. Next up for BPL, we'll talk about that because we don't have a lot of plans.
Yeah.
I mean, we do have plans, but we haven't,
For all those cool people in the chat still, check out next weekend, hopefully, for an announcement for the next weekend event. Ooh, stuff.
But like I said,
That's my
yeah.
hope.
So theoretically, next weekend we'll have an announcement out, and then we'll have our new weekend event in a couple of weeks' time. Then S.E.E.S stuff, and then BPL Season 6 at some point. OMG.
Soon TM.
It's gonna be really cool. Big thanks everyone for working on the stuff today. We've had a lot of moving parts, especially today. You'll see it on the end slate, all the different stuff that worked only today. It's been a great time. Can't wait for some more. We'll see you next time.
Yeah. See you, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you so much for playing.
Oh my.
We appreciate it as staff.
I'm muting him.
Yippee!